Chapter 345. On the day that Yi Qian arrived in the western province, a farm vehicle drove 70 yards through the narrow roads of Magadi County. With a loud screech, it stopped at the entrance of an old bus station. The car door was slammed shut. Xia Jinyuan, who was covered in yellow dust, strode into the bus station that didn't even have a door. It was hard to tell the original color of his clothes. "Shit, wait for me." Han Zheng, who got out of the car a step later, choked on the yellow dust that came out of the car. He coughed and jumped out of the car to chase after Xia Jinyuan. "Who are you going to ask? How are you going to find them? We don't even have a photo." The fighter jet test lasted for nearly 2 months. Every night when the plane stopped working, Xia Jinyuan could be seen standing on high ground, looking in the direction of the Hetian River. There, after a radar scan, 3 red dots appeared on the radar display, which meant that there were people in the desert. The military sent people to investigate in secret just in case. The results were shocking. But after that, the military didn't send anyone else. Obviously, they knew that the 3 people who stayed in the desert for a long time were not criminals who were spying on the military. Xia Jinyuan knew who the 3 people were. As for Han Zheng, he only found out 5 hours ago. Xia Jinyuan, who strode to the bus station staff to ask questions, didn't hear what Han Zheng said behind him. He looked tired and was asking about Yi Qian's whereabouts. According to the radar display, Yi Qian, Uncle Chen, and Uncle Zhen returned to Magadi County from the Hetian River 15 days ago. Based on the travel time, it would take about 10 days. According to his calculations, the 3 generations should rest for about a week after returning to the county. But he was wrong. The travelers who left the Hetian River would rest for a week in Magadi County to recover their energy before leaving. However, Yi Qian and the others only rested for a day before leaving. Xia Jinyuan had just finished a few months of fighter jet test missions. Last night, he began to inquire about the whereabouts of the 3 generations. Soon, he found out that they were at the bus station. In fact, when he was driving over, Xia Jinyuan knew that there was a 99% chance that Yi Qian had left Magadi County. There was also a 1% chance that there was a problem with the maintenance of the bus that came in and it needed to be parked for a few more days. As soon as Xia Jinyuan asked, the staff immediately knew who he was inquiring about. He smiled and said, "We've seen the young man and the 2 elders you mentioned. They left 4 days ago." The little girl was fair and clean. She stood out among the group of tan tourists. One of the ladies even asked the little girl what she used to smear it on her face. In fact, Xia Jinyuan already knew the answer, but he still wanted to ask again. Outside, Han Zheng found out from another staff member that Yi Qian had already left 4 days ago. He secretly clicked his tongue. Are these 2 fated or not? Our motherland is vast, but they actually bumped into each other in the desert. If they were fated, it didn't seem like it. It wasn't easy for them to have the chance to meet each other, but they missed it. The new year had just passed, and the small county still had a lingering New Year's atmosphere. Occasionally, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. Xia Jinyuan bought 2 bottles of mineral water that were 3 times the price outside. He stood alone at the place where Yi Qian had stood before, drinking the water and sighing helplessly. Little fox, you're really fast. You make me happy and sigh. Next time I see you, I have to ask for some interest." Chapter 346. What are you mumbling about? Let's hear it. Han Zheng, who was holding 2 bottles of mineral water in his hands, walked over. Seeing his tall and straight back, his childhood friend exuded the aura of a soldier no matter where he went. He teased, "Your little fox can become a celebrity wherever she goes. I can grab any staff member and they'll know her. She left 4 days ago and only rested for 1 day. She was lucky to meet the tour bus and left the next day." Mr. Xia, it's hard for you to catch your little fox. Xia Jinyuan tightened the cap of the half-empty bottle of mineral water. He glanced at his childhood friend who was teasing him and said with a smile, "Do you think my little fox is like those brainless women with big breasts? She had a plan to enter the desert and leave the desert. She never believes in luck. She only believes in herself and the truth." The truth was that they met the tour bus on the way back from the Hetian River. It was completely planned before they entered the desert and left just in time. Damn. There are benefits to having big boobs. I don't have to worry about them. Han Zheng was not convinced and snorted. I'll spend some money to get them. Unlike you running around everywhere. How tiring. He did not have the patience to chase them like this. Xia Jinyuan laughed even more coldly. Your pursuit is not worthy of praise. You spent money to find women, but in the end, they are all unreliable. What are you after? It's hard for me, but I'm willing to do it. Finding a girlfriend who can fight side by side with you is like finding a soul mate. It's the highest level of love between two people. People like you who spend money to find big boobs will never know what it means to be connected. You're destined to be single for the rest of your life. You want to feel superior in front of Xia Jinyuan? TSK, the word blow will make you want to cry. Han Zheng, who had been unable to gain the upper hand every single time, received a blow from his childhood friend. He was so angry that the mineral water bottle in his hand cracked. He gritted his teeth and said, "You don't even know where he is, and you're talking about telepathy with me." Han Zheng, who did not admit defeat, was thinking differently. He could not deny that Xia Jinyuan's words did shock him. The women that he had spent money to find were all useless in the end, but the women that he had painstakingly pursued were able to fight side by side with him. No matter how he looked at it, he felt envious. Xia Jinyuan smiled as he walked past Han Zheng, who seemed to be deep in thought, and left with graceful steps. He did regret not being able to see the little fox, but that did not affect his mood. In the great mountains and rivers of the motherland, he and she had left their footprints in the same place at different times. Although they had never met, it was still perfect. The faint sound of firecrackers could be heard again. Xia Jinyuan raised his wrist and looked at the date on his watch. It was the 21st day of the first lunar month, the 6th day of the second lunar month. He and Little Fox had spent the spring festival in the same place. It felt pretty good. Then he jumped into the car and shouted at Han Zheng, who had yet to walk over, "We'll roast a whole lamb tonight. If we don't leave now, are you sure these few wolves will leave a lamb leg for us?" After standing still for a second, Han Zheng slapped his forehead and ran faster. "I almost forgot. Where's the lamb leg? It would be nice to have lamb hooves to eat if he went back late. Hurry, 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 let's go. We've been flying for 60 to 70 days, and I still have to control my weight. If I don't eat meat soon, my waist won't have any strength." Han Zheng jumped into the car and closed the door. He raised his eyebrows and smiled proudly. If a man has no strength in his waist, young Master Xia, what do you think will happen? Chapter 347. You've always had weak kidneys and lost your youthful vigor at an early age. You should know better than me the consequences of a weak waist. As for me, first young Master Han, don't be jealous. Xia Jinyuan stepped on the gas pedal. Even the yellow dust on his body couldn't hide the elegance between his eyebrows as he laughed. He was very experienced in insulting his childhood friend. Han Zheng's disgruntled "pooh" could be heard from the car. The wheels rolled up yellow dust as they left the bus station. At that time, the hundreds of thousands of creatures in the Western Province were waiting to awaken. After Yi Qian and the others arrived in the Western Province, they followed the plan and settled Uncle Zhen down before starting the training. It's now the 3rd year of the plan. Girl, there are benefits to taking a break from school. Principal Chen, who was holding a military map in his hand, looked kindly at the energetic girl. The 4-year plan has been brought forward by a total of 14 months. It's completely beyond our expectations. The 4-year plan started in April 1995. The first year was in April 1996, and the second year was in April 1997. It was now February 1997, and they were in the middle of the 1998 plan. The benefits of taking a break from school were obvious. In less than 2 years, she was already in the 3rd year of the plan. Faced with Principal Chen's sigh, Yi Qian smiled and said, "I still have to thank No. 1 middle school. Otherwise, how could Grandpa Zhen and you agree to let me take a break from school?" Clever girl. Just as you wish. Principal Chen laughed. This girl was actually quite clever. Come, let's talk about the training this time. Entering the mountains wasn't done aimlessly. There was a strict route, and the coordinates and latitude could be matched on the military map. Where to enter, where to pass, and which exit to exit from were all strictly planned. Her peers were still sitting in the classroom and comparing their knowledge with the textbooks, but Yi Qian had already walked a long way in life. This was a distance that countless people could only dream of. It was a journey that countless people would never be able to reach in their lifetime. Yi Qian's life had already begun. Her life was destined to be extraordinary. On the military map, Principal Chen, who was holding a twig in his hand, had a serious expression on his face. He repeated the route again. This is the starting point, and this is the end. 3 months later, we will meet up with Uncle Jen at the end. Last, the Western Province's 100,000 forests. You don't need me to tell you how dangerous it is. We have to come out in 3 months. Once we enter the rainy season, there will be more unpredictable dangers. I can, but your old injuries. Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly. She was ultimately worried about Uncle Chen's old injuries. How about we shorten the 3 months to 2 months? Principal Chen looked at Yi Qian coldly and said, "This is the training plan. You agreed to it yourself. You don't have to worry about me, just take care of yourself." The lass was easily soft-hearted in front of him and Uncle Jen, but he had to make her understand that training was training. There was absolutely no room for discussion. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded. Her beautiful face, which was like a blooming hibiscus, was serious and cold. Understood. Yi Qian, who realized that she had made a mistake, didn't say anything else. However, she made up her mind to take care of Principal Chen more when the time came. On the 8th of February, Yi Qian and Principal Chen, who were carrying waterproof military backpacks, rushed into the mountains and forests. Along the way, they alerted the enemy by walking through the bushes. They waved their military tongs, which could be used as knives, to cut the vines to open a path. They passed through forests that no one had ever walked through before. Facing the cliff, they prepared to climb the rope. Gritting their teeth, they climbed step by step like a fox. Chapter 348. When they came into contact with the river, they tightened their bags, waterproofed their guns and bullets, then stepped directly into the river, where they did not know if there was any danger. When they came out of the river, the sky was dark. They found a depression and rested, soaking wet. There was no fire or hot water here, and the only food they could eat was not cooked. From mushrooms to wild fruits, even raw meat could fill their stomachs. Yi Qian never complained about the hardships, nor did she shrink back. She was like a young girl chasing after the sun, running all the way to where there was light. Along the way, she trained. She did not know how many mountains and cliffs she had climbed. Finally, she successfully completed more than 10 field training courses. Although it was a daunting experience, it was Yi Qian's first time entering the forest. There were a few times when she really had a close brush with death. If it were not for Principal Chen's rich experience, Yi Qian knew that she would not have been able to walk out safely. But it was only in the first half of the month that accidents occurred. Soon, she adapted to the environment in the forest. Like a cheetah, she roamed the forest vigorously. At the beginning of May, the two of them walked out of the vast mountains. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were savages. Don't the two of you have a set of clothes that are a little more presentable? The climate in Beihai was pleasant, and Uncle Jen was not any less spirited than before. He looked at the two of them who were dressed in rags, and did not look well. He sighed. This must be an old beggar bringing a young beggar out to beg for rice. If it were not for the fact that the two of you are clean, I'm afraid that no bus would bring you back. Yi Qian put down her backpack. Her eyes became clearer, and she giggled. You guessed right. When we first left the mountains, Uncle Chen and I were waiting for the village bus. When we got on, everyone on the bus thought that we were beggars. Uncle Jen rented a house in a vacation village near the North Sea. He paid a hefty sum every month just to wait for Yi Qian and Principal Chen to come out. In the holiday village, Yi Qian rested until all the swollen mosquito bites on his body disappeared. He then took a medicinal bath prepared by the local traditional Chinese medicine doctor for half a month, until his blood was rosy and his skin was white and tender. Only then did he return to Fujian town. At the end of May, there were still 20 days left before the middle school exams. Yi Qian returned to Fujian town and appeared in Class 1 of Grade 3 of Fujian Town High School the next day. When she was in her third year of junior high school, her classmates were still in their second year of junior high school. Even though he was 1 year ahead of them, when the teacher led Yi Qian into the classroom, which had been filled with chatter, immediately fell silent. After a while, the students in the class couldn't help but discuss in whispers. Isn't this Yi Qian? Why is she here? Yi Qian is so awesome that he tore up the notice right in front of the vice principal. Are you here to repeat your studies? Oh my God, that's impossible. Even if she wanted to repeat her studies, she would have done it a year ago. How could she repeat her studies after a year? The homeroom teacher had received instructions from the school leaders. Regardless of what the students were saying, she simply smiled and introduced, "Students, quiet down. This is Yi Qian. I'm sure everyone has heard of her before. From now on, she will be a member of our class. Students, please give her a round of applause to welcome her back to school." The applause was extraordinarily loud. Everyone was curious about the legendary senior who had suddenly appeared in their class. After the applause died down, the homeroom teacher smiled and said, "If you have any questions about your studies, you can look for her. I believe that even if student Yi Qian were to take a year off from school, he would not be worse than any of the students in our class." Even if Yi Qian had left school for a year, she was still a good student in the eyes of the teachers in Fujian Town. Chapter 349. The students in the class looked at Yi Qian, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with the teacher at the podium. For some reason, they didn't dare to look her in the eye. Her eyes were clear and beautiful like colored glass, but they also contained a dark and mysterious power that seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. Some of the students who still had some ulterior motives accidentally made eye contact with her and left in a panic in less than half a second. Their backs were drenched in sweat. Yi Qian just wanted to go back to school peacefully and focus on her exams. She didn't mind giving a warning to the restless students. Standing on the podium, she didn't feel like a stranger at all. She could even speak with Rong Qian. The students below the podium secretly sighed. A top student was a top student. She didn't feel any pressure standing next to the teacher. There was one more thing that both boys and girls agreed on. The legendary figure on the podium was even more beautiful than before. Yi Qian returned to school after a year. That day, she caused a stir in the school. She only took half a class to remember all the names of her classmates. After class, whenever someone came up to talk to her, she would call out their names as if they were old classmates. It's nothing. At that time, I felt that I might not fit into high school life, so I took a year off to relax. Yi Qian patiently explained why she tore up her acceptance letter last year to her classmates who were 1 year younger than her. The explanation of the person involved was naturally more convincing than the rumors and slanders. In addition, Yi Qian spoke at a moderate pace. She spoke like a spring breeze and had her own unique insight. In less than half a day, she gained a firm foothold in the class. Within a day, she had integrated into the group of third-year middle school graduates who were 1 year younger than her. That day, after leaving school, Yi Qian ran into a teacher she was very familiar with. Teacher Ku, who had been her class teacher for 3 years. Now, she was no longer a teacher. Instead, she was a woman who worked at a vegetable stall and bent over 5 buckets of rice all day long. Yi Qian didn't stop after she recognized her. She heard her arguing with a customer over a handful of onions. As she walked away, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Teacher Ku, who never knew how to give in to others, would accomplish nothing once she left school. There was no need to go over to show off. Teacher Ku was no longer worthy of her attention. When Yi Qian returned, the person who was most shocked was none other than Mayor Yi, who would be promoted to a leader in the city this year. These past 2 years, Yi Zhifan's official career had been very successful. He had been the mayor for 2 years, and then he was promoted again. Therefore, he had long put aside Yi Qian, whom he had not heard any news about. Furthermore, because Sun Dongqing had accompanied her daughter, Yi Qian, to live in the provincial capital, Yi Zhifan had not returned to the village for the past year. He had no idea that Yi Qian, who he thought would never amount to anything, had returned to school. He went to the city for a week for a meeting. When he came back, Yi Qian had already been in class for a week. Yi Yifan, who was about to be transferred to the city at the beginning of June, pondered for a moment. His eyes revealed a hint of a sneer as he dialed a number. Old Who, you guys are in charge of marking the exam papers of the entire city's examinees, right? Look. His voice gradually trailed off and was drowned out by the chirping of the cicadas in the shade of the trees. His official smile could be seen on his face, but no one could hear what he said next. After the college entrance examination in June, it would be the middle school entrance examination. Yi Qian's name would also appear on the list of examinees. Her appearance caused the invigilators of every class to deliberately circle around Yi Qian to see what this legendary girl was like. Whether she can pass is still a problem. After all, she's a repeat student. Yes, but this student is smart. If she does well in all the subjects, it won't be a problem for her to get into a key high school. It'll be difficult. The repeaters don't have any grades in biology or geography. They can only rely on the results of the past 2 days to get into a high school, unless they get full marks in all the subjects. Chapter 350. While the invigilators were discussing regretfully, Yi Qian remained calm and began the middle school exams. Returning to the examination hall after nearly a year, the speed at which she wrote still surpassed all the other examinees. The invigilator standing beside her was dumbfounded. The speed at which she wrote was something that even the teachers could not catch up with. Politics, history, language, and English were still manageable. After all, they were rote memorization. But mathematics, chemistry, and physics were exams that required thinking. They needed to be calculated. They needed to be calculated on draft paper. But Yi Qian did not need to do that. When the mathematics exam began, the invigilator was shocked. You don't even need to calculate? The stunned invigilator raised his hand to press down on Yi Qian's exam paper. He looked at the legendary girl in surprise. You don't even need to calculate these? Only the last 2 application questions and 1 geometry question were left. When Yi Qian checked the exam paper to see if there were any problems, she had already memorized all the questions and calculated the answers accordingly in her mind. Even if the invigilator stopped her now, it would not delay her answering time. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "Of course I do. I've already calculated it in my mind." She pointed at the draft paper and said, "I can also save paper." The point was not to save paper. The point was. The invigilator took a deep breath and pointed at the exam paper. He forced himself to calm down and said, "Come, you should calculate these questions first. We will talk after the exam." The last 3 major questions were important and also multiple-point questions. No matter how shocked the invigilator was, he could not delay Yi Qian's exam. He knew that this girl did not score in biology or geography. He originally thought that Yi Qian would need to calculate the last 3 major questions or do some mental calculations. In the end, he saw the girl nod obediently after he removed his hand and she started writing. She really started writing. Just like that, she finished the 3 major questions in one go without a pause. She did not need to use draft paper or do any calculations. She just started writing as if she already had the answers in her mind. After he was done, Yi Qian immediately put the test paper away. He did not want to leave anything that could be used against him. The invigilator did not realize that Yi Qian was wary of him. When he picked out his pen, Yi Qian stood up. "Sir, can I hand in my paper first?" There was no way to confirm if Yi Zhifan had done anything, but it was always better to be safe than sorry. "There's still 80 minutes to go. Do you want to check the papers again? I'll collect it later." Looking at his watch, the teacher swallowed his saliva. "This question is too fast. No need, I'm done." "And teacher, can I hand in my paper and leave the exam hall now?" Yi Qian was already used to her teacher's shocked expression. This time, she deliberately increased her speed to let some people know that his tricks were nothing. Trying to trap her? It was simply daydreaming. Moreover, if they tried to frame her, then don't blame her for not giving them face. The invigilator was a teacher from Qingtang Middle School. When he heard that she was done, he thought he heard wrong and repeated, "Do you want to check the entire test paper? You didn't score in geography and biology, so you can't be careless in these exams." At this point, Yi Qian vaguely remembered that her name had been passed around by the teachers of various middle schools. She looked up and smiled politely. "Yes, I'm sure I'm done. Thank you, teacher." Chapter 351. All right then, put the test paper on the podium. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The invigilator raised his hand and gestured for Yi Qian to hand in the test paper first before returning to his seat. However, he heard Yi Qian say, "Teacher, if you have any questions, you can ask me outside. Leave the exam room immediately after handing in the test paper. This is the rule." Yi Qian could tell that the invigilator did not have any ill intentions towards him, but he still maintained a high level of vigilance and would definitely not leave any traces of criticism. The invigilator patted his head and waited for Yi Qian to hand in the test paper and leave the exam room. Then, he took out a piece of draft paper and walked out of the exam room. "You came out so quickly. The examinees inside are under a lot of pressure," the invigilator said with a smile. He was expressing his goodwill and did not want Yi Qian to misunderstand that he had ulterior motives. He said, "You did well in the teaching exam. You will achieve your wish." Sigh, Yi Qian's life as a student was not easy. As teachers, they could guess what happened last year if they thought about it. Fortunately, she did not give up on herself. After a year of adjustment, she returned to school. She did not do something stupid that would hurt her loved ones and please her enemies. Where there is destruction, there is hope. Where there is evil, there is good. And in this world, there is always more good than evil. Yi Qian could feel the invigilator's goodwill and his smile deepened. "Thank you, teacher." Even a teacher that he did not know was cheering for him. As he spoke, the invigilator's pen flew across the paper and wrote down a question. Just the question alone took him nearly 3 minutes to write. "Come, try to solve this question." After drawing another geometric figure, the invigilator put away his pen. "Try to solve this question. We are outside, so you can rest assured." Perhaps he thought of something and smiled at Yi Qian. "You have handed in the test paper. Don't worry about anything else." It seemed that he had also heard about why Yi Qian tore up the acceptance letter in anger last year. After taking the pen, Yi Qian smiled and did not ask the invigilator why he wrote a question for him at the last minute. He began to solve the advanced mathematics question on the draft paper. From time to time, there would be leaders walking past the classroom. When they saw a student and a teacher standing outside, they thought that they had caught the cheating student and walked over. After the invigilator's explanation, they stayed back to watch Yi Qian solve the questions with interest. They then saw Yi Qian's clean-looking face. Under the teacher's orders, he was able to remain calm and composed. He lowered his head and quietly worked on the questions. Standing at the side, he had a tranquil and distant temperament. The teachers and leaders who surrounded him all smiled approvingly. After he was done, Yi Qian politely bowed to the teachers and school leaders who were looking at him. He said calmly, "I'm done. I'm sorry for wasting your time." Not only were her grades excellent, but her etiquette and manners were impeccable. What was even more surprising was that even at such a young age, when she was the center of attention, she was still calm and composed. Her every movement had a calm and steady aura, as if even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her, she would not bat an eyelid. There was no doubt that such a student was a good student in the eyes of the teachers. The invigilator took the question that she had only spent 20 minutes to solve and said to another invigilator, "Last year, number 1 middle school made things difficult for Yi Qian. They even asked her to tear up the acceptance letter. Did the leaders of number 1 middle school lose their minds? A student like this should be worshipped like a bodhisattva. How dare they make things difficult for others? What's the point of being an auditing student? A genius like her, only she can choose which school she wants to go to." She only used 20 minutes to solve this advanced mathematics question. Chapter 352. Another invigilator took a look and smiled. "Mr. Liu, Yi Qian has participated in the World Mathematical Olympiad and won a gold medal. Your question is really not difficult for her to solve. However, I agree with what you said. The leader of number 1 middle school is really crazy." Yi Qian became the main character of the entire exam. Not only did the teachers pay attention to her, but even the leaders of the various schools came to see her from time to time. And Yi Qian's name was the name that teachers mentioned the most in class a few years later. Geniuses were born from luck. Yi Qian was like a sword that pierced through the sky and swept through the entire Anyang city. 2 days later, after the exam, all the examinees' exam papers were sealed and sent to the city for marking. Yi Zhifan, who had been waiting for news, received a call from old Hu in the afternoon. He answered the phone with a smile, but when he heard the first sentence, "It's not easy," his face instantly changed and he said coldly, "Not easy? Old Hu, aren't you the one who has been handling this? Old Yi, you want Yi Qian's exam papers to be invalid. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Her exam papers were specially modified. They didn't even go through our hands. The army sent 2 captains, an invigilator, and a notary to the province for marking. You still have the nerve to be angry? I'm not even angry with you. If I didn't find Yi Qian's name familiar, I would have been fucking invited to the Commission for Discipline Inspection for tea." These words were like a clap of thunder. Yi Fan jumped out of his office chair. "What? The army escorted the exam papers to the province for marking. What's going on? Old Hu, don't be angry. Quickly tell me clearly." "Clearly? I also want to know what's going on. Last year, this examinee was admitted to number 1 middle school. In the end, this examinee tore up the notice and was suspended for a year. Old Yi, we have been friends for many years. Let's not talk about last year's incident. But this year's incident, I'll pretend that you didn't call me. As for me, I'll pretend that I didn't know. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't make any more moves. Be careful not to get into trouble." If it weren't for the fact that they had known each other for so many years, he wouldn't have reminded him. Yi Zhifan did not know when the other party had hung up. He did not know how long he had been listening to the beeping sound. He sat there in a daze for a long time before he slowly put down the phone. Originally, he thought that it was just a matter of moving his finger. But now, it seemed that it was not something he could do. If even the military were to step in, then who exactly was it that was protecting Yi Qian? Who was it? Was it someone he couldn't afford to offend? Was it someone he couldn't afford to offend? Yi Zhifan thought about a lot of things. There were many things that he did not understand, but there was one thing that he understood. Yi Qian's future was not something that he could cut off or interfere with. So, other than old Uncle Jen who helped Yi Qian behind the scenes, who else could it be? Yi Zhifan sat quietly in his office for a while. He looked at the time, then stood up with a tense expression and left the office. Yi Qian did not know that her exam papers had been sent to the provincial capital before she left school. She was talking and laughing with her classmates in the same exam room as her as she walked out of the school gates. She felt a cold and heavy gaze on her. She was talking to her classmates when she raised her head indifferently. Her cold and sharp gaze swept in the direction of the gaze. She saw Yi Yifan standing in front of her in a formal suit with a gloomy expression on his face. When he saw her suddenly look over, he was caught off guard. Soon, he walked over with a cold expression. Chapter 353. Seeing this, Yi Qian's eyes turned slightly cold. He whispered a few words to his classmates, then smiled and said goodbye to them. When Yi Zhifan walked over, he maintained his smile and even took the initiative to speak. "Mayor Ye's face is unfriendly. Who in Fujian town would dare to offend you? Yi Qian, I've really underestimated you." Uncle Yi Zhifan was not very calm. He gloomily stared at his niece, who was giving him a headache. "Do you want to force our family to be unhappy before you give up?" These words were really unreasonable. However, it was impossible to reason with their family. Yi Qian smiled coldly. "Mayor Yi is really interesting. Could it be that all officials are as unreasonable as Mayor Yi? What does it have to do with me whether your family is happy or not? You go your way and I'll go mine. Mayor Yi, be careful with your words." A dignified mayor was actually being lectured by Yi Qian. Yi Zhifan's face darkened. He looked around and saw a few people who looked like teachers looking at him several times. His eyes darkened as he shouted in a low voice, "Don't try to argue with me here. Come over here. I have something to ask you." Being an official was different. His face darkened and he shouted, but his imposing manner did not scare Yi Qian. Instead, It scared the students passing by. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and looked over with a cold gaze. He said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do I have to go with you just because you ask me? Mayor Yi, your authority is really strong. Sorry, I have a strong temper that cannot be subdued by force. If you talk to me nicely, I might give you some face. Sorry for being so rude. Goodbye." He naturally left as soon as he said he would. Why would he give him any face? Yi Fan was so angry that he almost lost control of his authority. He quickly stepped forward to block him and said sternly, "Yi Qian, don't forget that I am your uncle." "Uncle? Now you remember that you are my uncle? When you destroyed my future last year, didn't you have a lot of fun destroying it?" Yi Jian, whose expression didn't change, smiled and said coldly with a sarcastic expression, "Basically, you're my enemy, Mayor Yi. Do I still need to speak softly to an enemy?" He enjoyed Mayor Ye's change of expression. TSK, green, white, red. It was really interesting. Last time, I said that Mayor Ye's family better not provoke me. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. You had to kick me out of number 1 middle school, thinking that you destroyed my future. But look, can you destroy my future? Even if I take a year off, I can still take the high school entrance exam. Yi Qian's eyes were very dark and cold. She was staring at the scorching sun. Yi Fan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He stared at his niece who really did not put him in her eyes. Yi Fan sneered softly and said in a deep voice, "Take the high school entrance exam? Yi Qian, you think too highly of yourself. You don't deserve to be compared to Yingying. She is in the province's number 1 middle school. What about you? Even if you take the high school entrance exam again, you can forget about surpassing Yingying. Yi Qian, you are just a child with no one to rely on. What ability do you have to make things difficult for me? What ability do you have to think that you are better than Yingying, who has the help of her parents? Look at you. Once something happens, you can only withdraw. You can't even go to a good high school. Yi Qian, if you are really smart, you should know how to lower your head." Chapter 354. His voice became colder and harsher, and the threat in his voice deepened. No matter who is supporting you, you can only survive if you learn how to lower your head. Otherwise, no matter how good your grades are, there are still people who can make it so that you can't enter a school or study. Yi Fan had calculated everything. As long as Yi Qian showed even the slightest bit of fear, he would be in the palm of his hand. He thought that by threatening Yi Qian like this, he would be able to see the fear on Yi Qian's face. After all, she was still a child. Faced with the stern reprimand of an adult, she would more or less feel afraid. As long as she was afraid, he would be able to convince her to give up her studies. Then, he would use some tricks to make it so that she would never be able to return to the southern province. His threat made Yi Qian's gaze shift slightly. Was there a test in his threat? A possibility flashed through Yi Jian's mind. After hearing what he said, Yi Jian's chilly laughter was like the clear spring in the mountain stream, so cool that there was a hint of coldness in it. "You want me to not be able to enter a school and not be able to study? Mayor Yi is very capable. Then, let's just wait and see." Wait and see? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I want to see how many marks you can get. You want to compare yourself to Yingying? Who do you think you are? At this time, Yi Fan, who was already at a disadvantage, was completely under Yi Qian's control. He looked at Yi Qian with a gloomy gaze and revealed an arrogant expression. "Yi Qian, uncle will wait for you to cry and beg me. Who does Yingying think she is? I really don't want to compare myself to her. As for crying, please wait and see, Mayor Yi." By the time he finished speaking, Yi Jianqian had already replied with a smile. "Also, Mayor Yi, be careful that you don't fall from your horse." Officials were most afraid of hearing others say that they had fallen from grace, and Yi Fan was the same. When he heard this, his expression was already ugly, and now he was so angry that his face turned the color of pig liver. When Yi Qian saw his expression change again, his laughter became even more crisp. When he left, Yi Fan's face was still as dark as the bottom of a pot. He gloomily looked at Yi Qian's back as he left, and gloomily said, "You refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. You want to compete with Yingying? You're overestimating yourself. From the beginning to the end, he did not have the confidence to say that one sentence from him could make Yi Qian unable to read. This was because he knew that this exam was not something he could touch. Yi Jifan knew very well that someone from the army came and hired a notary to send the exam papers to the provincial government for marking. However, he was still angry and wanted to threaten Yi Qian. He also wanted to find out if she really had someone supporting her from behind. This test made him so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he did not get anything out of her. Unfortunately, not only did Yi Qian not take his words to heart, but she also saw through his intention to test if she had someone supporting her. After seeing through his intentions, Yi Qian saw Mayor Yi as a paper tiger who only had a ferocious appearance. After holding back his anger for a while, Yi Jifan got back into the car. That night, he called his daughter, Ying. He did not hide the fact that Yi Qian was coming back for the middle school exams from Yi Ying. It was good to let her be mentally prepared. Yi Ying, who was studying at home and preparing for her exams, laughed as if she had heard a joke. Dad, so what if she's taking the middle school exams? She'll still be screwed if she gets into a third-rate high school. My teacher said that as long as her grades are in the top 30 of the grade, I'll be in the best class in the liberal arts and science classes. Moreover, a first-rate teacher will be the head teacher. A year had passed, and Yi Ying was more composed than before. When she heard that Yi Qian was coming back to school, she laughed disdainfully. I still have 2 years to graduate from high school. She still has 3 years. Just you wait. I'll definitely crush her under my feet. Chapter 355. Her confidence made Yi Jifan laugh out loud, and the haze in his eyes disappeared. Ying is indeed my daughter, Yi Jifan. You have ambition. All right, I'm just letting you know. Since you don't take it to heart, I won't hold you back from your studies. Yes, and Dad, I won't be going back to the city during the summer break. I'll attend a few cram schools. If there's any news about Yi Qian, give me a call. Later, if she really gets into high school as her sister, I'll definitely call back to congratulate her. Yi Ying's tone was full of contempt. She was sure that Yi Qian would not amount to anything. Even if she got into high school, it would only be a third-rate school. The father and daughter were able to get along well. Sun Dongqing, who had heard the gist of the conversation, also laughed scornfully. After Yi Ying hung up the phone, the mother and daughter continued to make fun of Yi Qian for a while before they stopped. Yi Qian did not care what the family thought. She returned to Shuku village that day without any psychological burden. She only stayed at home for one night. Before dawn, she went through the long tunnel behind her house and returned to the army that she had not been to for almost 11 months. The military camp was made of iron, and the soldiers were flowing like water. Yi Qian saw many unfamiliar faces as soon as she entered the army. They were the new recruits from last winter. There were also many familiar faces that she could not find anymore. They had retired and returned to their hometown. Little Jian, you've been hiding for almost a year. That's not very kind of you. The political commissar greeted Yi Qian as if she was his child. He patted her on the shoulder. Not bad, you've grown taller. You're no longer the little girl from before. In a year, Yi Qian's height had shot up to 165 centimeters. She was indeed considered a tall girl among the students. After returning to the familiar army, Yi Qian's smile relaxed. She smiled and said, "Of course I have to grow taller. If I don't grow taller, I'll really be short. If I can't reach the height requirement for female soldiers, then I won't even have a place to cry." You're still such a naughty girl. The political commissar was still the same as before. His smile had the dignity of a soldier, but also the concern. Let's go. Let's go to the field and practice 2 laps. Let's see if you've improved. After saying that, he led Yi Qian to the field. After taking a few steps, he looked at Yi Qian and sized him up. Let's go to the Internal Affairs Department to get a set of training clothes. I was wondering why he didn't look right. If he didn't wear his military uniform or training uniform when he came to the army, he would be an anomaly. We can't be outcasts. Thinking about Uncle Jen's request on the phone, the political commissar smiled and said, "Change your clothes and go to the field. Recently, there are a few troublemakers in the army. Come and teach them a lesson." Let's see if they still have the face to be troublemakers. Troublesome soldiers meant that they might be a little outstanding, but they didn't put the class leader in their eyes, and they would often speak ill of her. Before Yi Jian came, a few troublesome soldiers from the international metropolis crushed 2 green flies and threw them into the class leader's mung bean soup to relieve the heat. The poor class leader had diarrhea for an entire night and had even taken a few bottles of intravenous drips. These troublemakers needed to be taught a lesson. After putting on the summer training uniform, the 165 centimeters tall Yi Qian walked out. The political commissar couldn't help but clap his hands. This Yi Qian was no longer the little girl who just entered the army 2 years ago. She was valiant and formidable, looking as straight as a spear. Her military uniform gave off a proud and unyielding aura. When she stood there and gave a standard military salute, the political commissar saw her cold and inviolable military might. She was only 16 years old and she was still a high school student, but she already had this kind of military might. Chapter 356. Good. As expected of the soldiers taught by the 2 old revolutionaries. Good job, Yi Qian. She was a soldier when she put on her military uniform, not a little girl. The political commissar did not return the salute. After all, Yi Qian had not yet joined the army. He walked in front of her and personally straightened her clothes and smoothed out the wrinkles on her shoulders. Go, Yi Qian. Your hot-blooded youth should be showered in the military camp. Don't praise me. However, the military camp is indeed my favorite place. Yi Qian tugged at the corner of her clothes and looked at the political commissar with her dark eyes that reflected the sky blue of the military camp. She smiled and said, "Forget about taking care of the troublesome soldiers. I just want to compete with them and see what kind of ability they have to be troublesome soldiers." Then you can't go easy on them. One of the troublesome soldiers comes from a wealthy family. He is indeed quite capable. He has learned self-defense and his physical fitness test was excellent. Amidst the laughter of the political commissar, the first thing Yi Qian did when she returned to the military camp was to fight with the troublesome soldiers. When Yi Qian was angry, the veterans who knew her knew how ruthless she was. When they saw her taking care of the troublesome soldiers, they all laughed and waited to see how Yi Qian would deal with those arrogant new recruits. Yi Jian was the first person who had been in university for 2 years. Because he was too rebellious, his family had used their connections to send him to become a soldier. Yi Jian did not use force first. She stood in front of the bodyguard who had a look of disdain on his face and said with a smile, "Oh, so you're from an international metropolis. You speak English. Okay, let's recite each other's familiar English. First of all, I just graduated from junior high school. Don't feel pressured." Reciting was Yi Qian's strength. The moment she took action, she was able to compete with this soldier who had a sense of superiority. The next day, she challenged this troublesome soldier who thought he was great because he had been in university to a math, physics, and chemistry competition. The sun was still above her head, and her hand was holding a pen. It was noon, but Yi Qian did not move. Her opponent, on the other hand, got a heat stroke because he was nervous. From then on, he never dared to say things like, "I'm good at English, I went to college, you are all country bumpkins." Taking care of another recruit who knew some martial arts was even easier. Dueling was Yi Qian's favorite pastime. It didn't take a few hours. It only took a little more than 10 minutes. Only when the other party's face was bruised and swollen did he stop calmly. "Recruit, remember this. The class leader that you threw flies at has participated in 2 large-scale military exercises, participated in flood relief, and saved several civilians from rolling rocks. What about you? Other than your punching skills, what other inspiring things have you done?" Yi Qian was a girl, and she was also a student. Her actions not only served to intimidate them, but also made these troublemakers feel ashamed. They felt ashamed of their own arrogance and complacency. In just a few days, Yi Qian had finished the task given to him by the political commissar. Without the accompaniment of Uncle Zhen and Principal Chen, Yi Qian used her own abilities to gain a firm foothold among the recruits. She quickly gained their trust. How to convince the masses and how to get along with the male recruits was not something that the elders could teach her. She could only rely on herself to figure it out. She had already become brothers with the recruits. The political commissar saw this and called Uncle Jen, who was left in the village. Uncle Jen had left the village for more than half a year. The first thing he did when he returned was to chat with the villagers who came to visit him. He did not care about how Yi Qian was doing in the army. Now that he received a call from the political commissar, he was truly relieved. Chapter 357. That's good, that's good. As long as she can make friends with the new recruits and make them believe in her, I can rest assured. Uncle Jen had always remembered Xia Jinyuan's words. Yi Qian is not good at integrating into the team and will have a hard time in the army in the future. Therefore, when Yi Qian went to the army, he immediately called the political commissar. This was why Yi Qian had to deal with the troublemakers as soon as he entered the army. Principal Chen was also very busy when he came back. By the time he finished his work and contacted Yi Qian, it was already early August. It just so happened that Yi Qian called on the day of the results. She was still in the army and answered the call from the sentry box. You did well, girl. You got what you wanted. Before Principal Chen could report the results, Yi Qian, who was already confident, said with a smile, even if you don't tell me, I know how I did. After that, he reported the results. It was only 5 points lower than the actual score. Without the biology and geography scores, except for the Chinese essay, which was deducted 3 points, Yi Qian got full marks for all the other subjects. Yi Qian even lowered the score for the Chinese essay by 5 points. Yi Qian did not become the top scholar in the province, but he still got 4th place in the province. When the principal of No. 1 middle school found out about Yi Qian's results, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. They had forced such an excellent student to leave the school last year. However, when he thought about Yi Jifan's current status and the fact that the Provincial Education Bureau had warned him not to publicize Yi Qian's results, the principal could only sigh inwardly. He did not show it on his face at all. When the provincial high school entrance exam results came out, Yi Jifan, who had been keeping an eye on it, did not let it go. He immediately called Old Hu, whom he knew from the Municipal Education Bureau. Yi Qian's results had been intentionally concealed by the Provincial Education Bureau. Old Hu, who was from the Municipal Education Bureau, naturally could not find out anything. If he could not find out anything, it meant that he did not get into the school. I only have the results of those who have been admitted to high school. Yi Qian's name is not on my list. Old Hu scanned the system but couldn't find it. When he saw Yi Jifan paying so much attention to the examinee's results, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. I say, Old Yi, why are you so concerned about this examinee's results? If I remember correctly, you only have one daughter, Ying, right? She seemed to have thought of something and tried to tease him. The candidate's surname is also Yi. Could she be an illegitimate daughter that you don't want to acknowledge? You are indeed a scholar. You have a rich imagination. He's a distant relative of mine. His parents have some conflicts with my family. I'm just asking. Knowing that Yi Qian didn't get into high school, Yi Jifan was overjoyed. He didn't want Old Hu to probe any further. He happily said, let's have dinner together tonight. Don't you want to follow Secretary Wu's path? Deputy Tsing has a dinner appointment with Secretary Wu. If you're free, come along. This sentence was to Old Hu's liking. He didn't care about other people's business. He smiled and said, thank you, before hanging up. When Yi Qian didn't get into the school, Yi Yifan was happy. Naturally, Ying and Sun Dongqing were also happy. Stupid girl, I told you she's a good for nothing. Look, it's obvious that she doesn't have the life to study. Sun Dongqing looked at her daughter who had blossomed into a flower. She couldn't hide the pride in her heart. She said harshly, Ying, your sister didn't get into the school. You should give her a call later to comfort her. Ying, who was full of arrogance, raised her chin slightly. Her voice was thin and sharp as she laughed. Mom, you're right. I'll call the village chief's house tonight and ask her to answer the phone. Chapter 358. The arrogant Ying lifted her chin slightly and laughed in a thin and sharp voice. Mom, you're right. I'll call the village chief's house tonight and get her to answer the phone. She snorted with a look of disdain and said with a vicious look, she thinks she can compete with me? She's just an orphan. I can bully her however I want. Yi Qian had to answer Yi Ying's call so that she could show off her superiority. However, Yi Qian was not around, so she could only hold back her pride and ridicule. On the third day after the results were released, Yi Qian did not even know her ranking in the province for the middle school exams. At this moment, Jiasun gave her a fierce bear hug and punched her in the back. Yi Qian felt a little uneasy when she was blocked by her classmates who had graduated from middle school and had not contacted her for almost a year. Especially when she saw the unfriendliness on their faces, she was prepared to apologize. Jiasun, your greeting gift is too warm. My back is going to bruise from your punches. Damn. It's already a good thing that I didn't cut ties with you. So what if you received a few punches from me? Do you have any objections? Do you know how long you've been missing? It's been almost a year. Damn. We've been asking around, but no one has seen you. Jiasun's eyes reddened as she spoke. We were all worried about you. Where have you been for the past year? Zhang Na squeezed over from the side. I haven't hugged you yet. We'll start the scolding session after I hug you. As she spoke, she glared at Yi Qian and opened her arms to hug her. Yi Qian, just wait to be scolded by us old classmates. She hugged Yi Qian tightly and heard her slightly choked voice. Zhang Bin, who had entered the province's #1 middle school because of his specialty, stood at the back like a pillar. He looked at the girls hugging each other and laughed. Yi Qian, why don't we hug too? Damn. Get lost. Trying to take advantage of me. Jiasun kicked him in return. Learn from Zhou Liao. He's a gentleman. It's more polite to stand aside. Zhou Liao pushed up his glasses out of habit. After thinking for a while, he slowly smiled and said, I'm not a gentleman. I'm waiting for the girl to finish hugging me before I do it myself. 1 year of high school had changed the shy Zhou Liao of the past. Jane, let's ignore them. Now, Zhang Bin is the boy who makes the girls in school scream. He plays basketball and is handsome. Just like before, Jiasun put her arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and looked at Zhang Bin provocatively. So what if he's handsome? You still can't hug Yi Qian. Just like when they were in junior high school, the two of them started arguing after a few words. Looking at them, Yi Qian knew that his friendship with them hadn't changed because of time. He smiled as he watched the two of them quarrel again. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Na, they both smiled knowingly. As for why, it was probably the thoughts of those young men and women. After laughing and arguing, the few of them sat in the bamboo forest behind Yi Qian's house. Each of them had a bamboo chair and held watermelons that had been soaked in well water in their hands. They talked about their high school lives and their academic results. After chatting for a while, Yi Jian found out that the 4 of them had taken part in the competition together and all of them had chosen to enroll in the city's #1 middle school. Zhang Na and Zhou Liao had always been top scorers in their classes, so getting into the city's #1 middle school was a given. Zhang Bin was admitted to the province's #1 middle school as a student with a specialty. Chapter 359. Jiasun was good at her subjects and applied for #1 middle school. In the end, it was her geologist father who stepped in and spent money to get her into #1 middle school in the province. It was indeed a joyous occasion that 2 of her former classmates had entered #1 middle school in the province. How did you do this time? Don't tell me you got into #1 middle school. The few of them were concerned about where Yi Qian would be going to school this year. Zhou Liao, who was more mature, asked, We didn't come here for any other reason. We just wanted to know where you will be studying so that we can keep in touch. As soon as he spoke, Yi Qian could clearly feel the nervousness on their faces. They were worried that she would be upset. Ming Yan's eyes moved like water in the swaying bamboo shadows. Looking at their nervous faces, a bright smile bloomed on her face. Yi Jian raised her eyebrows and said leisurely, You should have done well in the exam. You have also received the notice. Damn, you scared me to death. After Jiasun heard this, she let out a long sigh of relief and took a deep breath. She had been holding her breath, waiting for Yi Qian to speak. Great. When school starts, I can tell that bitch Ying. Let's see if she can still be so smug. She screamed happily as she jumped up from the bamboo chair and pounced on Yi Qian. She was so fierce and inaccurate that Zhang Bin cried out in shock. Tomboy, be gentle. He was afraid that she would fall. You're a human sandbag. You're really heavy. Yi Qian was also worried that she would fall. He quickly stood up and hugged her. He joked, "You're already a year older. Why you still like a child?" Zhang Na smiled and glanced at the nervous Zhang Bin. She pursed her lips and laughed alone. "Tell me, where will you be studying? Hurry up and tell me." And Jiesun, who had pounced on him, sneaked her hand under Yi Qian's armpit and tickled him. She asked cheerfully, "Hurry up and tell me, or Nana and I will do it together." Tickling was nothing. Yi Qian opened his arms and smiled. "Come, tickle me all you want. I won't laugh when you touch me. You're so stubborn." After scratching for a while, and Jiesun gave up. She curled her lips and said, "If you're not afraid of this, what else are you afraid of?" She wanted to ask more, but Zhang Bin pulled her back and secretly gave her a look. Although he majored in sports, he had a father who was a policeman. Zhang Bin's temperament was also extremely meticulous, and he knew when to stop. "Don't ask any more. Why don't you use your brain if you don't have results in geography and biology?" After Yi Qian started chatting with Zhou Liao, Zhang Bin secretly reminded in Jiesun, "Can't you see that we're not asking any more? You, stop talking so much." Zhou Liao noticed that Zhang Bin was obviously warning the tomboy. He smiled and said to Yi Qian, "I don't know how Ying found out that she spent money to buy a school. Whenever she sees her, she will definitely mock her. You also know that tomboys can't tolerate it." Ying said that she couldn't tolerate it. Once she said it, they started arguing. In the end, both sides suffered. After all, they weren't from the same school, so Zhou Liao's knowledge was limited. He only knew bits and pieces about Zhang Bin and other students who entered the provincial first high school. Yi Ying's name. He hadn't heard it for almost 2 months. When he heard it again, Yi Qian's eyes turned cold. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ying won't dare to say such things again." Chapter 360. You. Zhou Liao's eyes lit up. He looked at his classmate, who had always been indifferent, in surprise. Then he let out a long "oh" and smiled sincerely. "Yi Qian, you always surprise people. It may be a surprise to you, but it must be a shock to some people." She raised her eyebrows slightly. Her casual and indifferent temperament changed instantly. There was a frosty air about her. "Thank you for your concern. Let's keep in touch." Zhou Liao pushed his glasses and reached out his hand. "We can't go to the same high school, but I hope we can go to the same university and continue our friendship." "I hope so too." Yi Qian reached out to shake his hand and smiled. "Continue our friendship." This was a promise. Regardless of whether it would be in the future or not, at least he was her classmate, her friend, and she sincerely hoped they could continue their friendship in university. On the other side, Jiesun raised her voice and said cheerfully, "I'll give Ying a call when I get back. I want to anger her to death. Classmate, and I don't want there to be a situation where I can't study. So, please keep this a secret for me. It won't be too late for you to tell me after I finish the admission procedures." Yi Qian, who already knew that his results were concealed by the Provincial Education Bureau, immediately stopped her with a smile. "I really can't tell you now. I'll only tell the 4 of you." After a short silence, there were 4 voices of assurance in unison. Uncle Jen, who was enjoying the cool air in his house, heard the laughter coming from behind the house. The old man, who was lying in the rocking chair, gently fanned himself with his eyes closed. He didn't want to disturb the gathering of the young men. Since school was about to start, the 4 of them stayed over at Yi Qian's house for a night and left early the next morning. And Jiesun was still reluctant to leave after getting into the car. She squeezed out 2 drops of tears and held Yi Qian's hand. "You heartless person. You must remember to write me a letter, or else. This is too embarrassing. Hurry up and pull her into the car." Yi Qian, who was covered in goosebumps, pulled his hand away and motioned for Zhang Bin to pull her into the car. Everyone in the car was watching. And Jiesun laughed heartily. The car started, and Yi Qian saw 4 hands reaching out of the car window, waving goodbye to him. This was what friends were like. Because they were worried about you, they traveled thousands of miles just to see you. A week after they left, Yi Qian walked out of the village again with the letter of acceptance in his hand. He went to the province to study alone. Compared to last year, his state of mind was different this year. The car drove along the mountain road, bringing Yi Qian to a vast space. That was the provincial capital where she would be living for the next 2 years. Since someone was spouting nonsense and thought that it was a great thing to be admitted into the provincial first school, then she naturally had to walk in front of her and tell her that it was not a great thing to be admitted into the provincial first school. If she could pass the exam the first time, she could also pass the exam the second time. The provincial first high school. In the end, Yi Qian chose the provincial first high school. The train ticket was the same as before. It left at 8:30 p.m. and arrived at the provincial capital train station early in the morning. Yi Qian, who was taking the train to the provincial capital for the third time, quickly found her seat. This time, she did not buy a sleeper ticket. Instead, she chose a more affordable seat ticket. She rode the bumpy train all the way to the provincial capital. When Yi Qian got off the train, she smelled like sweat. She ran to a travel agency near the train station and spent a few yuan to take a shower. She then changed into a clean set of clothes before coming out. Chapter 361. The travel agency was quite close to the train station. As soon as Yi Qian walked out of the travel agency, she suddenly heard a search broadcast from the train station. The broadcast was looking for a girl named Yi Qian. Student, short-haired, 165 centimeters tall. Name, identity, hairstyle, height. All of these were possible. Yi Qian froze for a moment as she held onto her luggage and thought of a possibility. Could it be that Uncle Chen knew from Grandpa Jen that she was coming and came to get her early in the morning? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Qian ran to the broadcasting room of the train station as fast as the wind after hearing it. The broadcast room was in the train station. Yi Qian found a staff member. The staff member looked at her student ID and took out his walkie-talkie to contact the broadcast room. Broadcast room, Yi Qian is in Gate A of the train station lobby. Yi Qian is in Hall A of the train station lobby. After repeating this, he said to Yi Qian, "Just wait here. The person looking for you will be here soon." He looked at Yi Qian and said sternly, "Children shouldn't run around. The train station is crowded and messy. Someone like you who is fair and clean, and also a student, is a perfect target for human traffickers." He treated Yi Qian as a child who had been separated from her parents. She didn't argue and accepted the kind reminder politely, "I'm sorry for the trouble. Then I'll just wait here, right? Stand on my side. Don't run around." The staff member was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He probably had a child around Yi Qian's age at home. He spoke as if he was reprimanding his own child. "It will take about 10 minutes to get here from the broadcast room. Just wait here, okay?" Yi Qian always gave people the impression that she was well-behaved and obedient, especially when she smiled. When her clear eyes curved into crescents, she was the standard image of a well-behaved girl. She quickly nodded and didn't say anything. The staff member didn't have the heart to say anything more. Instead, he softened his tone and said, "You students don't know anything. You think you're an adult now that you've grown up. How much do you know about the evil in people's hearts? Uncle isn't scolding you on purpose. I'm just reminding you." She smiled slightly. Although she was standing obediently to the side, she was like a winter plum blossom swaying with a faint fragrance. She was proud and elegant. "Little fox, your appearance is really bewitching. Fortunately, I met you in the mountains and saw your boldness. Otherwise, I might have been fooled by your obedient appearance." Yi Qian, who was chatting with the staff, suddenly felt a gaze full of tenderness fall on her from the front. She thought it was Headmaster Chen, so she looked up happily. Her palm-sized lotus face was smiling, like the dew on a lotus leaf in the morning, so clear and pure. "Uncle" was already at the tip of her tongue, but she quickly swallowed the word back down her throat. Yi Qian was shocked when she saw who was looking at her. A handsome man stood in front of her. His features were handsome and he exuded a noble aura. He was wearing khaki trousers made of linen and a pure white shirt. It was casual wear, but on him, it not only made him look casual, but also incomparably elegant. It had been more than a year since she saw the dangerous man she had forgotten. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat when she saw him again. Her reaction was, "Why is he here?" Chapter 362. The staff member looked at Yi Qian, then turned to look at the man walking over. She laughed and said, "Your brother is here. Hurry, stick close to your brother next time. Don't get separated again. You're making people worry." She mistook Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan as a pair of siblings. There was no other reason other than the fact that the two of them had a similar temperament. They were like steel and spears, exuding a biting cold aura. Before she could explain, Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed casually, walked over and politely apologized to the staff member. "Sorry for the trouble." Even the words he used were the same as Yi Qian's. What made Yi Qian feel most awkward was that after taking 2 steps, the staff member turned back to look and muttered, "What kind of parents do they look like to have such a pair of good-looking children? They're a little too handsome." Both of them had sharp ears and eyes. No matter how soft the staff member's voice was, they could hear it clearly. The man who was as white as snow in spring laughed. The staff member was quite thoughtful. Wasn't he her brother? However, the word brother was different from the word brother. He really wanted to hear her call him brother. "You're stunned just because I'm here?" Xia Jinyuan's clear voice came slowly. There was a hint of a smile in his voice, and it was as intoxicating as wine. "Brother came from afar. Why is my little sister so cold? She didn't even give me a warm hug." There was no warmth, no surprise, and no surprise. Her expression only said, "Why are you here?" Her indifference made Xia Jinyuan, who had been waiting for her for a few hours, feel sad. "His little fox, you're really cruel. Even if it was an old friend meeting, there should at least be a little surprise." However, she was so unique. Why did he even appear in front of her? Yi Qian choked on the words brother and little sister. Her fair face flushed red. She glanced at him and said calmly, "I don't have a brother. Captain Xia, don't randomly acknowledge people as family." It had been a year since they last met, but Xia Jinyuan was still the same Xia Jinyuan from a year ago. He was still flirting with her and teasing her. "I'm older than you, so it's fine for you to call me brother." The shade of crimson on her face was truly breathtaking, not a bit more, not a bit less. Her natural beauty was perfect with light makeup and heavy makeup. The smile on Xia Jinyuan's face deepened. He hadn't seen her for more than a year, and the little fox had grown up again. The familiar Xia Jinyuan was back. Yi Qian was alarmed. He discreetly put some distance between them and said calmly, "I'm not used to calling other people big brother. Also, why are you here? Did Uncle Qin come with you?" When she spoke, she calmed herself down. Because of the man in front of her, Yi Qian felt that time had treated him too well. He was not a soldier serving in the military, but a young man who was as white as snow in spring. He was elegant and radiant. His calm tone concealed Yi Qian's intention to put some distance between them. Just as Xia Jinyuan thought, she was not surprised at all when facing him. Xia Jinyuan, who quickly recovered from his sadness, raised his eyebrows and naturally took the luggage in her hand. He smiled and said, "Uncle Qin is very busy now. It takes some time to get used to a new working environment. He's not free today, so he asked me to pick you up at the train station." "Uncle Qin is not free? How would he know?" Yi Qian stopped and did not immediately follow him. Xia Jinyuan took 2 steps forward and realized that she was still standing in the same place. He smiled and walked back. Chapter 363. With his other hand holding the luggage, he freed up his right hand, which was beside Yi Qian's shoulder. He skillfully raised his right hand and wrapped it around Yi Qian's slender shoulder. "This time, I have to keep a close eye on you. I almost lost you just now. Luckily, there's a broadcast. Otherwise, where would I have found you? How am I going to explain this to Uncle Chen when I get back?" While Yi Qian kept her gaze forward, she frowned and glanced at the hand on her shoulder. It was slender and beautiful, like the hand that played the piano in the Golden Palace. But she knew how powerful and sharp his movements were when he fired the gun. "Uncle Chen said that he works in the provincial capital. He'll come and look for me when school starts. Do you know where Uncle Chen works?" Yi Qian frowned but didn't shake off his hand. Even though she didn't like being so close to him, she tolerated it. It was a pleasure to have a guest from afar. She was from the southern province, so she had to maintain the courtesy and reserve of a southern province citizen. Yi Qian's tolerance made the wolf Xia Jinyuan smile. He used Uncle Chen as an excuse to get close to her. She had no choice but to accept it. Uncle Chen's workplace. He said he wanted to give you a surprise, so I can't tell you now. Let's go and have breakfast first. She smelled faintly of soap, which was unique to her. It was a refreshing fragrance. You can't register until 9. It's still early. It was only 6 o'clock, and the sun hadn't driven away the coolness of the night. With Xia Jinyuan's arm around her shoulder, Yi Qian pursed her lips. When they entered a kanji shop, he let go of her and secretly sighed. She waved her hand gently, as if doing so could get rid of the minty smell he left on her. The breakfast shop was doing well. Yi Jian chose a table near the glass wall and sat down. The tables near her were filled with parents accompanying their children to enroll in school. While eating breakfast, the parents did not forget to lecture their children. One moment, they told their children to be bolder in school, the next moment, they told them not to be reckless. Yi Qian smiled helplessly. Poor parents. Sometimes, their words didn't make sense. A boy was annoyed by his parents' nagging. He put his spoon in his bowl and retorted, "Mom, can't you let me have breakfast in peace? I'm 16 years old, not 6 years old. I wonder if I'm retarded if you keep saying that." Fine, I won't say it. When the mother saw this, she immediately gave in and pushed half of the salted duck egg over. Eat the egg. Go report after you're done. Only parents would accept their children unconditionally. Yi Qian quietly lowered her eyes and chuckled. Just like Uncle Chen and Grandpa Jen, they were strict with her but also unconditionally tolerant of her. Even though she didn't have parents to protect her, she was glad that she had 2 kind elders who cared about her. Xia Jinyuan, who had just returned from the cashier, stood not far away. He gazed softly at Yi Qian, who was sitting quietly like a painting. His deep eyes were dark like the occasional flickering light in the depths of the ocean. It was so dark that no one could guess what he was thinking at that moment. He walked over and sat across from her. His deep and handsome eyes contained a faint smile. He looked at Yi Qian and smiled. A bowl of kanji, a salted duck egg, and a bowl of youtiao. This is the most sumptuous breakfast I've had this year. Chapter 364. Do you want to tell me what kind of breakfast I had from February to May? Yi Qian pulled out a tissue and handed it to him. You seem to be very hot. You're sweating. There were small beads of sweat on his forehead. Xia Jinyuan didn't take it. Instead, he leaned forward and said with a half smile, "Since I went through so much trouble to pick you up, can you help me wipe my sweat?" He really wanted to tease her all the time. He knew that she wouldn't dare to do it, but he couldn't help but want to try. Seeing that her hand that was holding the tissue stiffened, Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Such a man with such a handsome face balanced the majesty of a soldier and also blended into the atmosphere of the mortal world. He was so lively and elegant. "Hey, I'll do it myself." Xia Jin, who knew when to stop, raised his eyebrows. As he spoke, he reached out to take the tissue from Yi Jian's hand. "You can't even wipe your sweat." A shadow flashed in front of his eyes. The tissue that should have been within his reach was pressed softly against his forehead and pressed down on it. He was completely caught off guard. She really did wipe his sweat for him. "I'm just wiping your sweat. I spent the summer in the army and I've wiped the sweat of countless male soldiers when I was competing with them." Yi Jian purposely used her wrist to block his line of sight, blocking the teasing in his eyes that she couldn't take. She said calmly, "It's just a small matter. Captain Xia, you can just say it next time." Is he still trying to tease me until I feel uncomfortable? I have to let him know that he doesn't think I can't fight back. With a sly smile on his face, Yi Qian wiped his sweat. When he noticed that Xia Jinyuan's expression was a little stiff, his smile became even more sly. "Xia Jinyuan, you finally have a day like this." Xia Jinyuan, who didn't expect to be teased by Yi Qian, laughed. His low and deep laughter was like the strings of a zither, pleasing to the ear. "Not bad. You've improved." Yi Qian gently wiped his forehead from left to right. He understood the meaning behind Xia Jinyuan's words and smiled calmly. "It's normal to improve. Last October, I went to the desert and ate the first raw snake meat in my life. I spent the spring festival in the desert. Captain Xia, if I don't improve, Grandpa Jen and Uncle Chen will be disappointed. Her voice was really clear without a trace of impurity, but the words she said always made him feel helpless. The improvement he was referring to the fact that she dared to occasionally tease him. However, Yiqian casually turned all of this into her own improvement and the nurturing of her two elders. Look at how interesting it was when the little fox made her move. Okay, Captain Xia, please accept my gratitude. After he finished wiping his sweat, Yiqian naturally withdrew his hand. However, Xia Jinyuan was faster. He grabbed her wrist and raised his eyebrows. He smiled and said, although soldiers have to be swift and decisive in their work, they still need to be meticulous in all aspects. As he said this, Yiqian's expression changed slightly. He looked at her vigilantly and didn't withdraw his hand. Although she dared to go against him, she was just a smart and innocent little fox. No matter how sly she would still be at a disadvantage because of her naivety. Xia Jinyuan held her wrist with just the right amount of strength to clamp her wrist. There was a faint smile in his dark eyes. Little fox, there is sweat on my neck too. You didn't wipe it off. His little fox was at a disadvantage because of her naivety, and he was the one who took advantage of her. If someone else dared to do this, he would have cut off their claws. Chapter 365. How could the wolf, who was full of ideas, let go of the fox in front of him so easily? When they were in the county town of Machadi, he had said that the next time they met, he would ask for some interest. This interest had just begun. Sure enough, when it came to playing a game with him, one could never let one's guard down. Wiping sweat was not a simple task. Smiling, Yiqian glanced at the hand he was holding, then met his smiling gaze. The more he fought, the braver he became. Yiqian glanced at the clean tissue, then slowly said, Captain Xia, you have to let go of my hand first before I can take the tissue. This man had a nasty side to him that always caught her off guard. She thought he would let go, but unexpectedly he pushed his luck even further. You can take the tissue with one hand, and you can also wipe your sweat with the other. Do you think I'll cooperate? Captain Xia. Yiqian did not try to break free, but kept a faint smile on his face. If you don't let go, then I'll have to ask you to wipe your sweat yourself, Captain Xia. From the moment he appeared in front of her, the man with the temperament of a mountain had covered up the remaining panic on his face. Also, the sweat that flowed down his neck and into his collar told her that he was indeed in a hurry. Because of this, she did not refuse when he asked her to wipe his sweat, because there was no way she could refuse. His progress was extraordinary. If it was before, the little fox would have said, Xia Jinyuan, if you don't let go, I'm going to get angry. Then she would stare at him with her star-like eyes. Her eyes were so clear that only his figure could be seen. Now that they had taken a step, it was even more interesting. He stepped forward and she met him head-on. It was like a spear against a shield, neither of them had the upper hand. Naturally, he had to let go of her hand. He did not really want her to wipe the sweat on his neck. Xia Jinyuan pulled out the tissue and smiled lazily. The porridge is here. Fill your stomach first. As for the sweat, I'll wipe it myself. Yi Jian retracted her hand and gently put aside the sweat-soaked tissue that she was still holding in her hand. Naturally, she retracted her hand and hid it under the table. Her fingers were trembling. Just now, her fingertips had inadvertently brushed against his damp forehead. It was as if she had been burned by fire, and her wrist, which he had grabbed, had been burned to the point that she was a little flustered. Going up against Xia Jinyuan again was definitely a game of chess. She had no choice but to put in 120% of her energy and focus on the game with him. However, it was undeniable that such a game was rather satisfying. It only took a few seconds for Xia Jinyuan to wipe off his sweat. Before he could even feel it, the touch of her fingers had already disappeared. Fortunately, he was quick enough to grab her wrist. He could feel the temperature of her skin at such a close distance and reminisce about the delicate touch of her skin. Also, when she looked at him, her eyes were filled with helplessness but would not back down. It was so interesting. Breakfast was served to both of them. Xia Jinyuan was no longer teasing Yi Qian. He even prepared a spoon for her and handed it to her. As if the wind had just blown by, he smiled indifferently and said, "It's still early. Come, tell me about what happened in the desert. Is there anything interesting you can tell me?" He was no longer doing anything that would give her a headache. Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief and scooped a spoonful of vegetable porridge. He lowered his gaze and looked at the crystal-clear porridge and the crispy green vegetables. He said indifferently, "There are no interesting things in the desert. There are only dangerous and life-threatening things. Quicksand, poisonous snakes, dehydration. I encountered all of them in half a month." Chapter 366. When she recalled the training in the desert, it felt like it had just happened yesterday. When she mentioned the desert, Xia Jinyuan also thought about his 70-day test flight in the desert. During the test flight, there were 2 engine problems and he almost lost his life in the desert. But when she brought it up again, there was no danger in his memories, only joy. A barren land with no life, an endless stretch of yellow sand isolated you from the rest of the world. When I heard travelers passing by, I felt like I was still living on Earth and not in outer space. When Yi Qian talked about those precious memories that would not fade even when she grew old, her whole body lit up. Her eyes were like the sun, full of vigor and vitality, so bright that it made people dizzy. The sun shone gently from behind her, as if she was bathed in holy light. She raised her eyebrows and talked about the various things that happened in the desert. The faint sunlight shone, stunning not only the time but also the people who looked at her. "Deputy Qin, sorry to keep you waiting." Outside the glass, a man in a suit and leather shoes jogged over. It was early in the morning and he was still wearing a tie. He ran over to a man who looked especially young from the back. He was also in a suit, but he was as elegant as a Kaffir lily. Sorry, I made a mistake at work and did not pick you up on time." The sound of panting and hurried footsteps could be heard clearly through the glass wall. Yi Qian, who was talking, looked outside and saw the figure of a man walking out from the side of the main pillar of the building. His gaze fell on Yi Qian's face. When he walked out from behind the pillar, he smiled slightly, as if to explain that he just happened to be standing behind the pillar to avoid the sun. This was a man who looked as elegant as a poem, and also a man who was very cultured. He was wearing a pair of straight, light brown trousers without a single wrinkle, a white shirt, and a tie of the same series as the trousers. He was formal and elegant in every aspect. Just one look and you could tell that this person was well educated. Yi Qian was stunned. He didn't understand why a stranger would explain himself to him. Outside, the man who was addressed as Vice Qin by the staff smiled faintly. He had excellent etiquette in his bones. "It's fine. Everyone in the station knows that I don't know the way. It's my own fault. It has nothing to do with you. Where is the car parked?" "This way, please." The car is parked on the side of the road. When the staff heard this, even Yi Qian could sense that he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, took another look at him. His deep eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was trying to guess his identity. He looked away faster than Yi Qian. Seeing that her attention was also on the outside, he said in a cool voice, "How long have you been in the desert? You don't look like you've been there for a long time. You don't look like an African." Yi Qian looked up casually, as if he had inadvertently seen the scenery. He looked away and smiled at Xia Jinyuan. "I was there for 4 months. At the time, I didn't think it was very hard. Now that I think about it, it was actually quite hard. The desert is very hard. You were able to endure 4 months. Not bad." He didn't mention that he had also gone to the desert. He had gone to the desert for the country. It was an A-level secret in Red Heart. He couldn't even reveal a word about it to his loved ones. Chapter 367. Yi Qian thought about it, then shook his head and said, "You can't use the word endure. You can't use the word endure when it comes to what you like and what you're interested in. You should use the word enjoy. I really enjoy this process. You've seen my training plan. I like every aspect of it, so I enjoy this process." At the time, he had seen that the training plan was based on the Delta Special Forces training plan. He had also hinted that it might be a little difficult for a young girl to persevere through it. Uncle Chen smiled and replied, You'll know after you try. You'll know after you try. Actually, Uncle Chen already knew that the little fox in front of him would be able to persevere and enjoy it. Now that he heard her say that she enjoyed the training process with his own ears, Xia Jinyuan finally understood how tough she was. How could Yi Jifan defeat a little fox like her just by messing with her? Did he want to continue messing with the little fox's exams this year? Wasn't he afraid of ruining his own career? Xia Jinyuan drove over, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He waited for the surrounding customers to disperse before his elegant smile faded a little and he said, Yi Jifan has someone backing him up. Little fox, try not to meet him alone in the future. But you don't have to worry. Principal Chow of the Provincial First High School is not a simple person. Once you enter the school, he won't be able to make things difficult for you. Yi Qian's eyelids twitched slightly as he gently placed the salted eggshell in his hand on the table. His gaze was fixed on Xia Jinyuan, who had revealed a lot of information in a casual tone. He pursed his lips slightly and said in a deep voice, Captain Xia, do you know something? Yi Qian's sharp senses made Xia Jinyuan ponder for a moment before he said, Before your exam, Yi Jifan contacted someone from the Municipal Education Bureau. After the exam was closed, he contacted this person again. But he is indeed someone. Just because of a few words, he immediately realized that your exam wasn't something he could interfere with and immediately gave up. He even let someone from the Municipal Education Bureau have a taste of his medicine. Xia Jinyuan's deep and cold eyes stared at the inexperienced girl who had a hard shell to protect herself. He said softly, word by word, So, little girl, you need to avoid him. Don't go head-to-head with him before your wings are fully grown. Because he has someone backing him up, right? Yi Jian narrowed her eyes slightly. Her indifferent expression made it seem as if she already knew some key points. She smiled faintly and said, That's why he can be promoted so quickly. It's because someone is supporting him, right? Her sharp senses and expression made Xia Jinyuan's eyes change slightly. She was unusually sharp and could see the crux of the problem at a glance. She could even calmly say that Yi Jifan had someone backing him up. Why did it feel like she already knew? Xia Jinyuan nodded with some doubts in his heart. The smile on his handsome face had long disappeared and was replaced by a serious and cold expression. That's right. It's precisely because he has someone backing him up that you absolutely can't go head-to-head with him. So there really is someone backing him up. Yi Qian slightly lowered his gaze. The corners of his mouth curved and his eyes gradually darkened. In her previous life, Yi Jifan's official career had been smooth sailing up until her death. He had gone from a small-town mayor to the second-in-command of a large province. If there had been no help in between, how could he have risen so quickly? And how could Ying have married into a prestigious family and become a young mistress? Chapter 368. As for Uncle Jen, he had also avoided Yi Jifan. After transferring her household registration, he had never interacted with Yi Jifan again. From this, it could be seen that Uncle Jen probably knew a little about him. In the end, when Uncle Chen left the school, wasn't it also to avoid the sharp edge? For her, the two elders had taught her to be self-reliant and independent. Only then could she go further and reach the peak that even Yi Ying could not reach. She could reach the peak where no one could threaten her. Putting all these things together, it was clear to her that Yi Jifan had someone backing him up. And she had to be so strong that even the person backing him couldn't do anything about it. Yi Jifan was in politics, and she was in the military. As long as she had a firm foothold in the military, even if someone wanted to touch her, they would have to think twice about it. After Xia Jinyuan confirmed his suspicions, Yi Qian felt a lot more relaxed. He raised his head and smiled faintly. I've never met him head-on. Last year, number 1 middle school's actions made me realize that no matter how good my grades were, I would still be under his control if I stayed in school. So, I tore up my acceptance letter and left AY City. Yi Jifan's current sphere of influence is still limited to the city. As for the province, from the moment I received the acceptance letter from the provincial number 1 middle school, I knew that his influence had yet to reach the province. No matter how fast he gets promoted, it's impossible for him to get promoted every 2 years. As for me, before he reaches the province, I will leave Nan province. At this point, Yi Qian paused for a moment. Under Xia Jinyuan's increasingly gloomy gaze, he leisurely said, I won't meet him head-on, but I have to let him know that I, Yi Qian, am not someone who can be easily bullied. With Yi Jifan's cautious and suspicious personality, he must also be wondering if I have someone backing me up. After weighing the pros and cons, his actions in the open will only become smaller and smaller, but his actions in the dark will also have to be wary of my backer. Why is he so certain that I have someone backing me up? It's very simple. I'm sure Xia Jinyuan has already guessed it. Not only did he guess it, but he also felt it. The little fox in front of him was indeed a fox. If it continued to be so smart, it would ascend to the heavens. She made use of Yi Jifan's suspicions to reveal her strength step by step in front of him. She even told Yi Jifan that she wasn't worried about not being able to go to school at all. Of course, she wasn't worried. How could someone as smart as her not be able to go to school? Even if in the eyes of others, Yi Qian had fallen on hard times and had to stop studying, in the end, she used a year to complete the Special Forces training and returned to school to retake the exam. She used her own strength to tell everyone that Yi Qian was not someone who would admit defeat easily. Thinking of this, Xia Jinyuan casually leaned back in his chair and asked with a smile, Aren't you afraid that Yi Jifan will really tamper with your exam papers? When three people form a wall, public opinion can melt metal. I handed in my exam papers early and solved the questions in front of so many invigilators and school leaders. After the exam, the students from the other schools also knew about my performance. Yi Qian. Yi Jifan wants to tamper with my exam papers. If the person who agreed to his request isn't stupid, they'll know that it won't go according to his wishes after a little investigation. Moreover, when I came back, Principal Chao personally told me that regardless of my results, I can still go to number 1 middle school in the province. Last year, Director Li of number 1 middle school in the capital also wrote to me. As long as I'm willing to return to school, I can use his recommendation letter to enroll in number 1 middle school. Chapter 369. I have a way out and someone to prove me. Moreover, I passed the exam with my own hard work. Besides, Yi Jifan hasn't reached a place of great power yet. What do I have to be afraid of? When she spoke, her voice was like glittering jewels and jade, clear and melodious. Her features were picturesque, like green mountains and clear waters. This was her spirit. Her gaze was clear, but the ripples in her eyes were like the waves of the sky. She had a lofty and oppressive aura, but it faded away with a smile. The only thing that could be seen was her attitude and her arrogance. This was her soul. Xia Jinyuan smiled. His elegant and handsome face was as gentle as water. He looked at her with his deep black eyes, which were full of amazement. So, this time, regardless of whether Yi Jifan did anything to you, you can still study in a famous school, right? There was a subtle sigh in his voice. Xia Jinyuan was sighing at himself for doing something unnecessary. He contacted the army and sent 2 captains, but they were captured by the career woman and became her bodyguards in exchange for special privileges for Little Fox's exam papers. A teacher, 2 captains, and a notary personally escorted her to the provincial government to mark her exam papers. Then, the Provincial Education Bureau hid Little Fox's scores. Unimportant people, even the city's education bureau, couldn't find out. He didn't want her to know about these things. He just wanted her to have a smoother life. Who knew? His little fox didn't need any of this at all. She could handle it herself. Yi Qian finished the last bite of the deep-fried dough stick and wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. She looked at the man who was eating elegantly and said meaningfully, As long as I can think of something, I can do it well. I don't need to rely on others. Captain Xia, I like to rely on my own hands and not others. You're right. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. This is why I admire you. Xia Jinyuan pretended not to hear the meaning behind her words. He picked up the car keys on the table and said, We can leave after we finish eating. I have 3 days to rest. There's no need to rush to finish talking. He got up and left, leaving Yi Qian with a view of his tall and sexy back. He didn't give her a chance to continue the conversation. Yi Qian furrowed her brows and had no choice but to follow him. He was always like this. Even though she had made it so clear, he would still be able to pull out 1,000 caddies with just 4 taels of silver. Xia Jinyuan knew very well that he would not be able to spend the next 3 days with this cunning fox if he didn't brush it off lightly. During breakfast, he was amazed by every step Yi Qian took. Every step she took was so steady that it was like the foundation stone of a skyscraper, unshakable. What made him even more amazed was her temperament. She had cultivated both inside and outside to the point where her smile was elegant and her coldness was oppressive. Both her spirit and soul had been greatly tempered. Only 16 years old, she was only 16 years old. Growing up in such a difficult environment, her temperament should have been developed long ago. However, she didn't. After she walked out, it was as if she had washed away all the dirt on her body and was reborn on her own path. When they walked out of the breakfast shop, the sun was a little too bright. The ladies walking around had already opened their umbrellas. For a girl like Yi Qian who spent all her time in the military camp, an umbrella had never appeared in her bag. Xia Jinyuan wanted to remind her, but when he saw her straight legs under her hot pants, which were so fair that they reflected the sun's light, he realized that she didn't need an umbrella. Rolling in the desert, passing through the jungle, camping in the military camp. Her legs were as white and tender as tofu under the sun and wind. Chapter 370. It wasn't a long drive from the train station to the school. Yi Qian arrived at the school before 8 o'clock. Registration was supposed to start at 9 o'clock, but the school had already started at 8 o'clock. Yi Qian did not ask for Xia Jinyuan's help. She went through the admission procedures by herself. Then she looked back at the words, Provincial Number 1 Middle School, that were shining under the sun. She did not expect that she would choose this school in the end. She chose the Provincial Number 1 Middle School that was 18 hours away from home. Xia Jinyuan watched as she walked towards him under the sun. Her short hair danced in the sun like a musical note. She walked calmly among the students coming and going. He could tell from the bright smile on her face that she liked the school as much as she liked the army. Put your luggage away first. Were you assigned to your dorm? When she came closer, Xia Jinyuan, who had been waiting for her, smiled seductively and took out a school map. The boys' dorm is here, and the girls' dorm is near Swan Lake. Which one is yours? Yi Qian only had an admission form in his hand and nothing else. When she heard him, she said cheekily, the dorm hasn't been assigned yet. It'll be done in a few days. I have to look for Principal Chow first. Captain Xia, why don't you... What? Have you learned to kick me to the curb? Uncle Chen told me that I have to deliver you to him personally. Xia Jinyuan saw through her little scheme. She wanted to chase him away. His gaze darkened, and even his voice deepened. Xia Jinyuan, never break my promises. I'll keep my promises. Xia Jinyuan didn't smile, and his expression was cold. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. She looked away and pursed her lips. After a while, she said, Then I'll have to trouble you, Captain Xia. Sigh, if he didn't be serious with her and continued to smile with her, he would definitely be kicked out of school. He didn't use all his tricks when facing enemies, but when facing her, he really had to use all his tricks. However, it was indeed very interesting. The more she wanted to escape, the more he wanted to get closer. 16, 17, 18 years old. Even if he was 60, 70, 80 years old, he would still approach her tirelessly. He was so outstanding, and he could become a comrade who could fight side by side with him. It was difficult for him to give up. Principal Chow was having a small meeting with several school leaders and a teacher in his office. The main topic of the meeting was Yi Qian. Faced with Class 1's form teacher's question, Principal Chow smiled and said, Oh, you, don't try to bargain with me after getting what you want. Didn't Teacher Zhu already tell you? What? You want to take advantage of me? You were the one who fought for Yi Qian. Back then, I didn't want to go overboard and hand her over to you. She's the famous Abbess Miju in the school. I'm afraid you'll drive her away. Teacher Miju, Teacher Tong, was a special grade teacher. She was also the treasurer of the province's number 1 high school. Together with the math teacher, Teacher Zhu, they sent out 40 key undergraduates and 14 second-tier undergraduates. There were 62 students in the class. Other than those who studied abroad, all of them were on the list. Teacher Tong didn't give the name Abyss Miju by her classmates, but she gave it to herself. It actually meant that she didn't make the list. In her class, there was no such thing as failing the list. Teacher Tong was in her early 50s. She was a cheerful teacher. She wasn't like the other form teachers who always put on a poker face. She always had a smile on her face, and she had the dignity of a teacher and the kindness of an elder. Chapter 371. Teacher Tong glanced at the newly appointed librarian, Old Chen, who was qualified to attend the meeting. She spoke slowly and with a smile. "Principal, do you already know what I'm going to say before I even mention it? Come on, tell me. Let me listen." Hearing this, Principal Chow pretended to be all ears. He laughed and said, "Let's see what Teacher Tong, who is the most popular student in our school, wants to fight for her student." Teacher Tong was the most popular student in the school. Sometimes her students would even call her Sister Tong. This was enough to show how good Teacher Tong was in the eyes of her classmates. "If Yi Qian comes to our class, other than free tuition, can you give her priority in the competitions and activities? Every activity will give her a certain amount of scholarship. Rather than sponsoring her for free, I think it would be better to stimulate her motivation to study and let her know the benefits of studying can also improve her life." She was really thinking from the perspective of the students. Principal Chow nodded and agreed with her suggestion. At that time, there was only one reason why he did not consider arranging Yi Qian to be in her class, and this reason could not be told. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door, followed by a low and steady voice. "Is Principal Chow here? I'm Xia Jinyuan." Xia Jinyuan. Principal Chow, who was in the middle of a meeting, glanced at the newly appointed librarian and said, "Old Chen, you know this comrade Xia. Is he looking for you? I met with him yesterday and asked him to pick up Yi Qian this morning." Old Chen, who was also Principal Chen, was now an idle librarian in the provincial first high school. He stood up and smiled at Teacher Tong. "It should be Yi Qian. Teacher Tong, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. She's very brave and has no stage fright." In order to not fall behind Yi Qian's training, Principal Chen declined the position of director and became a librarian who had nothing to do after work, especially during the winter and summer vacations. The door opened and several school leaders filed out. When they saw Yi Qian, they smiled and left with the dignity of a leader. Come in. Major Xia, come in and have a seat." Principal Chow politely shook hands with Xia Jinyuan. When he saw Yi Qian behind him, he couldn't stop smiling. Last year, he was still lamenting the fact that his school had lost a good student. In the end, this flower still fell into the hands of the provincial number 1 high school. Looking at Yi Qian, who had grown taller and had a calmer temperament, she said, "Classmate Yi Qian, I feel much more at ease now that you're here. Come in and have a seat. Your future homeroom teacher, Teacher Tong, is also here." And Principal Chow leaned sideways so that Yi Qian, who was looking straight ahead, could look up and look in the direction Principal Chow was pointing at. "Old Chen has been waiting for you for a long time. If you didn't come, I'm afraid he would have gone to the train station to pick you up himself." Principal Chen, who was wearing the school's staff name tag, walked over and laughed as he looked at the dumbfounded girl. He said to Teacher Tong, "This child didn't know that I came to the provincial number 1 high school. I didn't tell her all this time. Now she's in shock." She couldn't be in shock, right? So the reason why Uncle Jen was so confident in leaving her alone was because Principal Chen was also at the provincial number 1 high school. Teacher Tong was familiar with Yi Qian. Last year, Yi Qian had left a deep impression on her during the provincial number 1 high school's intensive training. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fought so hard to get a student into her class. Chapter 372. Yi Qian, who had a photographic memory, recognized Teacher Tong. After a while, the two of them started chatting happily. On the other side, Principal Chen and Xia Jinyuan were already shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. On the other side, Teacher Tong was already asking about Yi Qian. She was a very kind teacher. At 50 years old, she had a pair of gentle but stern eyes. She asked about everything from Yi Qian's life to his studies to his personal problems. Teacher Tong also liked the quiet and strong student in front of her very much. She smiled the entire time and said, "All of us have looked at your test papers. Not only can you keep up with the class, you can even directly enter the third year of high school. Class will officially start tomorrow. You will enter the classroom with me and give a simple self-introduction. I will also give you a list of your classmates in advance. You can look at it in advance. But don't worry, the arts and science classes have been separated. Our class is also a new class." She had once met an extremely unreliable form teacher who even wanted to destroy a student for his own selfish reasons. Then she looked at the teacher in front of her, who was always considerate of her students. They were both teachers, but the difference in their ethics was like heaven and earth. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Thank you for your concern. I don't have many difficulties in life, but if there is anything I don't understand in my studies, I will need your help." The more polite she was, the more the teacher liked her. Good. You are indeed a good student. Then come to the office later and get the list of your classmates from me." Teacher Tong gently patted the back of Yi Qian's hand. She stood up and said to Principal Chow, "Principal Chow, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Yi Qian had met such a virtuous teacher in high school. He could already foresee that her high school life, which she had never experienced before, would definitely be colorful. After Teacher Tong left, Principal Chow walked out from behind his desk and sat down in the meeting room. He looked at Yi Qian with a slightly serious expression. "There is something I need to tell you in advance. You have to be mentally prepared before you go to the classroom tomorrow." For some reason, Yi Qian instinctively looked at Xia Jinyuan. It was as if looking at him would make him feel more at ease. Coincidentally, Xia Jinyuan, who didn't know what was going on, also looked over. Their eyes met across Principal Chun for a moment, and Yi Qian hurriedly looked away when Xia Jinyuan gave him a playful smile. Why was she looking at him out of nowhere? Yi Qian, who had been caught red-handed, felt a little annoyed. He collected himself and asked calmly, "Please speak. I'm listening." Yi Ying is also in the provincial first high school. You know that, right? Principal Chow didn't lay out any foreplay. Instead, he went straight to the point. "My original intention was to put you in Class 6. It's a class where the learning atmosphere isn't too tense, and the class teacher in charge of Class 2 isn't too bad either." But after Teacher Tong saw the name of the class, she defeated the heroes and won you over to her class. Because of this, the class teacher in charge of Class 6 still has some opinions about Teacher Tong. The reason why he used the phrase, defeated the heroes, was because Teacher Tong had already argued with the school leaders. She also tried to convince the class teacher to let Yi Qian go to Class 1. For some reason, the class teacher in charge of Class 6 actually agreed to let Yi Qian go to Class 1. By the time she realized what had happened, it was already a foregone conclusion. Teacher Tong has taught 12 graduating classes. She has 24 years of experience as a class teacher. With her as your class teacher, I can rest assured. The only thing I'm worried about is that you will be in the same class as Yi Ying. Chapter 373. That was the reason why Principal Chow couldn't say that he wanted to transfer Yi Qian to the 6th class. Yi Qian, who thought it was a big deal, laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if we're in the same class or not in the same school. So what if we're in the same class? It's not a big deal. I think it's not that I don't want to see her. She should be the one who doesn't want to see me." Xia Jinyuan laughed as well. It was indeed not a big deal, but his handsome face tensed up slightly and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had to be careful. It seemed that he had to trouble his strong female cousin. Looking at the time, it was already 10 in the morning. Remembering that he had something to do at noon, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, I've successfully completed my task, but I still have something to take care of, so I won't be able to accompany you for lunch. Goodbye." As he spoke, he stood up. His tall and slender body made the three people sitting in front of him look down at him. When Yi Jian saw his handsome chin, the memory of him asking her to wipe the sweat on her neck flashed through her mind. Her expression was a little unnatural. When his gaze landed on her, Yi Qian, who had finally relaxed, suddenly tensed up. She quickly stood up and said, "Then I'll see Captain Xia out. Uncle Chen, Principal Chow, I'll go look for Teacher Tong later." I'll also go back to the dormitory to pack my luggage. Xia Jinyuan was a little surprised that she took the initiative to see him out. Then she pushed him out of the office. When he heard her slam the door shut like a thief, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. He seemed to understand why she took the initiative. Why do I feel like something bad is going to happen when I hear you laugh? Yi Jian's ears were a little red. Just now, she was afraid that he would say something like, "See you tonight, little fox," again. In a moment of desperation, she didn't care too much. She pushed his back with both hands and impolitely left the office. At this moment, Yi Jian's hands, which were still warm from his body temperature, were placed behind her back. Her fingers moved unnaturally. Yi Jian knew that her face was burning to the point that even her ears were red. Unnaturally, she stubbornly met his gaze. Her pupils clearly reflected his exquisitely sculpted handsome face. Perhaps the school was a place that was filled with innocence and made it easy for people to calm down. Yi Jian suddenly realized that the eyes of the man whom she had not seen for more than a year were darker than before. They were as dark as a bottomless abyss. She looked at the pair of eyes that were as vast as the sea. They could hold the world and everything in it. Time had been kind to him. It did not leave any traces on his jade-like handsome face, but it had imperceptibly increased his aura. Back then, he had a piercingly cold aura that made all living things in the forest crawl. Now, there was a layer of profoundness on top of that. When he raised his eyes, the light that burst out from his eyes was unstoppable, with a might that made people unable to disobey. He was a soldier who had cultivated the prestige of the nation and made people tremble in fear. Is this a gift? Or not? Why, are you still thinking about whether you want to go back on your word? She just stared at him with her beautiful brows furrowed. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand and stroked her brows with his warm fingertips. Why do you frown so much at such a young age? Be careful that you don't get wrinkles between your brows before you get old. He was so quick that Yi Qin only had time to tilt her head slightly. Because she was too engrossed in looking at him, his fingers stroked her brows. Chapter 374. His warm fingers miraculously smoothed her furrowed brows. She tilted her head, took a step to the side, and escaped from his gentle touch. Yi Qian, whose mouth was a little dry, said calmly, "Captain Xia, don't you have other things to do? Let's go. I have to go to Teacher Tong's office later." Like a frightened deer, she only wanted to leave the hunting area as soon as possible. Xia Jinyuan, who saw her unnatural behavior and escape, smiled faintly and walked down the stairs leisurely. The car did not stop at the campus. Instead, it stopped at the entrance of the campus. After they got downstairs, Xia Jinyuan said lazily, "I left a gift for you in the car and forgot to take it. Little girl, you have to accompany me to the school gate." He easily blocked Yi Qian's excuse of only walking him downstairs, so she had no choice but to follow him obediently. Xia Jinyuan could be said to be self-taught when it came to creating more time for each other. It was already past 10 o'clock, and the sun was already quite bright. Groups of students came and went in the school. Parents carried boxes, mats, buckets, and boxes, and the whole school was bustling with activity. No matter how hot the weather was, it could not take away the smiles on everyone's faces. The scenery at the school was very beautiful. After all, it was a famous school with 100 years of history, so the scenery was incomparable to that of ordinary schools. When Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan stop by a broken wall, her heart tightened. She pretended not to see him and continued to walk forward. Xia Jinyuan looked at her hurried back and laughed. How much did this sly little fox not want to spend another minute with him? What should she do? She didn't want to, but she couldn't stop him from wanting to. One walked in a hurry, while the other walked unhurriedly, taking advantage of his long legs. Fortunately, it was the registration day, so the students and parents who came and went were only concerned with their own things and did not pay much attention to them. Otherwise, one was handsome, and the other was beautiful. Who knew how much attention they would receive? Later, I'll go see Teacher Tong with Dad and ask her out for a meal tonight. You'll be assigned to Key Class 1. You must have a good relationship with the class teacher. A familiar voice with a completely different tone drifted out from the crowd. Yi Qian, who had been hurrying along, stopped in his tracks. He stood under the shade of a tree and swept his cold gaze over. She saw Yi Fan carrying his luggage and walking past her with Yi Ying in tow. Behind them, Sun Dongqing was talking to a few of her classmates' mothers. She couldn't help but feel proud of herself. As for Yi Ying, he had not seen her for more than a year, and she had grown a lot taller. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a light blue denim dress. In terms of appearance, her temperament was much better than that of her classmates. Another thing was that she was much fairer than she was in her previous life. It was true that whiteness could cover up all ugliness. She looked much prettier than before. He was in the same class. Very good, he was back to his junior high school life. Fortunately, he didn't meet Teacher Ku. Yi Qian smiled coldly and looked away. At the same time, Xia Jinyuan walked up and said, "At least you have the conscience to wait for me." It seemed to be another beautiful misunderstanding. His tall figure happened to block Sun Dongqing's unintentional gaze. "Yi Ying's mother, what are you looking at? Your Ying is waiting for you in front." One of the parents greeted her warmly and said with a hint of flattery, "I didn't expect my daughter to be in the same class as Ying again. Ying, please guide her in the future, especially." Chapter 375. Amidst the compliments, Sun Dongqing retracted her gaze and smiled. "It's my duty, it's my duty." Could it be that her eyes were playing tricks on her? Why did it seem like she just saw Yi Qian, that wretched girl? She must be seeing things. How could that wretched girl appear in a century-old school? But, with how she disdained even dogs, it would be strange if the provincial high school recruited her. After walking a few steps away, Xia Jinyuan, who was blocking her line of sight, discreetly turned back to look at the plump woman. His eyes narrowed dangerously. They bumped into each other on the first day of school. It seemed that little Fox would have to continue to battle of wits and courage with this family in high school. Fortunately, little Fox was not one to be taken advantage of. Subduing Yi Ying in school was a small matter. The car was scorched by the sun. When the car door opened, a wave of heat hit them in the face. Yi Qian was forced to take a few steps back from the heat. She quickly grabbed Xia Jinyuan, who was bending over to get into the car. "Wait a minute, it's too hot." Her grab was a little too forceful. Xia Jinyuan was focused on his upper body, so he did not expect her to use so much force. With her forceful pull, his entire body actually fell into Yi Qian's arms. Xia Jinyuan, who rarely watched romance dramas, knew that this kind of action was usually done by the man, and the woman should be the one to fall. It was definitely not like his role had been reversed. The situation before him had developed into something he did not want to see the most. Fortunately, he had good waist strength. With Yi Qian's timely reaction, he used the force of her arm to stand up. With lightning speed, he successfully hugged Yi Qian as his support and forcefully turned the situation around. Yi Qian could only be dumbfounded. She really did not know that in a moment of desperation, she had pulled a major so hard that he almost fell into her arms. Afraid that he would embarrass himself, she hurriedly raised her hand and blocked with her arm. Meeting Xia Jinyuan, this nemesis, Yi Qian sometimes felt anxious about her own intelligence. What was she trying to block with her arm? Wasn't he waiting for her to take the initiative to hug him? The moment Yi Qian stretched out his arm, he regretted it. Just as he was feeling a little regretful, what happened next made him even more regretful. Xia Jinyuan was so skillful that he managed to turn what was supposed to be an embarrassing situation into a situation where he hugged her tightly and pressed his entire body against hers. She was trying her best to straighten her body to prevent both of them from falling, while he was trying his best to hug himself tightly to prevent both of them from falling. From an unexpected beginning to an unexpected end. Although the process was dangerous, there was an unexpected and pleasant ending. Xia Jinyuan did not let go immediately. He was a man, a mature man. It was normal for him to be reluctant to let go of the little fox in his arms. That was close. "I almost made a fool of myself today." Xia Jinyuan whispered into her ear in a frightened tone. "Little girl, you're quite strong. I was just getting into the car to get something. You didn't have to use so much strength as if you were trying to save me." Actually, if it was any other time, it would not have been possible. The main reason was that he was not on guard at the time. I didn't do it on purpose. I just used a little more strength than usual. Yi Qian was also quite frightened. Being held in his arms, he did not know what to do. His arms were wide open and completely. He did not dare to place them on any part of his body. Chapter 376. She blushed and panicked. All she could do was apologize. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Captain Xia, if you stand firm, it'll be troublesome. Let go of my hand, it's a little hot, and there are so many people watching. It's quite embarrassing. Hugging was embarrassing in Yi Qian's eyes, but Xia Jinyuan felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. How could it be embarrassing? It wasn't hot either. Her body was very cold, and there was not a trace of sweat on it. The fragrance that he had smelled in the morning was still there, and it was so cool that it seemed to have washed away the heat. Also, the benefits of growing taller came. In the past, he had to bend down to hug her, but now, he only needed to slightly tighten his chest and use a comfortable posture to hug her completely in his arms. They met when she was 14 years old. 2 years had passed, and at 16 years old, she had already grown into a slender and elegant girl who would make any boy infatuated with her. Captain Xia, hurry and stand up. Yi Qian, who was feeling hot all over, couldn't help but poke his firm back with a finger. His muscles were lean and tight, and even if he poked with a finger, he could feel the hidden strength in his body. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and took a deep breath next to her neck. Then, he stood up as usual and looked at the embarrassed Yi Qian with a half-smile. He sighed and said, I almost fell down. Little fox, you're deliberately trying to embarrass me, aren't you? No. Yi Qian quickly shook his head and explained seriously, I didn't mean anything else. I just felt that it was too hot in the car and you would feel uncomfortable in it, so I didn't think too much about it and pulled you up. The only thing I miscalculated was my strength. Also, I didn't expect Captain Xia to not be on guard at all. After explaining, his face turned even redder. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to leave anymore. His clear voice deepened, and it was as intoxicating as red wine. You were so worried about me? His voice dragged out, and it was like a lingering drunken kiss, filled with a sexy aftertaste. It's not that I'm worried, but I think it can wait. Fortunately, Yi Qian's state of mind was stable. Faced with Xia Jinyuan's teasing, he immediately responded, Captain Xia, please don't think too much. She was cute when she was alert, cute when she was shy, and cute when she was angry. In short, the more he looked at her, the more he loved her. The more he loved her, the more he looked. Instead of getting any closer, Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and rubbed her head with a smile. He pointed at the car and asked, Comrade Yi Qian, may I ask if I can get into the car to pick up my present for you? She was his comrade in arms, and their statuses were equal. If she remembered him, she would recognize him as her comrade in arms. The word, comrade, sounded better than any other beautiful words. Yi Qian's eyes curved like crescent moons. Comrade, please get in the car. Make sure there's no problem. Her serious answer made Xia Jinyuan laugh again. This was a dangerous yet elegant man. He was also a strategist. He was a man who exuded nobility from head to toe. He wouldn't be too far away from you, but he would always be a step away from you that you couldn't get close to. His etiquette was impeccable, but you knew very well that this wasn't because he was close to you, but because of his upbringing. When he smiled, he was very gentle and stunning, but the luxurious aura he exuded didn't change at all. This was a man of a certain status. Seeing him smile, Yi Qian couldn't help but smile. His smile made her feel very comfortable. It was warm, without a trace of aggression. It was very sincere and warm. Chapter 377. The gifts he gave were still books, 3 thick books. Yi Qian took them and laughed. Poor books. They're almost burning from the roasting. Thank you, Captain Xia, I like them very much. There was no gift more precious than books, not to mention the military books that she liked. It's good that you like them. Read them carefully. I'll mail you some professional military books on time. As for the books in the library, you can take a look at the famous generals. Xia Jinyuan had already started the car and turned on the air conditioner so that the heat inside would dissipate faster. Looking at the biography, I recommend the famous World War II General Montgomery. He liked to bet with the soldiers and soldiers in the army. He won the right to command a U.S. bomber including all the crew members. The Battle of El Alamein reversed the situation in North Africa. He was known as the Rat of the Desert. He was also a general who would cry for his soldiers. He shed tears for the young soldiers who had fought bloody battles and sacrificed their lives for the country. Also, little fox, you are very similar to him. General Montgomery did not enjoy motherly love since he was a child, but that did not stop him from becoming a famous general. Yi Qian was fascinated as he listened. He remembered it and nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go to the library to look for books about this general. If you can't find them, I can send them to you next time. The heat in the car had completely dissipated. Xia Jinyuan saw that more than 10 minutes had passed. He had to leave no matter how reluctant he was. Go back to school, I'm leaving. He was a straightforward person. He bent slightly and stepped into the car. He put down the car window and told Yi Qian, I have 3 days off. Little fox, you can make the arrangements tonight. Goodbye. He put down the handbrake, stepped on the gas, and drove away without waiting for Yi Qian's reply. He did not tell Yi Qian why he had to read books about General Montgomery. It was because this was a general who married late. He only met his beloved wife at the age of 38 and married at the age of 40. He said, as a soldier, I am loyal to my country. As a man, I will not betray my love. This sentence moved Churchill, and he saluted the general. All this required Yi Qian to read and understand in detail why he recommended this book. The car left, leaving behind the smell of gasoline. With his sensitive nose, Yi Qian waved his hand and smiled as he watched the car disappear from his sight. Only then did he turn around and walk back to school. I'm sorry, but are you a student of the province's number 1 middle school? A courteous voice came from behind. Yi Qian turned around and looked at the man in front of him. His facial features were exceptionally refined, and even his eyes conveyed that he was a scholar. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly filtered through the memories stored in his brain. He immediately recognized that this was the man he had seen through the glass wall at the breakfast shop in the morning. At that time, she was still thinking that this man was like a poem. No matter where he stood, he was like a painting. I am. Is there anything I can help you with? Yi Qian replied with a smile. I'll try my best to help you. The corners of the man's mouth immediately curled up, and he let out a long sigh of relief. I'm very sorry, but I need you to lead the way. I want to go to Principal Chow's place. But my sense of direction is very bad. I clearly walked through the school gates, but after walking around once, I ended up walking out of the school grounds. Yi Qian wanted to laugh, but it would be rude to laugh in front of this man. You want to see Principal Chow, right? I can take you there. But I'll have to trouble you to register with the security guards and then make a phone call. Chapter 378. He was looking for the principal, not a teacher, so he had to go through the formalities. No need. I can contact him now. When the man heard this, he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After a while, he smiled and said, Uncle, I'm at the entrance of your school. Can one of your students please take me there? Yes, I met a girl at the entrance. The girl is quite vigilant. She needs me to register at the school security office and give you a call to confirm. Why don't you let her know? Uncle. Principal Chow actually had such a big nephew. After Yi Qian confirmed it, he led this man who had an unusually bad sense of direction into the office building. From his appearance and temperament, he didn't look like someone who would get lost easily. When Principal Chow heard that it was her, he immediately said, Student Yi Qian, you must, seriously, lead my nephew to the office building like he's a pet dog and send him to my office. He has no sense of direction. He's so bad that he can get lost at a crossroad. He can't remember more than 200 meters away. But you can't underestimate him. He's a genius who can speak 8 languages. He's the darling of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He's much more precious than a pet dog. Please don't lose him. After holding it in for a long time, Yi Qian finally couldn't hold back his laughter when Principal Chow said, like he's a pet dog. Luckily, it was just a laugh, and he managed to hold back his laughter with the qualities of a soldier. He took another look at the man who always walked faster than him. He had a strong aura, and he was always one step faster than others. This was a man who was used to walking in front of others. He was also a man who wasn't used to waiting for others. His elegance was only on the surface, but he was also a strong and restrained man. This kind of man was actually born with no sense of direction. He could speak 8 languages, the darling of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Wrong, we should have turned right. So you turned left. The man who was walking in an imposing manner suddenly took a step forward and walked in another direction. Yi Jian quickly ran to catch up with him. This way, we'll reach the bishop's building. That's where the office building is. The man's movements were very natural. It was obvious that he often did this kind of thing. He turned around and smiled apologetically, sorry for the trouble. He was very gentlemanly. His apology was as smooth as flowing water, poetic and beautiful. No need, it's my job. Yi Qian couldn't accept the frequent apologies, and signaled for him to turn right. He took the initiative to follow behind. Seeing that they were about to reach the office building, the man's expensive mobile phone rang. Even the way he held the phone seemed to have undergone strict training. He took it out calmly and elegantly, and used the standard Mandarin of a television anchor to greet, "Hello." The change in expression and tone only took a second. The gentle-looking man just now still had a smile on his face, and even his tone didn't change. He said with a smile that was as gentle as the wind, "In other words, now you need me to come forward and pay for your mistakes?" Saying that you haven't interacted with him before is an excuse for you to make mistakes, right? Or do you think that these mistakes can be made up for and that it doesn't matter? His smile and tone didn't change, but his aura changed imperceptibly. It was deep, cold, and serious. It was as if he was a huge wave under an iceberg, and no one knew when it would break out of the ice. Chapter 379. Yi Qian didn't care about these things. What she cared about was, you can talk, but you don't have to turn left as you talk. Yi Qian had no choice but to block the man's way and use her actions to remind him, you're going the wrong way. A man at work was very serious, and a man who was angry was not to be trifled with. However, a man who was in the middle of a scolding suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. He raised his eyes and glared at Yi Jian with a stern look. The smile on his handsome face was still shallow, but it was no longer poetic and elegant. There was only thunderous hostility. Yi Qian didn't move. She promised Principal Chow that she would be responsible for sending this person to the office. She had to keep her promise. This was her integrity. The man frowned and didn't turn around. Instead, he walked past Yi Qian and continued to turn left, walking in the opposite direction of the office building. Looking at his back, Yi Qian suddenly understood how Captain Xia felt when she chased him away. Fortunately, he was well educated and didn't turn hostile. Take a look at yourself. It's just that you're a little lacking in temperament. Seeing this person in front of you makes you want to fall out with him. It was almost 11 o'clock. Thinking that she still had to look for Teacher Tong, Yi Qian sighed and had no choice but to catch up with him. Once again, she stood in front of the man. You can only bear the consequences of your own mistakes. No one can pay for your mistakes. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a matter of the country. From the moment you stand beside the leader, you are shouldering the honor and dignity of the country. It was this sentence that instantly extinguished the fire in Yi Qian's heart. She didn't disturb him anymore. Under the man's sharp gaze, she made way for him and allowed him to turn left as he spoke. After turning a few meters away, the man's Mandarin changed into a foreign language that she had never heard before. It was fluent and firm, but he maintained his politeness. It seemed like he was communicating, but he definitely maintained his dignity. This was a serious and unhurried communication for the sake of his country's dignity. Time passed bit by bit. Although the man was at the end of his road, he was definitely a person who could find beautiful scenery and make himself comfortable. 10 minutes later, he turned to the side of Swan Lake and sat on a long stone bench by the lake. He still used the same polite and dignified way of communicating in a great country. Yi Qian did not sit next to him. Instead, he stood quietly behind him, waiting to save him in time if he did not look where he was going, and walked directly into Swan Lake. Fortunately, nothing like that happened until the end of the call. After the man hung up the phone, he did not stand up immediately. Instead, he sat there, exuding a cold and unapproachable aura. He sat there quietly for 5 minutes. Yi Qian saw him raise his head and take a deep breath, seemingly exhausted. He rubbed his face and stood up. After reprimanding the translator from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and communicating with the German engineer, Qin Xiu finally realized where he was after he calmed down. Then he was completely confused and didn't know where he was going. Also, the girl from the provincial first high school who was following behind him just now, the girl he saw in the morning, the girl who stunned him for a long time, was also gone. "Hello, are you done with your work? If you're done, I'll take you to see Principal Chow now." Yi Qian spoke calmly from behind him without a trace of impatience. 37 minutes have passed. I'm sure Principal Chow has been waiting for a long time. Chapter 380. The phone call lasted for a total of 37 minutes. It was not far from 12 o'clock. Qin Xiu turned around with a smile on his handsome face. He apologized naturally and politely. "Sorry for making you wait for so long. And just now, my attitude wasn't very good. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Yi Qian just wanted to send this booter away. Even sending a 3-year-old home wasn't this tiring." She wasn't angry at all, which meant that she really didn't care. Qin Xiu pursed his lips and walked over. He sighed in his heart. "Sigh, this is the first time we met? My impression of you is too bad. I have to fix it." As a staff member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qin Xiu was very good at diplomacy. He quickly found a way to fix it. "We met this morning. Do you remember me?" He reached out his hand. His fingers were long and slender, and his fingers were clean and beautiful. "I'm Qin Xiu. I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time." Yi Qian, who didn't like physical contact, only hesitated for a minute and a half before finally reaching out her hand. He was Principal Chow's nephew. Qin Xiu could tell from her half a second of hesitation that the student in front of him didn't like physical contact. He immediately released her hand within 3 seconds and maintained his smile. "I don't know my way around. My sense of direction is always left or right. It's like my brain is separated from my body. I always make the wrong choice." It took courage to openly admit one's mistakes to a stranger. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. He said calmly, "No one is perfect, but Mr. Qin's sense of direction. It's true that you should have someone by your side at all times." Implicitly keeping unspoken words also represented a person's self-restraint. Qin Xiu's smile deepened. Just as he was about to speak, the phone in his hand vibrated. He first said, "Sorry?" Then he looked down at his phone. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly again. He said to Yi Qian, "It took us almost 40 minutes to get to the office from the school gate. My uncle probably thinks I've gone missing." His clean fingers pressed the answer button. He said in a cool and elegant voice, "I'm at the school Swan Lake. HM? Still here. Okay, I'll be right there. I'm begging you, please don't work while walking. Yi Qian still has things to do, so I can't let her follow you around the school." Principal Chow felt that his hair had turned a lot whiter in the past half an hour. It turned out that her name was Yi Qian. It was a very simple name that could be easily memorized after being recited once. Around noon, Qin Xiu did not receive any more calls, and Yi Qian finally sent him to his office without a hitch. Principal Chow was already waiting for him at the door. When he saw him, he quickly walked up to him and said, "Why didn't you bring your entourage? If you go missing in such a big provincial capital, how am I going to explain it to your mother?" When Yi Qian noticed that something was wrong with his expression, he had already left quietly. A person who was being scolded would not want someone else to watch while they were being scolded, so he knew better than to leave. "I took a work call and lost track of time." Qin Xiu did not take it to heart. Because he was not good with directions, he had countless entourages since he was young. In the past he had no choice, but now he did not like it. He changed the topic without leaving a trace. "I still have to thank." He turned around to thank Yi Qian, but he realized that the girl who was supposed to be behind him had already left. Chapter 381. She left a long time ago. You're lucky to have met her. She's a very responsible girl. She accompanied you for more than 40 minutes at noon. Principal Chow saw that he was still wearing a bow tie and knew that he had rushed over after finishing his work. Go sit down and relax. I'll arrange a car so we can go out for lunch. What's your schedule in the afternoon? If not, you can go back to the hotel to rest or go out to play. But you have to bring your entourage. Qin Xiu looked away and smiled at his uncle's nagging. Okay, I'll be careful. I want to walk around your school in the afternoon. It's fine if I don't go out. This century-old school has beautiful scenery. If I'm tired, I can sit down and relax. As long as I don't walk out of the school, you don't have to worry. Other than his poor sense of direction, Principal Chow was not worried about anything else. Okay, school just started and I have a lot of things to do. You can walk around the school. When are you flying back to Beijing? The day after tomorrow. I'm not going back to Beijing. I'm going to Germany with the delegation. As a staff member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qin Xiu was rarely in China. He was either abroad or on the plane. Yi Qian pushed open the door and entered the teacher's office. Compared to the 30 degrees outside, the coolness inside swept away the heat. Come sit here. This is Teacher Zhu's desk in our class. Teacher Tong waved her hand and gestured for Yi Qian to sit at the desk next to her. She pointed at the file on the desk and looked at the time. She smiled kindly. The roster is here. Take a look at it yourself. I'm not done with my work yet. I'll go to the cafeteria at 12:30. Okay? Yi Qian smiled and nodded. Okay, you don't have to worry about me. The teachers were very busy on the first day of school. Teacher Tong was the only one in the big office who had not gotten off work for lunch. Yi Qian gently took the roster out of the file and opened it to look at it carefully. The first few lists were of the top students. When he flipped to the 15th page, Yi Ying's photo came into view. Not bad. Not only did her skin become fairer, but her handwriting also improved. He looked at her strengths. Dancing English. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and smiled playfully. It seemed that she had been working hard on English for the past year or so. She wasn't surprised. In her previous life, when Yi Ying came back from studying abroad, she spoke fluent English in front of her. She didn't know if she would do that in high school. After all, in her previous life, she had only studied in junior high and never sat in class again. Sitting beside Teacher Zhu's desk, Yi Qian flipped through the list page by page. After scanning through the names and photos, he finished flipping through all 60 names within 10 minutes and memorized them. The provincial first high school was indeed a century-old school, and Class 1 was the best of the best. However, there were also some students with poor grades. Resources needed to be allocated reasonably, and the school couldn't put all the good students in the second class into one class. It could only be said that the average score of the first class was higher than the other classes. When Teacher Tong was done with her work, she looked up and saw Yi Qian flipping through a high school math textbook. She glanced at the roster that was still in its original place and smiled at the girl who was engrossed in her book. Why are you reading a textbook? Take a look at the roster. There are photos in it. You can also get to know your classmates. She thought that Yi Qian wasn't flipping through the book. I've finished looking through the roster. I didn't want to disturb you because you were busy, so I picked up Teacher Zhu's textbook to take a look. Yi Qian closed the math textbook that the teacher had prepared for class. She didn't tell the teacher about her relationship with Yi Ying. Chapter 382. When she was working, Teacher Tong wore a pair of plain glasses tied with a black string. She took off her glasses and looked at Yi Qian with a slight smile. It seems like you intentionally hid your true strength during last year's intensive training. Yi Qian, you know how to hide your true strength. That's really rare. To be able to remember the names and faces of 60 students, including herself, was not something an ordinary person could do. At the very least, she had never encountered someone like that in all her years of teaching. Furthermore, she was also curious as to how a girl who had just turned 16 in May could maintain a calm heart that was calmer than an adult's, restrain her sharpness, and walk down the path step by step in a solid manner. Yi Qian rarely talked about her family matters. Faced with Teacher Tong's inquiry, she thought for a moment before taking out her own registration form. She pointed to her parents' column and said with a slightly restrained voice, "I'm different from the other students here. I have to know how to protect myself." Sometimes, hiding one's true strength doesn't mean that one is weak. Hiding one's true strength is also a form of self-protection. Furthermore, as long as I can maintain a certain level, not be too abrupt, and not drop the ball at critical moments, I should be able to get along better with my classmates in class. This was Yi Qian's way of survival in both lifetimes. It was also the way to get along with others, especially with students. In an environment where there was competition, hidden strength, and even small groups, it was a good thing to hide one's true strength. Her words left Teacher Tong speechless for a long time. After a while, she sighed. "Yi Qian, I just want to say that I have no regrets in my teaching career for the past few decades to have a student like you before I retire. However, child, you have to remember that the fittest survive. This is one of the mottos of century-old famous schools. Here, the competition begins the moment you step foot into this school. It's the same with academic results, especially in Class 1, where results speak louder than words. Your good grades may attract jealousy, but you have to remember that there is another side to human nature, and that is admiration for the strong." Teacher Tong was a virtuous teacher. She did not want to see Yi Qian suppress her true strength to accommodate others. She should not hide her true strength at such a young age. Young people should live a carefree and unrestrained life, unrestrained and unrestrained. If they still had to be careful in school, they would have to be even more careful when they step out into society. Society is a big environment, and there's nothing wrong with being careful. However, school is different. This is a place for students to be happy, so there's no need to be careful. The bigger the stage, the more capable you are. Yi Qian, remember what Teacher Tong said today. The provincial first high school is a big stage for students to freely roam the sky. You don't have to hide your strength. It's your ability to study well. How can your classmates say such things? Moreover, even if there is, you don't have to take it to heart. The strong are like a halo. If there are people who worship you, there will be people who are jealous. The teacher and the student talked in the office for half an hour before they left. If Principal Chen and Uncle Jen taught Yi Qian how to be self-reliant, then Miss Tong taught Yi Qian how to be mellow, roundabout, and gentle. The combination of hardness and gentleness, Zhang Qi had a strong heart and a soft heart. In the days to come, when Yi Qian relied on his own strength to reach the peak of military power step by step, Teacher Tong was one of the people he thanked the most in interviews. Chapter 383. After lunch, Teacher Tong went back to her office while Yi Qian went to look for Principal Chen to get his luggage. Principal Chen was busy with his work. Other than when school started, he had nothing else to do. He liked working in the library. Also, he was in poor health. In order to live a few more years and see how far the girl he personally groomed could go, Principal Chen had started to take care of his body. A new batch of books had arrived at the school. There were books on astronomy, geography, ancient and modern. A century-old school would always have more resources than other schools. This could be seen from the corner of the books. 2 hours later, Yi Qian, who felt like a scholar, took her luggage and walked to the dormitory. The campus at 4 o'clock was much quieter than it was in the morning. Walking along the stone path with tall camphor trees on both sides, Yi Qian walked to the left side of Swan Lake and arrived at the female dormitory. When he walked to Swan Lake, he saw someone sitting leisurely on a stone bench under a weeping willow. His long arms were lazily draped over the back of the bench as he admired the beautiful scenery of Swan Lake. Yi Qian thought for a moment and walked over. He was an old acquaintance. If she really walked around him this time, she didn't know how he would tease her the next time they met. "You didn't walk around me? Little fox, I'm surprised again." Xia Jinyuan looked like he had eyes on the back of his head. Before Yi Qian even got close, he turned his head to look at her. The golden sun in the west was variegated. As the willow swayed, it gently shone on his handsome face. It was half bright and half dark, making his expression look dark and unreadable. Seeing that Yi Qian was still carrying his luggage, he stood up and said, "I need you to go out and help me with something. It's serious. Do you want to put your luggage in my car? Or maybe put it back in the dormitory?" Although there was a faint smile on his face, There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Yi Qian already believed that he was talking about serious business. It was indeed serious business. If you're in a hurry, you can leave immediately. If you're not in a hurry, I can leave my luggage in the dormitory first. Yi Qian picked up his rather light luggage. There wasn't much inside, only a few sets of clothes. After waiting for about half an hour, Xia Jinyuan took the luggage that had passed through his hands several times today, but he still didn't put it back in the dormitory. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Then take it with you. Maybe you can change it at night. There's a possibility that I won't be going back to school tonight. Let me know in advance." She wouldn't have any objections to sleeping outside, even if he suggested sleeping by the side of the road or under a bridge. When they got back into the car, Xia Jinyuan's phone started ringing. He glanced at Yi Qian before answering the call. "Come over in 20 minutes. Book a hotel in advance. If it's too late, sleep in the hotel." Yi Qian did not ask what was going on. She was used to others speaking first. The car was parked at the entrance of the traffic bureau. Before the car was parked, two police officers in dark green uniforms ran over. Their expressions were solemn. The suspect has strong anti-reconnaissance abilities. His methods are brutal. He erased all possible traces of the crime at the scene of the crime. Get all the sky eyes in the province, including the ones at the scene of the crime. We don't have much time. We need to find the suspect as soon as possible. As soon as they got out of the car, one of the police officers quickly told them everything they knew about the suspect. The other police officer led the way. The four of them hurriedly appeared in the monitoring room of the province's Sky Eyes system. First, get the Sky Eyes at the scene of the crime. Also, get the Sky Eyes at the two nearby crossroads. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened as he made the arrangements. Then, he said to Yi Qian, "You have a good memory and are highly recognizable. I've prepared a pen and paper for you. Just draw whatever you find on the paper." Chapter 384. Our job is to assist the investigation team. We just need to find clues. Since the successful career woman had asked for his help, he had to help her. Actually, it didn't matter if Yi Qian didn't come, but he couldn't resist his desire to see her. Yi Qian had already looked at him several times. Did a special forces soldier need to be involved in solving a case? I was asked to do this, so I couldn't refuse. Xia Jinyuan, who was deliberately 2 steps behind, quickly leaned forward and said to the little girl, who looked calm but was actually asking him with her eyes, "If I don't ask you to come with me, how can we be together tonight?" Yi Qian instantly realized that the seriousness in his eyes was all an act. He didn't know what he was going to do before he arrived at the traffic bureau. "Xia Jinyuan, can you be more serious? Look, you're thinking too much again. What do you think we're going to do tonight?" Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up slightly. He straightened his back and walked into the surveillance room that was pushed open by 2 policemen in an elegant and cold manner. "Follow me. We only have 5 hours. After 5 hours, we need to go to another place." He had stirred up her calm emotions, but in an instant, he put them down and started talking about serious matters. The speed of the change made Yi Qian's chest heave up and down a few times. He took a deep breath before walking in. There were quite a lot of Sky Eyes in the provincial capital. Under Xia Jinyuan's instructions, Yi Qian began to put aside his distractions and immerse himself in work. The heavy door of the control room that was not locked opened halfway. A tall man wearing a slim suit jacket and a pair of slim trousers of the same color stood at the door. His gaze fell lightly on the slender student's body. Was this the high school student that Sixth Brother had mentioned? "Secretary Xia, please tell Changxing that our bureau will definitely solve the case within 3 days." A uniformed police officer stood beside the woman and said seriously, "We will not give the suspect a chance to escape from our province." The woman's makeup was exquisite, and she looked capable and experienced. Even though she was standing in front of the bureau chief, her aura was not suppressed at all. She nodded and smiled. "Okay, I will definitely tell Changxing." Serial crimes wanted nationwide, fled to the southern province's provincial capital, and committed a violent murder. If this case was not solved, Chang province would not be able to sleep peacefully. This case had even alarmed the capital. Sixth Sister was here, and she had asked him to do things several times. Since she was here, she could forget about leaving quickly. No matter what, he had to help her solve this big problem. Wasn't finding clues his forte? The question was, why did he bring that high school student with him? The woman, whose emotions had already gone back and forth a few times, frowned without batting an eyelid. She did not disturb the two people who were working hard and assisting the bureau. She turned around and left quietly. 178 centimeters in height, 75 kilograms in weight, short hair. After nearly 4 hours, Yiqian drew a man's head on a piece of paper. The 6 screens were all frozen. It was either the man's legs, the man's back, or an extremely blurry front. Xia Jinyuan leaned forward slightly and slowly explained the situation on his side to Yiqian. He should be nearsighted. Occasionally he would squint his eyes. He's not used to wearing glasses, but he would never leave his glasses. Hence, there was a trace of glasses on the pool of blood at the scene. Chapter 385. Their chairs were slightly closer to each other. In order to make it easier for Yiqian to draw, Xia Jinyuan had already left his chair as he spoke. He half-squatted beside Yiqian and said, "After entering the southern province, your hair has to be cut. Draw one with hair to your ears, and the other with hair to your ears." Yiqian agreed with him. The 6 blurry portraits were fixed on the 6 screens. The back of the first portrait was indeed slightly longer, and the hair to his ears in the 5th portrait when he was wearing a mask. She sat in the middle, and several police officers stared intently at the pencil she was drawing on the paper. As she dictated and finalized, the features of a man with thin, even refined features were drawn on the paper. Xia Jinyuan picked up the completed portrait and said, "I can't say that this one is 100% similar, but it's at least 90% similar." The criminal may very well refuse to admit it. Regardless of whether he admits it or not, let's arrest him first. He handed the portrait to the police officers, and Yiqian began to draw the criminal's height, proportions, and even the shadows bit by bit. Some police officers hurriedly left with the portrait, while the rest of the people held their breaths and looked at the high school student whose drawing skills were comparable to the professional police officers in the brigade. From the moment she picked up the pen to the moment she started drawing on the paper, there was not a single pause. It was as if she had seen the criminal before. The portrait had already been sent to the relevant departments for matching. After Yiqian finished drawing the entire portrait, the police officers guarding the matching portrait rushed into the surveillance room like the wind. Found it. Finding the criminal meant that Yiqian and Xia Xiaoyuan's work was complete. The two of them, who were helping each other out of friendship, actually only needed to find some clues for the police. With so many videos, so many celestial eyes, and so many faces coming and going in a city every day, how difficult was it to only find one criminal? The two of them spent more than 4 hours to find the criminal. They had indeed done the Southern Province Public Security Bureau a huge favor, and the head of the Southern Province was relieved. "Xiao Xia, call your brother over for a meal." Chang Sheng was acquainted with Commander-in-Chief Xia and had met Xia Jinyuan a few times. This time, he had done him a huge favor, so it was only right for him to express his gratitude. As the head secretary, he had to do all aspects of his work. He even had to carefully arrange a meal. However, this time, there was really no need to arrange it. "You're welcome." He even brought a child over. "I'm afraid that he has to send the child home." Chang Sheng thought that it was a child from family Xia. To solve the case within 48 hours. There must not be a second case in our province. Yiqian. When they walked out of the traffic station, it was already late at night. It was almost 10 o'clock from 5:30 p.m. Yiqian looked at the man who was walking in a hurry and caught up with him. "Captain Xia, it's still early." "Yes, I'm not going back." The moon was bright. Xia Jinyuan stood under the silver light with a faint smile on his face. His deep and dark eyes reflected the moonlight. When he smiled, the light in his eyes moved slightly. He was even more charming than during the day. "Why are you retreating? Are you retreating without going back to the hotel? Are you going to follow me back to the hotel?" Yiqian rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. He said helplessly, "Captain Xia, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. It's 10 o'clock now. I have to go back to the dormitory. Tomorrow I have to go to class. Have you forgotten that I'm still a student? High school students are under the most pressure. They can't be distracted. Chapter 386. Even when she felt helpless, her small face revealed a sly look. She seemed to have given in to him, but in reality, she knew very well what she was insisting on. Xia Jinyuan walked 2 steps back and stood in front of her. His tall and slender body happened to block the moonlight, completely enveloping her under his shadow. The moonlight was hazy and the street lights were dense. In the dim light, he raised his hand and gently patted the top of her head. He gently said, "You don't want to stay in school on Saturdays and Sundays, right? Do you want a place to train? I'll give you 10 seconds to consider whether you want to go with me or not." He looked at her. Even though the light was dim, his gaze was still accurately locked onto her face. There was a smile and understanding in his eyes. Yiqian gently sighed and smiled faintly. "I can't reject your suggestion. It doesn't even take 10 seconds. I've already made the decision to go with you within a second. Let's go, Captain Xia." His gaze was very warm, and there was a charm in his deep eyes that made her believe in him without a doubt. Yiqian did not think that she had a reason to reject him. The city was still noisy after 10 o'clock. The car left the traffic bureau and headed in another direction. Xia Jinyuan said as he drove, "In the future, when you go to the provincial military base on Saturdays and Sundays, I'll ask someone to look after you. First, you'll have to identify people and apply for a pass. Come over after school on Friday and come back on Sunday afternoon." Little Fox, although the provincial military base is not as big as the one in Fujian town, trust me, there's no shortage of elite soldiers here. She was destined to join the military, so it was better for her to integrate into the environment in advance. Moreover, he could tell that she was a person who did not like to rely on others. In that case, he would give her a chance to use her own abilities to open up her own network of contacts. In order to obtain a cunning fox, one had to seriously attack to be able to conquer her. Yiqian turned sideways and looked seriously at the man who had made everything convenient for her. Looking at his exquisite, jade-like face, she wanted to ask, "Why are you so good to me?" The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she could not say them. Her throat felt like it was stuck with thorns. It was as if she said those words, it would stab her throat and cause her to bleed. Because she did not want to accept his kindness to her. Because she had no way to repay him. "What's wrong? Do you want to sleep?" Xia Jinyuan, who had been looking at her from the corner of his eye, glanced at her and said elegantly, "What's on your mind? Or do you have any questions? Oh, or you want to know why I'm bringing you to the provincial military, right?" Her words made Yiqian clench her fists. Her heart rose to her throat. Even though she appeared calm on the surface, her hair had already tensed up. Never say anything that would give her a headache. He looked at her again as if he had seen through her nervousness and explained with a smile, "I called Uncle Jen before I came here, and he asked if it would be convenient for him to take you to the provincial military base. I won't reject such a small matter. You are indeed a seedling. Even the regiment commander and political commissar in the army have unanimously approved of you. If I bring you to the provincial military district, I think that even if I don't show up, the regiment commander and the political commissar will go to the provincial capital to mention it." His explanation made Yiqian loosen her clenched fists. She secretly heaved a long sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Outside the car window, the flickering light from the street lamps flashed past. He could clearly see the relief on her face. She was indeed a young lady. Although she was intelligent, she was still young. She was extremely nervous whenever he moved, as if she was afraid that he would say something that she could not bear. Chapter 387. Grandpa Jen is just worried that I won't be able to take care of myself when I'm outside. Old people worry a lot. Captain Xia, I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. Without those ambiguous words, Yiqian relaxed and smiled. If Captain Xia needs any help from me in the future, I won't refuse. Just like today, I'm happy to help. She always believed whatever he said unconditionally. Xia Jinyuan's sexy lips curved into a gentle smile. It was the only tenderness behind the iron-willed soldier. Silly girl, if I ask you to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, you won't refuse? Of course. Yi Qian answered without hesitation. His expression was solemn. I believe in you, Captain Xia. Even if there is a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, you and your comrades will definitely be the first to rush in. She trusted him so much and was so sure that she didn't say any excessive compliments. When he saw her bright and burning eyes, Xia Jinyuan only felt that his chest was so hot that even his heartbeat sped up. After a long time, he laughed softly and sighed. You really are a silly girl. He focused on driving and no longer looked at her. Yi Qian didn't see the indulgence in his eyes that could make one drown in it and not want to wake up. It was indulgence only for her. Silly girl, you trust me so much and treat me as the person you trust the most. How can I refuse everything from you? How can I bear to let go? Even if I have to wait, I'm willing. Yi Qian didn't go back to school that night. By the time he left the provincial military base, it was already midnight. He checked into a hotel not far from the school. In the middle of the night, a grown man brought a young girl to a hotel room. The receptionist couldn't help but take a few glances. First, she glanced at Yi Qian coldly. When she looked at Xia Jinyuan, it was as if she had taken stimulants. She said sweetly, Hello sir, I am. I'm not interested in who you are. I know you're the receptionist of the hotel. Even a small receptionist was looking at his little fox with a strange gaze. She really deserved a lesson. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the receptionist coldly. His arrogant aura and cold tone made the receptionist's face turn pale. He glanced at the electronic signboard for the remaining rooms and said coldly, 2 luxury suites. My sister likes cleanliness. I'll give you 10 minutes to check if the rooms are clean. Yi Qian reached out and tugged at his shirt, hinting that there was no need for that. There were too many people in this world who were biased. She had been through too much, so she didn't take this little disrespect to the receptionist to heart. She only cared about the gazes of the people she cared about. The gazes of unimportant people had nothing to do with her. However, she still had something she wanted to say. Glancing at the receptionist coldly, Yi Jian took the 2 room cards that the receptionist handed over with trembling hands. With a cold smile at the corner of her mouth, she said softly, Miss Lu Zhen went to Huajun Hotel with a man who was less than 1.6 meters tall 2 weeks ago. After leaving the next day, she went to Anshi Tea House with a man who was as fat as a pig that night. Then, she changed to another man. As soon as she said the first sentence, the receptionist's knees went weak. By the time Yi Qian told her which men she had checked into rooms with in the past 2 weeks, her face was as white as a sheet. She leaned against the marble counter. Chapter 388. That was not all. Yi Qian added, I have to tell you that the man who went to Huajun Hotel went to the hospital yesterday. He didn't look too good. I think there's something wrong with his body. Miss Lu Zhen, I suggest you get a checkup too. At the front, she could still lean against the counter to support herself, but at the back, Yi Jian's words made the receptionist fall to the ground. The staff on duty next to her did not know what happened. She quickly walked over and apologized to Yi Qian, then picked up the walkie-talkie to call for security. Yi Qian said it in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, so as to preserve the front desk's dignity. After entering the elevator, Xia Jinyuan chuckled. You really can't afford to lose out. No wonder Uncle Chen let you come out alone. Even if you want to lose out, you have to see what kind of loss it is. I was just telling the front desk the truth. Don't think so much about it. Does she think everyone is the same as her? Yi Qian winked playfully and smiled. Besides, I was just reminding her out of kindness. The little fox reminded him out of goodwill, but the little fox's words shocked everyone. After pressing the floor button, Xia Jinyuan sighed. I can use what I saw in the heavenly eye to teach someone a lesson. Little fox, it seems like I can't leave any evidence behind in the future. Where did the front desk go? Who did she go with? She just arrived in the provincial capital this morning. The only explanation was that she took a look at the heavenly eye and memorized it. Her memory was extraordinary, and her brain storage capacity was also large enough. Would the military allow her to become a nobody? Obviously, it was impossible. The military would know her whereabouts and movements at all times. Just like in the desert, after confirming her identity, the tower command center did not make any further moves. As for Yi Jian, her intuition told her that it was best not to continue talking about this topic, that she couldn't tell whether it was true or false. She lowered her head and pretended to yawn. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep early. The elevator door opened with a ding. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked out nimbly. You're that sleepy? Would you like a cup of coffee to refresh yourself? Or we can have a heart-to-heart talk in the room. Xia Jinyuan, who walked out of the elevator gracefully, smiled. His low voice seemed to have magic in the silent night as it drifted lazily and seductively behind her. I'm in the room next to yours. If you want to chat, feel free to do so. Yi Qian quickened his footsteps and rushed to his room. He swiped his card and entered before slamming the door shut behind him. The dangerous man with a bad smell was back. She patted her chest lightly and then slapped her forehead in annoyance. How rude. She didn't even say, good night. She composed herself and opened the door again. Xia. When he opened the door, he saw a black shadow standing at the door. He was so shocked that he let out an "uh." His subconscious reaction was naturally to punch the black shadow's chin. You opened the door just to beat me up? The black figure, which was Major Xia Jinyuan, reacted even faster. He stepped sideways and avoided Yi Qian's fist. He looked at her with a smile. I just came over to say good night, and I almost got beaten up. In the middle of the night, facing a dangerous yet elegant man, Yi Qian stopped at the door and said awkwardly, Sorry, Captain Xia, I didn't mean to hit you. Also good night. See you tomorrow. Chapter 389. The door slammed shut again, as if trying to escape from the lecture. Outside the door, Xia Jinyuan gently rubbed his eyebrows with his slender fingers. He looked helpless, but his eyes were no longer as cold as when he faced the receptionist. Instead, his eyes were filled with gentleness. Silly girl, if I really want to come in, can a door stop me? He whispered with a smile. He just wanted to tease her. Thinking of the scene at the front desk just now, Xia Jinyuan's eyes, which had been soft a second ago, suddenly turned cold in the next second. If the receptionist could casually guess the relationship between the two of them, it was hard to guarantee that the people outside would do the same. There might even be rumors spreading. It seemed that Little Fox had made the right decision to keep her distance from him. He left immediately after the holidays, so he naturally wouldn't hear any rumors. But Little Fox was different. This was where she would be living for the next 2 years. He would appear from time to time and interact with her in an ambiguous manner. After he left, all the rumors would be shouldered by Little Fox alone. He only wanted to spend more time with Little Fox, but he didn't consider that his decision would bring trouble to Little Fox in her life. The sound of running water in the shower stopped after a while. The door opened and a pair of strong and slender legs stepped out. As a white shadow flitted past, a white towel wrapped around Xia Jinyuan's strong and narrow waist. His phone on the bedside table had already rung several times. His hair was wet and his body was covered in fine water droplets. He picked up a towel to dry his hair, took off his shoes and walked over. The military man who came out of the shower was indeed sexy. The lines of his muscles were perfect, as if they were God's masterpiece. Every part of him was perfect and extremely seductive. When he sat down, his waist muscles stretched out sexy curves, showing off the strength that a man should have. It's so late and you're still awake? He spoke in a low and deep voice, with a hint of moisture in his voice. He was as lazy as a noble walking in the countryside, seducing innocent and beautiful village girls. You're not sleeping, but I'm going to sleep. Would you be able to sleep if there was a grown woman beside you? The woman's voice came. She was Xia Jinyuan's cousin and also the secretary of the governor of a province. She was a strong woman. Xia Jinyuan sneered and replied lazily, Xia Yiwei, you took the time to go to the transportation bureau and then rushed back. You sure are busy. How could he not notice that someone was brazenly sizing up his Little Fox behind him? No matter how busy I am, I can't stop myself from wanting to see what the underage girl that young Master Xia is thinking about looks like. Xia Yiwei's legs were casually propped up on the study table in her house. Between her fingers was a long and thin lady's cigarette. The red dots were just halfway through smoking. Xia Jinyuan understood what she was implying. He smirked and said, "I'm just protecting an underage girl now. I'm not so horny as to establish a bad relationship with an underage girl. Oh, so I'll hang up then. Goodbye." He hung up the phone quickly. Xia Yiwei was relieved to know that he understood. Xia Jinyuan always had a sense of propriety. If he said he didn't, then he really didn't. What she didn't know was that even if Xia Jinyuan really did have such thoughts, he still had to ask Yi Qian for permission. At 6 o'clock the next day, Yi Qian arrived at school. Sitting in the car, Xia Jinyuan's right hand on the handbrake had secretly tightened countless times. He had said that he would come back to collect interest, but in the end, after thinking about it for a long time last night, he still held back because he was worried about her life in school. Chapter 390. Captain Xia, I'll get off first. Goodbye. Hearing that the car door was unlocked, Yi Qian immediately unlocked the door and got out of the car. Just as she leaned to the side, her wrist was grabbed by a strong hand. She looked back at her wrist and frowned in confusion. Captain Xia, you're still? Yi Qian felt something pressing down on her. With one of her hands held, she could only feel a refreshing mint scent. Like an apple in Eve's hand, she couldn't resist its temptation. There was a hint of coolness on his belt, followed by a warm kiss that gently landed on her forehead. He stayed there for a long time, so long that the skin on her forehead was burning. Okay, you can get out of the car. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting upright again, saw that there was only confusion in her eyes. She didn't reject him. Feeling warm in his heart, he chuckled. This is my interest. I'm back to collect interest, little fox. He came all the way to the desert and chased her all the way here, but he still missed her. He had to collect interest. Yi Qian was almost running away. She grabbed her luggage and walked faster and faster. Only when she reached the school gate did she slowly stop. She turned to look at the car that hadn't left yet and the man who had gotten out of the car. Yi Qian's forehead burned even hotter. She pursed her lips stubbornly. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything and turned to enter the school. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside the car, had a faint smile on his face. His deep eyes watched his little fox enter the campus until she slowly disappeared from his sight. He blinked his unfathomable eyes and drove away in a good mood. The original interest was her first kiss. Today, he took a step back and left her with an emotionless kiss. The effect was unexpectedly good. It was a good thing that she didn't resist. It was normal for her to be confused. His little fox had never had any experience in relationships. When it came to a wolf like him, tsk, he had no choice but to rely on his feelings. At 6 o'clock in the morning, there were only students who were used to morning exercises. Yi Qian was afraid that his roommates would not be awake yet, so he went to the teacher's office to wait for Teacher Tong to come over. Then they would go to the classroom together. In less than half an hour, Teacher Tong and Teacher Zhu walked over while discussing something in low voices. Yi Qian waited for the two teachers to come closer before he greeted them politely. You came so early? Did you sleep well last night? Teacher Tong, who knew what Yi Qian had been up to yesterday, quickly took out her keys and opened the office door. Behind him, Teacher Zhu said sternly, there will be a test this morning. Yi Qian, you have to show your skills. I will announce the results in the afternoon. This was the usual practice of the provincial No. 1 middle school. They would start the exam on the first day of school to remind all the students that the summer vacation was over and the new semester had begun. It was time to settle down. Hearing this, Teacher Tong turned around with a smile and said, Teacher Zhu, don't scare the students with your serious face. Then she said to Yi Qian, don't be in a hurry to put your luggage back in the dormitory. After the morning self-study session, come to the classroom with me. Teacher Zhu glanced at Yi Qian, whose expression did not change. It was rare for him to smile in front of the students. He said with a smile, this student is bold and murderous. He even eliminated the foreign contestants. Why would he be afraid of an exam? Teacher Tong, I will switch with you for the language and math test today. I will take the first two classes first. It's early in the morning, let's wake them up. Yi Qian listened to the two teachers talking about how to wake the students up as soon as possible. He quietly flipped through the new textbook for the second semester of high school. Chapter 391. At 7 o'clock, the students who were not in the school dormitory began to enter the school. Like other classes, Year 2 Class 1 of the provincial first high school started to get to know each other in the new semester. Hello, I'm Ying. Nice to meet you. Ying, who took the initiative to sit at the first table by the podium, started to introduce herself. She was pretty and had good grades. Her classmates had more or less heard of her name. Hearing that, they also started to introduce themselves in private. Some of the students were already classmates in Year 1, so they got to know each other without any introductions. There were also a few students in Year 1 like Ying. However, when they saw that she only cared about getting to know other students, two girls showed a trace of disdain in their eyes. They lowered their heads and whispered, "She's still the same as before. She's just a butterfly. That's her ability. We can't learn it. She's a flower in the student council." Then, they saw her walk to the first-place boy in Year 1 and introduce herself with a smile. The two girls rolled their eyes. Ying had always been good at pretending in front of boys. Not only did the two girls look down on her, but another girl also looked down on her. She said to her Year 1 classmates, "Do you see that girl? She's my junior high classmate. You guys need to be more careful in the future. She looks good, but she's full of bad intentions. Don't take her words lightly." Ever since Jiasun saw Ying, she had rolled her eyes countless times. In terms of popularity, she was more popular than Ying because of her tomboyish personality. At least in Year 1 of high school, she had never quarreled with her classmates, nor had she schemed against anyone in secret. When the students heard that, they all nodded lightly. When Ying was talking to the first-place boy in Year 1, she turned her gaze and saw Jiasun whispering to a few other classmates. With cold eyes, she smiled and said something to the boy, then walked over with light steps. "Hey, Jiasun, I didn't expect to be in the same class in high school again. You're my only classmate in middle school and high school. Come, let's shake hands and celebrate." It was easy to leave a good impression with a coquettish and polite attitude. Jiasun, who did not expect her to have the cheek to walk over, grinned and stood up naturally. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect it either. Please guide me in the future." She wanted to embarrass her on the first day? No way. Ying's smile. Based on her understanding of Jiasun's temper, she should have been angry. "Look at my old classmate. She doesn't even know what to say if I'm a little more enthusiastic." Jiasun took the opportunity to checkmate him and quickly retracted her hand. "All right, let's just be indifferent and pass through high school peacefully. Don't ever bump into him in the same university again. How embarrassing would that be?" Ying, who had suddenly fallen into a disadvantageous position, came back to her senses. She frowned and looked at Jiasun, who had become smarter in front of her. After a while, she smiled and said, "Yes, if we meet again in the same university, how can I get to know other students?" S. That's right. Too embarrassing. Clock. S's years. S. Looking for trouble on the first day of school. At this moment, Ying knew that she couldn't embarrass Jiasun, so she smiled and turned around. She lowered her eyes to hide the coldness in her eyes. "Wait and see. I won't let Jiasun off easily." Chapter 392. Class 1 was a class with more boys than girls. There were 60 students in the class, 46 boys and 14 girls. The science class had always been the opposite of the liberal arts class. Ying and Jiasun were both good-looking, so some boys had been secretly paying attention to them. Someone said, "There are 60 students. Our class is still missing one." The time for the morning self-study session was approaching. The empty desks in the class were filled one by one. Soon, only the desks near the door were empty. The rest of the students had already arrived. Yeah, there are only 59 students now. Who else is not here? There are still 4 minutes to the morning self-study session. How bold of them to come on time on the first day of school. Until the morning self-study session bell rang, the empty desks near the door were still empty. A student muttered softly, "Are they sick? The teacher will be angry if they're late on the first day." Ying glanced at them and sneered. Class 1 was very competitive and had the most top students. If someone became the focus of the teacher's attention on the first day, it was equivalent to having someone at the bottom. Soon, footsteps were heard. The student sitting at the back near the door was bold. He quickly looked over and saw Teacher Tong walking over with a girl with a smile. She's here. It's a girl. Damn, I can only see a pair of calves. Her skin is dazzling white. She must be a beauty. Really? Quick, sit down. Shut up. Teacher Tong is our big sister. Don't bully her. Soon, there was no other sound in the classroom except for the sound of books being flipped. This showed how strong the self-control of the students in the class was. Teacher Tong did not let Yi Qian go in immediately. Instead, she went into the classroom first. Seeing that all the students were looking down at their textbooks and no one was whispering to each other, she walked to the podium and joked, "All of you can hold it in. If you don't whisper, I think it's not normal." As soon as she spoke, all the students in the class took a deep breath. The bolder ones laughed and said, "Isn't it time for class? We're all good students who abide by the rules. We definitely won't whisper. Right? I saw you sticking your head out of the classroom to see if I was here." The one who spoke was the boy leaning against the door of the classroom. Teacher Tong did not criticize him. She smiled kindly and said, "It's the first day of class, so we're not familiar with each other. Let's introduce ourselves during the morning self-study." Seeing that the class was bustling with noise and excitement, Teacher Tong raised her hands to silence the whole class. "First, let's welcome a new student who has just joined our class. You must have heard of this student's name, but you have never seen her in person. Come, let's give a round of applause to welcome our new classmate." It turned out that he was not late, but a transfer student. Amidst the applause, Yi Qian stood at the door of the classroom with his textbook. He first bowed politely to Teacher Tong, then to all the students in the class. "Yi Qian, why are you here?" Amidst the applause, someone suddenly stood up from her seat and shouted in a sharp and shrill voice, "Why are you here?" It was Yi Ying. She was the only student in the class who stood up. Her pretty features were contorted into a ferocious expression at this moment. She even raised her hand and pointed a finger at Yi Jian. She was shocked and angry at the same time, and her face was filled with disbelief. Her voice was very loud and stood out amidst the applause. The girls at the same table frowned and tugged at her skirt. "What are you doing, Ying? We're all looking at you." Chapter 393. Everyone in the class was seated. Yi Ying was the only one who suddenly stood up like a madwoman. Her voice was so shrill that even the applause couldn't cover it. The students sitting behind her only heard her shrill voice, but the students who were seated just happened to be able to see her expression were all frightened by her ferocious appearance. "Oh my God, this Yi Ying is so scary. So scary, she's just like the evil witches in the Western novels. One second she's gentle and kind, the next she's vicious and vicious. Oh my God, her facial features are all twisted. How can she still be pretty?" The boys were concerned about beauty, while the girls were concerned about good and evil. The applause in the front slowly stopped when they saw Yi Ying's ferocious appearance. The applause at the back also gradually died down when Yi Ying suddenly stood up and didn't sit down for a long time. "What's wrong? What did Ying do? What did she scream just now? I didn't hear it clearly." "Me neither. I just suddenly stood up and pointed my finger at the new student. I don't know what happened." "Stop talking, Teacher Tong doesn't look too good." The originally enthusiastic atmosphere in the class was disturbed by Yi Ying's crazy outburst. The students who didn't know what happened looked at each other, and then looked at Teacher Tong's serious expression. They all fell silent. The classroom suddenly became extraordinarily quiet. Yi Ying, who had a fierce look in her eyes, trembled violently under the secret tugging of her deskmate, and slowly came to her senses. The moment she woke up, Yi Ying felt that her vision was blacking out. She saw that all the students were looking at her strangely. It was a look of rejection, and even disgust. What did she just do? What did she just say? Yi Ying, who couldn't help but tremble, tried to relax her body and squeeze out a smile to explain her gaffe just now. But the more she wanted to relax, the more she couldn't. The more she wanted to smile, the more her face twisted. It was strange, like a withered vine, brandishing its claws on the broken wall. It was especially ferocious. Just when the atmosphere was a little stiff, the sound of desks and chairs moving came from the back of the classroom. Oh my God! And Jiasin, whose brain was long enough, recovered from her stupor. In an instant, she jumped up as if there was a spring in her shoe. She said in surprise, "My classmate Jen Er, you hid it from me for so long." This time, Jiasin became the second student to stand up. The difference was that her happy face was a sharp contrast to Yi Ying's ferocious look. She didn't stop there. Instead, she said incoherently to Teacher Tong, "Teacher Tong, Teacher Tong, I know you, I know you. We were in the same class in junior high school." Idol of the class. Classmate, if you continue to introduce yourself, you won't be introducing yourself like a junior high school classmate. Teacher Tong did not scold her. Instead, she gestured for her to sit down first. There's no hurry. Every student has a chance to introduce themselves. While Teacher Tong was speaking, the girl sitting at the same table as Ying had a dark expression on her face. She tugged at the corner of Yi Ying's skirt and said angrily, "Sit down." Then she muttered, "Why am I so unlucky to be sitting at the same table with you on the first day?" This was not the result Yi Ying wanted. If she sat down now, she would lose. Her classmates would hate her, and stay away from her. Chapter 394. She did not sit down. Instead, she placed her hands on the edge of the desk and squeezed out a stiff smile. "I'm sorry, I was surprised because Yi Qian is my older sister. She ran away from home for a year and did not contact her family. That's why I was so surprised when I saw her." His hands, which were propped up against the desk, exerted all their strength until the back of his hands turned pale. Even his veins were exposed one by one. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. He did not say anything, but his attitude explained everything. Ying was still the same. However, her ability to speak with hidden meanings had improved. She said that she ran away from home and did not contact her family. Wasn't that saying that she was a problem girl? How could a problem girl who ran away from home for a year be a good student? Of course not. Listen, how treacherous. More importantly, she not only tricked her, but also explained why she lost her composure. That's why she said that her ability to speak with hidden meanings had improved. However, Ying might be able to hide it from her classmates, but it was impossible to hide it from Teacher Tong, who was a teacher at her age. At this moment, Teacher Tong vaguely understood why Principal Chow had placed Yi Qian in Class 6 and not Class 1. The reason was right in front of her eyes. It was a far-fetched explanation, but at least most of the students believed it. Of all the things she should never have done, she should never have belittled her own classmate in secret. Moreover, she was her own sister. Teacher Tong's impression of Yi Ying immediately turned negative after meeting her for the first time. She adjusted her glasses and did not look at Yi Ying, who stood up. Instead, she smiled at Yi Qian and said, "Introduce yourself first." She saw that Yi Qian was still smiling calmly. He did not panic because of the unexpected situation. Even his expression did not change. He was calm and composed. A trace of a smile appeared on her stern face. How could she not have noticed when Yi Ying was secretly insulting her? She did not directly confront her, but only smiled at her. Sometimes, a smile was the best weapon. It represented tolerance, cultivation, and a person's character. Then he added, "I believe there are many students here who would be very willing to communicate with you." This sentence undoubtedly expressed the teacher's attitude. The hidden meaning was, the teacher will support you. It was unknown how many of the 59 students could understand. At the very least, Yi Jian and Yi Ying both understood what he was saying. Yi Ying's breathing quickened. She bit her lower lip and tried her best to calm herself down. She slowly sat down and no longer looked at the podium. In her mind, she was thinking about how to change her image and destroy Yi Qian's image. On the stage, Yi Qian's smile was like the sunlight falling on the leaves outside the window, bright and lively. "Hello everyone, I am Yi Qian, a transfer student. After taking a break from school for a year and taking the senior high school entrance examination in June this year, she re-entered the provincial first high school. Considering her age, I think it's more appropriate for her to enter the second year of high school. When the atmosphere was a little tense, a humorous remark was made. With Jiasin as the leader, laughter was heard, breaking the tension, and the atmosphere was lively again. I am fortunate enough to be assigned to Class 1 and interact with all of you. This is fate. In the future, if there is anything I don't understand in my studies, I hope everyone can help me. Thank you. It was a simple introduction, but it revealed all the important things about her. First, she took a year off from school. Second, she took the high school entrance exam this year. Third, she skipped a grade. Chapter 395. He did not praise her for skipping a grade. Instead, he used an indifferent tone and said that it was just a matter of age to downplay her ability. Yi Qian could be described with two idioms: deep as a lake and high as a mountain, open-minded as a valley. Before Yi Qian could walk down from the podium, and Jiasin, who could not restrain her joy, stood up with a proud expression amidst the applause. Her voice rose and fell as she said, "Yi Qian is really amazing. When I was in the same class as her, the seniors in the third year of junior high would come to her if they did not understand anything. Also, her memory is very good. She only flipped through a book? Oh, this political book? She only needed to flip through it once to remember everything." With her saying this, the other students' voices also became louder. A boy stood up and stared at Yi Qian with sparkling eyes. I know, Yi Qian, I know who you are. You won the gold medal in the World Mathematical Olympiad 2 years ago. In the oral questions, you always finished first and won time for our contestants. I also know that you were studying in Anyang High School last year. However, on the day of the report, you did not want to be an auditing student and could not accept the school's framing of you. So, in a fit of anger, you domineeringly tore up the notice. I also, amidst the adoring voices of the boys, some of them were so happy that they began to bang the table. Classmate Yi Qian, I also know you. Only you would dare to tear up the notice so domineeringly. Because you have the confidence. I really did not expect that I would be in the same school as Yi Qian. Oh my God, I have to tell my parents when I go back. So you dropped out of school. We all thought you changed schools. All the voices in Yi Ying's ears were ear-piercing and driving her crazy. Under the desk, her hands tightly grasped the corners of her skirt, and the corners of her eyes were bloodshot. Yi Qian, damn thing. She was my nemesis. She was born to be my nemesis. Why did she come back? Why did she come back? What shameful things did she do again? What underhanded methods did she use to get into number 1 middle school? She should not be in number 1 middle school. She should not be standing in the classroom. What right did she have to be praised by her classmates and teachers? Why? The students' praises for Yi Jian were like a growth stimulant, causing the jealousy in Yi Ying's heart to grow like crazy weeds. Bit by bit, it eroded her rationality, making it harder and harder for her to calm down. The atmosphere of the entire class was stirred up. It was only when Teacher Tong stepped forward that the atmosphere gradually calmed down. She cleared her throat and smiled. You guys can learn more from Yi Jian. If your grades are good and you can be admitted to university after a year of suspension, I won't stop you from taking a break. Teacher Tong's voice was like the last straw, crushing Yi Ying's remaining calmness. Let her go to school with a bang. Amidst the silence, Yi Ying stood up slowly. She glared at Yi Qian, who was standing on the podium and receiving all the students' praises. The classroom became even quieter after she stood up. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The students' gazes were all on her. No one understood why she stood up again. Chapter 396. Yi Qian, you scored very high in the provincial first high school. How did you get in after taking a year off? All of us worked hard to get in. As for you, even if your results were good, how did you get in without any grades in biology, geography, or sports? Ying asked slowly. Her voice was delicate, and she even had a smile on her face. I'm sorry, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to ask you how you managed to get into the provincial first high school under such difficult circumstances, and even managed to skip a grade and get into the most difficult class one. I'm not targeting you. I just want to be fair and just. Ying wasn't the only one who thought this. She was very smart. She asked the other students who didn't agree and didn't believe that Yi Qian was really that capable. Seeing that a few students nodded in agreement with her words, Yi Qian sneered. Yi Ying, if you're not afraid of embarrassing yourself, then play with her. He looked at all the students with clear eyes, not just Yi Ying. He said calmly, since everyone got in based on their abilities, then I'll do the same. Just as Yi Ying said, I didn't score in biology, geography, or sports. But to me, even if I didn't score in these 3 subjects, it wouldn't affect my entrance exam. It wouldn't be a stumbling block for me to get into the provincial first high school. Before he could continue, a student stood up and said, I believe in Yi Qian. How could someone who relied on his abilities not get into the provincial first high school because he took a year off? With one, there was a second. They all stood up one after another. I believe in him too. I participated in the provincial first high school's entrance exam with Yi Qian 2 years ago. His answers in class were fast and accurate. He never missed a question. His ability from 2 years ago had been influential until now. Those who knew Yi Qian and those who had seen Yi Qian's ability with their own eyes believed in him. Their words were enough to form a high wall against the rumors and slanders. And Jiasin, who had been holding it in for a long time, couldn't hold it in anymore. She rushed to the front of the classroom and said loudly, I'm Yi Qian's junior high school classmate. I guarantee with my life that Yi Qian got into the provincial first high school with his ability. Then she glared at Yi Ying and said through gritted teeth, Yi Ying, you're still the same as when you were in junior high school. Despicable. Saying that they were a family? What a joke. Since when did you treat Yi Qian as family? Your mother did it again and again. If she continued to talk about it, the situation would worsen. Yi Jian did not want to alarm the school leaders on the first day of school, so she smiled and stopped her. Jiasin, let's not talk about the past anymore. Thank you for defending me. Let me talk about it myself. With that, Yi Jian glanced at Yi Ying. Suddenly, she found a look of disappointment in Yi Ying's eyes. Alarm bells went off in Yi Jian's heart and her eyes darkened. Did she miss something? Yi Qian glanced at Teacher Tong, who had remained silent and had a serious expression on her face. Yi Qian came to a realization. Knew what she had missed. Yi Ying wanted to expand her influence to the point where even the school's leaders would be alarmed. She wanted to leave a deep impression on the school's leaders that she was a troublemaker on the first day of school. That way, there would be many opportunities to slip away from her. She was a troublemaker. Chapter 397. No, she even included Jiasin in her calculations. As one of the instigators of the conflict, Jiasin, a student whose grades were not as good as Yi Ying's, would also be implicated in this matter and leave the school leaders with a bad impression of her as someone who wanted to stir up trouble. Sure enough, she had improved. This was a trick that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Jian, who had seen through her trick, faced all her classmates again. She was not afraid in the face of danger. She maintained a faint smile and said word by word seriously, I am qualified to stand here and skip grades because I am qualified to pass the exam with my own strength. And my grades are enough to prove that I entered the provincial first high school fair and square, just like all the other students. Maybe you don't believe it, but that's the truth. I didn't get any extra marks, but I still got into the provincial first high school. This is my ability. Her voice was very calm, but it had a majestic aura. Every word seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, making the hearts of the students tremble slightly. The confident Yi Qian was like an unclimbable mountain, standing tall and lofty. Yi Ying almost laughed out loud when she heard this. You can't even check your grades. How can you be fair and square? That's strange. Yi Ying, didn't you say that you lost your composure because you haven't seen me for more than a year? Why are you now mentioning that you can't even check my grades? Have you checked them? Yi Qian looked at Yi Ying, whose face was beginning to stiffen, with confusion. He asked her in a casual tone, there's something I don't quite understand. Only I know my student ID. Only the teachers can check a student's grades. Ying, may I ask, how do you know that you can't check my grades? You know to check my grades, but you don't know if I'm home. Don't you think your words are contradictory? Yi Ying was not the only one who had improved. In the year that he had not seen her, Yi Qian knew better how to retaliate against Yi Ying. He had seen through her tricks, so he just had to deal with it calmly. The students' gazes were all dark and unclear. They were all second-year high school students and were only a year or two away from adulthood. They more or less knew what they should know. At this moment, even the most insensitive of students could see that something was wrong with Yi Ying. He was obviously making fun of Yi Qian. "I'm just worried about whether you're back or not, so I wanted to check your results. After all, you had your reasons for dropping out of school last year. You don't have to be so nervous. Just tell us that you can rely on your own strength." Yi Ying's face was extremely stiff. Even her cheeks were frozen. Her gaze flickered unnaturally as she avoided the main point and said, "I also believe in my sister's ability, but you have to stand out and explain. Let the other students know that you entered the school fairly and justly." This matter could not be explained clearly. Even if Yi Qian relied on his own abilities to pass the exam, he knew that today would definitely leave a seed of doubt in the hearts of some of his classmates. His high school life would not be too peaceful. The corners of Yi Qian's mouth curled up slightly. He said with a faint smile, "It's true that my results can't be found. It's not because I didn't pass, but because someone framed me last year. Just in case, the Provincial Education Bureau hid my results." After he finished speaking, he leaned slightly to the side and said to Teacher Tong, "Teacher Tong, I have a presumptuous request. Can you show me my middle school entrance exam so that Yi Ying can rest assured?" He was not angry, nor did he criticize Yi Ying's actions. It was just a pure explanation. There was no trace of anger at all. Chapter 398. This was using gentleness to overcome strength. Using gentleness to resist the other party's aggressiveness. Who was cute, who was hateful, who was easier to get along with. As long as the students weren't blind, they could tell. Teacher Tong liked Yi Qian more and more. She was gentle but firm. She was neither anxious nor impatient, and she had the demeanor of a noble. When she heard what Teacher Tong said, she smiled and said, "I have already prepared for this." The general consensus for this year's middle school exams is that they are very difficult. We have seen them too. It can be said that this is the most difficult exam in the last 5 years. Teacher Tong opened the drawer of the podium and took out a craft paper folder. Inside it was Yi Qian's exam paper. Student Yi Qian did such a difficult exam and achieved 4th place in the province without 3 additional points. This kind of result is more than enough to get into our provincial number 1 middle school. After Tong Laoxian finished speaking, everyone in the class sucked in a breath of cold air. 4th place in the province without 3 additional points. Was this a perfect score for every exam? The classroom was silent. Not a single student whispered or looked at Yi Qian with suspicion. It was unbelievable. It was completely unimaginable. She actually managed to get 4th place in the province in the middle school exams. Yi Qian used her ability to tell the class that she used her results to get into the provincial number 1 middle school. Who would dare to question her? Who would dare to doubt her? Other than the 3 points deducted for the essay, student Yi Qian got full marks for every exam. If she had those 3 results, she would definitely be the provincial number 1 middle school student. As Teacher Tong spoke, she walked down from the podium and placed the test paper on Yi Ying's desk. She sighed and said, "You children, if even the test is not fair and impartial, then the entire education system will fall into a state of eternal damnation." After 10 years of hard work, student Yi Qian has already experienced unfair treatment once. However, she is not discouraged. She used her ability to win another chance to go to school. "Come, Yi Ying, your results are not bad. Let's take a look at the math questions first. Then, close the exam paper and go to the blackboard to solve the geometry question again." When Yi Ying received the test paper, her face was as colorful as a dye house, intertwining with each other. Gradually, tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Teacher Tong and sobbed, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I just want to know why." "Yi Ying, if you want to know why, I have no objections. However, your actions have once again hurt a student who has already been treated unfairly. So, your apology is not to the teacher, but to Yi Qian." In Teacher Tong's eyes, Yi Ying's tears were not worth forgiving or sympathizing with if the tears were just to hide her own darkness. He placed the other physics paper in front of a boy in the first year of high school. The chemistry paper was placed in the hands of a boy who also had good grades. Then he placed the language paper in front of a girl. Come and take a look. Fairness and justice are in the papers in your hands. As for why student Yi Qian skipped a grade to become a second year of high school, I didn't want to add more pressure on you. But now, I can tell you that Yi Qian took this year's college entrance exam and passed it in the same amount of time. Her results will not be a problem at all. How many of you can be like her, passing a second-year exam after only 1 year of high school? Most importantly, Yi Qian even took a year off from school. Chapter 399. Hearing this, Ying almost tore the test paper in her hand in half. The shock on her face was even greater. Her eyes were fixed on the test paper. What? This wretched girl passed the entrance exam for a second-tier university. Impossible, how could she surpass me? She passed the entrance exam for a second-tier university without even going to high school. Wow, that's amazing. The question sheets are so clean, and so are the rest of the questions. No wonder she participated in the World Mathematical Olympiad. The geometry questions at the back are indeed a bit difficult. If you want me to solve them now, I'll have to give it a try. The girl who sat next to Yi Ying had good grades in science. After seeing Yi Qian's test paper, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She was only impressed by Yi Qian's test paper. She didn't notice that Yi Ying's face was already covered with dark clouds, as if a storm was coming at any time. Yi Qian had already returned to her temporary seat. She was very tall, so she was very eye-catching sitting in the front. In the following self-introductions, the students who walked up to the podium would first take a second look at her before they started. When it was Yi Ying's turn to introduce herself, a boy joked, "We all know you, and we all remember you." Unintentional words were even more hurtful, especially to someone like Yi Ying, who always wanted to show off her superiority. The boy's teasing was like a dagger fiercely stabbing into her heart. It made her the laughingstock of the class. When she came down, she glanced at Yi Qian from the corner of her eyes. She wanted to warn Yi Qian to show that she wasn't afraid. Who knew that Yi Qian didn't even look at her? Instead, he was talking to a girl behind him, with a faint smile on his face. Yi Ying's eyes stung, and she looked away angrily. After sitting down, she was like a proud peacock, using beautiful feathers to disguise herself and hide her insidious heart. The half-an-hour morning self-study session didn't let the 60 students in the class finish their self-introductions. After class, Teacher Tong seemed to have forgotten to let Yi Ying do the questions on the blackboard. When the bell rang, she only said, "The next 2 classes are math exams. Students, you have 10 minutes to prepare yourselves." How was he mentally prepared? It was like a bolt from the blue. Amidst the wailing, Jiasun rushed to Yi Qian as if nothing had happened. She clung onto Yi Qian like a koala. "My Jane Eyre, you've kept me in the dark for so long." And Jiasun, who had spent the whole summer watching period dramas, still hadn't gotten over it. Every time she opened her mouth, she would speak in a strange tone. "Why didn't you tell me that day? Tell me, why didn't you tell me?" Yi Qian almost fainted from her strangling. "Because I want to go to high school safely. I don't want anything like last year to happen again, understand? You're right. I'm happy now, so I forgive you this time." Being in the same school and class as her good friend again made Jiasun even happier than if she had won a ranking. The smile on Jiasun's face was so wide that her eyes were about to become slits. There were only 10 minutes before class ended, but all the students who came to talk to Yi Qian found that she could accurately say their names after they introduced themselves once. By the time the math and language exams were over, she had already memorized the names of all the students in the class in just one morning. IQ and memory really have to be compared to know who's better. I'm impressed. With her IQ and memory, she could choose from any of the top universities in the country. She's amazing. She can't be compared to her at all. For both exams, she only used one class to hand in the papers. Pressure, pressure. Chapter 400. Seeing that even the top student in the cohort felt pressured, the other boys in the cafeteria laughed and said, "Bro, I'm afraid the top student in the cohort won't be guaranteed. That's normal. Yi Qian will crush us in terms of IQ, memory, and learning range. The top student in the cohort will become the uncrowned king. The top student in the cohort wasn't tall, only about 1.7 meters. He had a few pimples on his face and was a gentle and easygoing guy. He didn't feel pressured by Yi Jian's arrival, so he smiled and said, 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing his own abilities. We don't have to compete with Yi Jian's results, we just have to stabilize our own. Comparing grades with her will only make us feel more pressured. Also, he paused and said, also, I think Yi Qian is easy to get along with. We can ask her if there's anything we don't understand. I don't think she'll reject helping each other and improving each other. That's right. I also think Yi Qian is easy to get along with. Hee, I'm afraid she's not easy to get along with. She's not as pretty as Yi Qian. But go to hell. You're always staring at girls. The 5 boys joked and laughed as they walked to the cafeteria. Yi Ying, who had been walking alone behind them, heard their conversation and felt her blood boiling in her chest. The hatred in her heart deepened. Yi Ying bit her lower lip so hard that teeth marks appeared. Yi Qian, that damn thing. As long as she appeared, she wouldn't have a good day. No, she had to think of a way to get rid of her. She had to think of a way. It would be best if she could make this person disappear from this world forever. Yi Ying, who had wanted to eat in the cafeteria, turned around and jogged to the snack bar. Yi Jifan was about to get off work when he saw that the call was from the school's snack bar. He quickly sat down and picked up the phone. Hello, Ying. How come you still have time to call Dad on the first day of class? Dad, Yi Qian came to the provincial first high school. It's not that we can't check her grades, but the Provincial Education Bureau deliberately hid her grades. Dad, what should I do? Now, the whole class revolves around her. I finally managed to get into class 1, but she appeared. What? Yi Qian has arrived at the provincial first high school. But he didn't have her results at all. Even the usually calm Yi Jifan paused for a moment. His eyes darkened as he asked in a low voice, did she say anything else? What? She didn't say anything. She just said that she relied on her grades to get into the provincial first high school. Moreover, Dad, she was ranked 4th in the province. Ying gnashed her teeth as she spoke. When she mentioned her grades, her facial features twisted again. Dad, you can't let her stay in school. You can't. I can't lose to her. I want her to disappear from the school. I want her to disappear completely. Dad, you have to help me, you have to help me. Yi Fan, who was in a state of shock, felt his heart skip a beat. Even the Provincial Education Bureau came out to protect Yi Jian, which meant that there really was someone behind her. Oh, you have to calm down. Listen to Dad. Yi Qian must have someone secretly helping her. Now, Dad has something to tell you. Since you're in the same class as her, pay attention to who is helping her. Let Dad find out more before he makes a move. Remember, Yi Qian came prepared. You can't be careless. You have to act calmly. Also, you have to maintain a good relationship with the sons and daughters of the high-ranking officials. If necessary, let them deal with Yi Qian. You can't make a move easily. Do you understand? Chapter 401. When Yi Ying heard that she still needed to endure it, tears streamed down her face. However, she understood Yi Jifan's advice. She cried as she replied, I know. Dad, I'll pay attention to who's behind her. You can step in when the time comes. Dad will definitely step in for you. But not now. Yi Jifan's heart sank. He was very worried that his daughter would lose her composure because of Yi Qian's return. After a heavy sigh, he seemed to have an idea. He covered the microphone with his hand and lowered his voice. Ying, you must hold onto the jade pendant well. Dad can tell you that this jade pendant is very useful. Even if Yi Qian has someone behind her, she's still just an ordinary citizen with some small achievements. You will definitely not be an ordinary citizen in the future. Trust Dad. Bear with it for a while and calm the waves. Take a step back and the world will be wide open. It won't be too late to settle the score with her after we find out the truth. Yi Ying was stunned. Why did he mention the jade pendant again? It sounded like it wasn't just a little important. Could it be that there was a secret on the jade pendant? This jade pendant was Yi Qian's. Dad, is the jade pendant really that important? I've heard you mention it countless times. Ying took out the jade pendant. Because it was an expensive piece of jade, she used it as a decoration when she played with her classmates whose parents were officials in the first year of high school. Yi Zhifan originally wanted to keep it a secret until his daughter went to university. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Yes, it's very important, very important. It's a symbol of status. A symbol of status? Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat. She was overjoyed. So you're saying that as long as I have this jade pendant, Yi Qian will live at my whim for the rest of his life? Isn't that right, Dad? Isn't that right? She was anxious to get confirmation. Her voice was anxious and trembling. Yes, Ying, so, before Yi Zhifan could finish, Ying hurriedly said, so, there's no need for me to be jealous of her grades, right? Because no matter how good her grades are, they'll never be as good as yours, right? After laughing, Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as she asked doubtfully, however, there's still something I don't quite understand. Why does this piece of jade represent an identity? Dad, please tell me. I need some consolation. I don't want to lose to that wretched girl Yi Qian. Yi Zhifan knew that once he said that the jade represented an identity, then his daughter would definitely ask about it. After a soft sigh, he said in a low voice, I'm not too sure myself. When your aunt sacrificed herself, this piece of jade was sent back together with her belongings. Not long after Dad became the village chief, he received a call saying that he wanted me to take good care of the jade and not tell Sun Xueqing's daughter about it. Sun Xueqing, Yi Qian's mother. As for this piece of jade, Dad kept it because he thought it was valuable. When Dad was promoted to the position of mayor, the head of the city even talked to Dad personally. His words hinted that someone was helping Dad in the dark. In this world, there is no such thing as kindness without reason or resentment, and there is no such thing as help without a purpose. After thinking about it, Yi Zhifan guessed that the person behind this piece of jade had been secretly helping him all this time. That was why he said that this piece of jade represented an identity. If it wasn't someone with an identity, how could they help him? But Ying, these are all Dad's guesses. Also, you have to do your best. Her grades are good, so you have to do better than her. My precious daughter is so smart, how could she be defeated by someone who has been inferior to her since she was young? Chapter 402. Compared to Sun Dongqing, Yi Zhifan's words ignited Yi Ying's fighting spirit more. That's right. If her grades were good, then as long as her grades were better, wouldn't all problems be solved? After hanging up the phone, Ying felt that all her worries had disappeared, and her chin was slightly raised. Even when she walked, her gaze was slightly raised. It was a sense of superiority. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Qian and Jiasin and 4 other girls from the same dormitory whom they had met briefly went to the cafeteria to eat. Just as they were about to reach the cafeteria, they bumped into Yi Ying, who had just returned from a phone call. Their gazes met, and the air seemed to freeze. Seeing this, Ying glanced at the girls. Her eyes were filled with disdain. At first glance, she could tell that they were all from ordinary families. Birds of a feather flock together. People of different backgrounds would associate with the same people. Sister, call home when you're free. My dad is very worried about you. Ying, who spoke, unconsciously touched the pendant on her chest. She smiled and said, I just called my dad to tell him that you're back. Yi Qian did not want to involve her classmates in the dispute between her and Yi Ying. She smiled at Jiasin and said, Jiasin, go to the cafeteria with Xiaoyi and the rest first. Help me get food too. Thank you. But, Jiasin was worried. However, when she met Yi Qian's slightly heavy gaze, she immediately nodded. She pulled the girls from the same dormitory and said softly, let's go first. Once the students left, Yi Ying's ugly face was completely revealed. With a gloomy gaze, she laughed softly and said, Stupid girl, don't think that you can surpass me just because you're back at number 1 middle school. Like people live like that. As for you, don't even think about surpassing me. Who's going to compete with you? Yi Ying, it looks like you're the one who's competing with me. Yi Qian smiled. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, but she did not seem to be sweating at all. She was refreshed, and her eyes were as beautiful as water. I stopped because I wanted to tell you that getting into number 1 middle school is not a big deal. It's hard for you to get into number 1 middle school, but for me, it's extremely easy. His words pierced Yi Ying's heart. Her expression changed and she said fiercely, "So what? I'll let you be proud today, but just you wait and see. With your status, you don't deserve to be compared to me." When it came to bickering, Ying had always lost every battle. After she lost, she would leave in a huff. But before she left, her gloomy eyes that clearly had other intentions made Yi Qian frown slightly. After talking to Yi Jifan on the phone, it seemed like he had received some advice. In that case, he had to be more careful. The episode ended as quickly as it started. When Yi Qian went to the cafeteria, and Jiasun had already ordered the food. Not only was there a girl from the same dormitory sitting next to her, but there were also other students from her class. In the cafeteria, Zhang Bin from class 4 was carrying a plate and looking for Yi Qian. He wanted to come over after the math test, but he was caught by the PE teacher to move the sports equipment. Now that it was noon, he rushed to the cafeteria to look for Yi Qian. Because there was still a week of military training in the first year of high school, the cafeteria was slightly empty and not too crowded. Soon he heard Jiasun's voice. Following the direction of the voice, he saw Yi Qian. Not only were the two of them sitting together, but there were also a few other students sitting nearby. They were chatting and laughing with Yi Qian. They seemed to have a good relationship, and a few of them were students with excellent grades in the first year of high school. It could be seen that Yi Qian got along well with his classmates on the first day of school. Chapter 403. Zhang Bin looked at Yi Qian, who was surrounded by his classmates, and then looked at Jiasun. He thought about it and decided to look for them after school. A boy patted Zhang Bin's shoulder and laughed. "Hey, Zhang Bin, you're looking at Jiasun again. If you really like her, why don't you write her a love letter? It's good to let her know. But you have to be careful. Don't let the teacher find out. Their homeroom teacher, Miss Tong, is quite nice, but she can be quite scary when she's strict." "What are you talking about?" "The transfer student from class 1, Yi Qian, is also my junior high school classmate." The voices gradually faded away. Yi Qian looked at Zhang Bin, who had walked far away, and whispered to Jiasun, "Let's go look for Zhang Bin after class?" "Why should we look for him? He doesn't have time in the afternoon. He's a sports student, so he has to train every afternoon after school. Also, he doesn't live on campus. He lives at his grandmother's house." Zhang Bin's father was from Fujian town, but his mother was from the provincial capital. And Jiasun, who had always been carefree, was more attentive this time. She whispered, "Zhang Bin's father doesn't have much contact with his grandmother's family. I heard that his mother fell out with her family because she wanted to marry into the countryside. In the future, when you see Zhang Bin, don't ask him where he lives. He doesn't want to talk about it." Hearing this, Yi Qian looked at Jiasun with a smile in his eyes. He purposely dragged out his words and said, "Not bad, you know how to care about people." "Care about who?" The girls who didn't hear everything came closer. Soon, they were all laughing together again. Under the sunlight, the second-year students who hadn't entered the countdown to the college entrance exam were still smiling. Yi Ying, who had lost to Yi Qian again, was slapping the tree leaves fiercely and cursing. "Ying, over here. Everyone is looking for you." A girl blocked Yi Ying's path and pulled her toward Swan Lake without any explanation. "It's an emergency. We didn't do our summer homework. Hurry up and help us." Thus, the girl was referring to was the classmates that Yi Jifan had told Yi Ying to build a good relationship with. They were not from powerful families, but they were rich. When Yi Ying saw the girl, her eyes flickered. She smiled and said, "Sure, but don't blame me if I do something wrong." She came at the right time. She was just thinking about how to deal with Yi Qian. "TSK, you're the one with the best grades among us. Even if you're wrong, you're more correct than us. Let's go." The girl pushed Yi Ying's shoulders with both hands and said with a smile, "It's an emergency. We have to finish it by noon." If necessary, they could use the sons and daughters of officials to deal with Yi Qian. Yi Jifan's ruthless voice kept ringing in Yi Ying's ears. "Great, isn't this an opportunity? Yi Qian, let's see how you'll survive in school after offending my friends." After lunch, Yi Qian went back to the dormitory to tidy up her bed. Just as Teacher Tong had said, the strong were respected by others. After lunch, the 6 people in the dormitory had a certain understanding of each other. The other 4 girls were even happier to be in the same dormitory as Yi Qian. They helped her pack her luggage and went to the convenience store to buy daily necessities like buckets. After lunch, the 6 people in the dormitory had a harmonious relationship. Teacher Tong had spent some effort in arranging the dormitory. She had arranged for a few gentle girls to be in the same dormitory as Yi Qian. In the afternoon, when the math test results came out, Yi Qian was unsurprisingly first in the class. His score was 24 points higher than Jiao Hai's. Chapter 404. This test was a demonstration of one's ability. Even if some students were suspicious of Yi Ying's words, they could only keep their mouths shut. Ying stared at her score. She bit her lower lip and subconsciously looked towards the seat by the classroom door. That was Yi Qian's seat. She happened to see the students at the back table lean over to look at Yi Qian's paper. After hearing a low gasp, Ying felt as if her heart had been violently slammed into. Teacher Zhu wrote the highest score on the blackboard. There are 2 students in the class who scored full marks. One is Yi Qian, and the other is Jiao Hai. Yi Qian's paper showed no signs of tampering. The time he took to hand in the paper was 34 minutes. Yi Qian is first in this test. Jiao Hai was the first male student in the grade. I won't say much about the lowest score. I know that you all have relaxed after the summer break and didn't study properly. This test is just a reminder that school is about to start, so it's time to settle down. Ying looked at her math results. She bit her lower lip even harder. She had always been good at liberal arts and bad at science. If it weren't for the fact that Teacher Tong only taught the science class, she wouldn't have insisted on transferring to the science class. But now, she had widened the gap between them with just one test. She had to work hard. She couldn't drag her results down. She seemed to have thought of something. She touched her chest, tilted her head, and lightly glanced at Yi Qian, who was looking down at his paper. The corners of her mouth curved into a contemptuous sneer. So what if your results are good? This society relies on connections. It doesn't matter. You're just a small citizen with some achievements. You'll never be a big shot. Yi Qian raised her head. She knew who was looking at her. It was just a guy with delusions. Yi Qian thought to herself, he is just a guy with delusions. Teacher Zhu only explained a few key questions in class. She then said to Yi Qian, come up and explain the solution to the last question. Connect the points O and M of the circle, and make the string MN. When Yi Qian was explaining, her voice was particularly soft, and it had a magical power that could make people focus all their attention on one point. Cicadas were chirping outside the window, and there was only the sound of the leaf fan hanging on the ceiling rotating in the classroom. All the students in the class were listening to her explanation carefully, and there was no extra sound. Only when the value of point N is taken on a semicircular arc that does not include point M. Our answer is obvious. Yi Qian wrote down her analysis step by step on the blackboard as she explained the questions. Some white chalk foam fell on her black hair. As she turned around, the ends of her hair swayed slightly, and the white powder fell off. The math class passed by quietly. Yi Qian's analysis process was written on the blackboard. Some students were still copying the answers on the blackboard step by step. There were also students who took their test papers to answer Yi Qian. The students who asked the questions had forgotten that Yi Qian had taken a year off from school and skipped a grade to enter the second year of high school. It had only been a day, but they all had the feeling that they had been in the same class as her all along. It was as if they had known each other for years. Just as Teacher Tong said, Yi Qian never rejected her classmates' questions. However, she had a good grasp of her limits. She didn't know how to solve everyone's questions. She imperceptibly told her classmates her principles. She couldn't help them all the time. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. Class 1 was a class that didn't relax even after class. They listened attentively in class and discussed enthusiastically after class. They only returned to their seats after the bell rang for language class. Chapter 405. Ms. Tong was also holding the test papers from the morning. She handed them in groups and then distributed them to the class. At the age of 52, she stood on the podium and scanned the class with a serious look. After a summer vacation, I believe that all of you have a better understanding of your results. The winner of this test is Yi Jian, who won first place in mathematics and literature. I won't criticize or praise anyone. It won't be too late to talk about it after the test at the end of the month. Yi Qian's ability in this test is obvious to all of you. I don't want to hear any bad rumors in class in the future. Do you hear me? Other than Yi Ying, the rest of the students raised their voices and replied, "Yes, we heard it." Okay, let's arrange the seats according to height. The taller ones can stand at the back. Ms. Tong only said a few words about the test and used the rest of the time to arrange the seats. Even though she didn't say anything, all the students understood that the difference of 1 point could be as big as the difference between heaven and earth. 1 point higher could get them admitted to a key university. 1 point lower could mean they would fail. Ying lowered her head, not because of her score, but because of Ms. Tong's words. The corners of her eyes turned red as she lowered her head. Her hands gripped the edge of her skirt tightly. Her lowered gaze was like the tip of a needle. It was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. The first day of school passed in a tense atmosphere. When the school gates opened, the sun was already setting. Half of the sky was covered in a gorgeous glow. The students who didn't have boarding houses left the school in groups of 3 or 5. After a while, the boys rode their bicycles and brushed past the girls, leaving behind their whistles and screams. Xia Jinyuan looked at the group of youthful high school students walking out of the school and couldn't help but smile. Not bad, little Fox is also in her second year of high school. The tall and slender man stood elegantly at the school gates with his hands in his pockets. His reserved and elegant temperament had already attracted the attention of countless students. When they saw his face clearly, several high school girls covered their mouths and deliberately walked past him with blushing faces. Yi Qin rubbed his forehead helplessly. Didn't he know to find a less crowded place to wait for him? Do I have to stand at the school gate and wait for wave after wave of students? It was too eye-catching to go over like this. Yi Jian was still thinking about going over later when she saw Yi Ying, who had gone out with the other students, standing in front of Xia Jinyuan. He was surprised that Yi Ying knew him too. How could Yi Ying know him? However, she had laughed and said that she thought he looked familiar, so the girls started to tease her. Then it must be fate. He looks like he's waiting for someone. I wonder whose brother he is. Go and ask him. Then he was shoved in front of Xia Jinyuan, which was what Yi Qian saw. The little girl was fooling around in front of him. Not only was her eyes wanton, but they were also flickering. Major Xia's expression remained unchanged as he took a step to the side, patiently waiting for his little fox to come over. If Yi Ying hadn't wanted to come over herself, she wouldn't have pushed it over so easily. But when the somewhat familiar man in front of him acted as if he didn't see him, he was embarrassed and angry at the same time. Chapter 406. Yi Ying didn't want to be ignored, so she took the initiative to speak up. Soon, something even more embarrassing happened. The man who was standing by her side just walked away. Xia Jinyuan didn't look at the girl standing in front of him, not even glancing at her from the corner of his eye. All his attention was focused on the school, so he didn't recognize Yi Ying, who had shoulder-length hair and a small bow on her temples. He never liked girls who took the initiative. When he heard their self-righteous whispers, a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. Out of gentlemanly behavior, he just walked a little further away to wait. 20 minutes ago, he asked the school guards to look for her in class. Now that the guards had all returned, she was the only one who hadn't appeared. She probably saw him standing at the school gate where students were coming and going and didn't want to come over. It couldn't be helped. The girl was thin-skinned and didn't want to be close to him. She didn't come out not because she didn't come out, but because she wanted to wait until there were fewer people. Therefore, Major Xia did know Yi Qian well. Ying, help me find out. The girl who had always been close to Yi Ying was someone Yi Ying wanted to befriend, and whose parents worked in the government, urged Yi Ying to step forward. Ask him who he's looking for, so we can find out more about him in the future. When a 16 or 17-year-old girl became bold, it was really hard for people to take it. Yi Ying didn't want to embarrass herself, But she didn't want to reject the girl's request either. She smiled gently and said, "We can ask the school guards and see if they know who he's looking for. Isn't that better? It won't seem like we're taking the initiative, and they'll know what we want." "Oh Ying, why are you so smart? Let's go ask." The girl seemed to be overjoyed when she heard this. She grabbed Yi Ying's wrist and walked towards the gate guards. Yi Ying, who was about to go over, suddenly realized that if she really went with the girl to ask the school guards, wouldn't she be laughed at by the school guards who saw students every day? She hurriedly grabbed the girl and said to the other two girls, Dan, Lemay, you two quickly stop this crazy person. If we really go to the school guard and ask, the four of us will definitely be found out by the teacher. Instead of studying properly, you actually have the audacity to ask about a strange man." Ying did not say that she was embarrassing herself and rejected them with the excuse that she was doing it for the good of everyone. It had to be said that Yi Ying had her own way of getting along with these classmates who were from well-off families. Just like Yi Jifan, he was talented in such matters. Hearing her words, the two girls who were watching the show hurriedly reached out their hands. The girl who looked like she really wanted to ask the security guard said in unison, "It's done, Yao Jing. Yi Ying is most afraid of teachers, and you're still causing trouble for her. She helped us solve our summer homework this afternoon. You can't go back on your word and let her be criticized by the teacher." "What a coward. Ching, don't ask any more. I saw that man. He didn't react at all when he saw Ying standing in front of him. He's probably a difficult person to get along with." Yao Jing's parents both worked in the government, and she had been pampered since she was young. After glancing at Yi Ying, she raised her eyebrows and laughed. "Look at how scared you guys are. Do you think I'll really ask? Silly. It's the first day of school and I'm already walking into the muzzle of a gun." Hearing this, Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat. None of these students who came from rich and powerful families were stupid. Although their grades were bad, they were all smart people. Chapter 407. If she hadn't stopped Yao Jing in time, she wouldn't have been able to get into their circle starting tomorrow. Yi Qian saw everything clearly and was amused by Xia Jinyuan's behavior. She pursed her lips and giggled. After watching him walk towards the green belt on the right, Yi Qian came out of her hiding place and walked towards the school gate. After walking less than a meter, she heard the new class monitor's voice behind her. "Mom, I finally found you, Vice Class Monitor Yi Qian. Did you forget to go to the teacher's meeting room after school? Hurry up, Teacher Tong will be waiting for you later." If he hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten. When the school guard told her that her brother was waiting for her at the school gate, her mind went blank. She was afraid that Major Xia would say something else, so she threw the textbook in her hand and rushed towards the school gate without even taking her bag. She didn't even remember about the meeting. "Teacher Tong isn't here yet, right? I'm sorry, class monitor, I have something urgent to attend to." "I didn't mean to forget," Yi Qian explained. She felt bad for troubling someone to look for her. Class monitor Lu Exen couldn't help but laugh when he saw her nervous and apologetic look. Boys had loud voices and were going through puberty, so his laughter sounded weird. "Why are you so nervous?" "I just thought that since today is the first day of the meeting with the teacher, we should leave a good impression on Teacher Tong. Besides, I'm the class monitor. How can I be left behind when I take the lead?" "It's okay, Teacher Tong isn't here yet. She's in the principal's meeting room." Yi Qian felt a little relieved after hearing his words. Just as Lu Xian said, she was indeed a little nervous. When dealing with male soldiers, she could be rough with them. However, when dealing with students, Yi Qian inevitably had to be stricter with herself. She had never been to high school, so she was unfamiliar with this environment. Although she acted calm in front of the whole class, she was just trying her luck. However, Xia Jinyuan was still waiting for her outside. Since Teacher Tong hadn't come yet, she had to run out and inform him first. It wasn't that she didn't want to come, but something had happened in class. Yi Qian then said to LVX, "Class rep, my brother?" After he finished speaking unnaturally, he swallowed his saliva and said vaguely, "He's waiting for me outside. Give me 3 minutes, I'll tell him to go back first." "Sure, I'll wait for you. Go quickly." Lu Xen agreed readily, and really stood there waiting for Yi Qian to come over. Yi Qian was running all the way to the campus. He was running towards the green belt that she had seen him running towards. Where was he? He ran over but didn't see anyone. Yi Qian didn't have much time to look around, but he didn't see anyone he was familiar with. Did he leave? Why did she come out after she left? Looking for me? A cheerful voice came from behind her. Xia Jinyuan walked over leisurely with a bottle of mineral water in his hand and teased, 25 minutes. Did you just come over for dinner? In fact, he had already seen her running out in a hurry, but he didn't say anything because he wanted to see her look when she was looking for him. Yi Qian heard the voice behind her, so she turned around and said, Captain Xia, I have a class meeting. The class monitor is here. I'm sorry. I have to go back now. I was afraid that you would be waiting outside, so I ran out to look for you. As she spoke, she couldn't help but look around, as if she was afraid that her classmates would notice her. However, this caused Xia Jinyuan to laugh in a low voice. Chapter 408. Xia Jinyuan laughed involuntarily as he looked at the slender figure who was even more hurried than him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he pondered whether he should come over at night or wait for her to finish her class. If he waited for her to finish her class, it was only 5:30 p.m., and it would take a few hours to reach 9 p.m. Why did he feel like a wife-gazing rock? The slender figure quickly met up with a boy. Then, the two of them hurriedly walked side by side into the school grounds. Xia Jinyuan, who had been watching the whole time, narrowed his eyes dangerously. They were getting a little too close. Should he mention it at night? The boy was immature, but the little fox he had his eyes on was immature as well. They were both still young and inexperienced. If they accidentally fell in love, he wouldn't even have a chance to cry. He didn't even dare to taste the little girl he had raised for more than 2 years. If another boy not only tasted her freshness, but also plucked the forbidden fruit that was not yet ripe, he would vomit blood. Thinking back to his high school life, the young masters in the capital all matured early. There were a few who had some money at home, and as soon as the fertility function was put to use, they would immediately find a clean and pretty lady and play with her happily. The boys nowadays were much more daring than before. They weren't even fully grown yet they already had the bad habit of getting physical. No, he had to remind the little fox to set her sights higher. She couldn't be blinded by a little boy who was still wet behind the ears. In the school grounds, Lu Xen saw a camphor leaf fall into Yi Qian's shoulder-length black hair. He raised his hand to remove it, but Yi Qian moved sideways faster than he could raise his hand. He dodged to the side and laughed. There's a leaf in my hair? Camphor leaves. Our school has a lot of camphor leaves, and leaves often fall into the hair of girls. Lu Xian, who was able to become the class monitor despite not having the best grades, immediately thought of something and explained, us boys often help girls remove leaves from their hair because of this. Don't mind. Yi Qian smiled and said naturally, I thought it was a bug and got a fright. This was how she interacted with her students. She couldn't directly say that she didn't like anyone to be close to her or have any intimate contact with her. There are insects too, but it's spring now. In the future. Lvxian didn't take it to heart. Everyone was getting to know each other, and he was indeed a little rash just now. Moreover, a beautiful girl like Yi Qian with good grades would more or less have her own principles. Xia Jinyuan saw this scene and his sexy thin lips curled up into a smile. His little fox was quite principled. At the very least, she was still not used to having even the slightest bit of intimate contact with other boys under normal circumstances. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the school gate, where his little fox was nowhere to be seen. He was about to wait outside the school when he received a call from Xia Yiwei. He continued to stand under the shade of the tree and answered the call with a smile. Do you have any orders for me again? In the principal's meeting room, Principal Chao gestured for the teachers to circulate the photocopied documents in his hand. There were many teachers' meetings during the start of the school year, and this time, the teachers attending the meeting were the form teachers of the 2nd and 3rd years. Social practice activities will be fully implemented this year. Our province's number 1 middle school has taken the lead. 7 of the first year's classes have already gathered together for military training. This document is the fax I just received. The Provincial Education Bureau has decided that there will be a social practice activity for the second and third years of high school this year, and it will be included as a compulsory course. The results will be recorded in the student records as one of the conditions for students to graduate. Chapter 409. Principal Chow sat at the head of the meeting and said seriously, "This is a practical activity to improve the students' ideological and political awareness, stimulate their patriotism, and strengthen their national defense and national security awareness. Therefore, our school must follow the arrangements closely and complete all the social practice activities for the second and third year classes in the second half of this year. In the meantime, the school will set up a student military training leadership group. Under the leadership group, the military training team will be responsible for the implementation of the students' military training and actively cooperate with the military training team to complete the arrangements and meetings for the second and third year classes." All the form teachers took the documents and read them. When they saw the military training schedule, they were all relieved. Fortunately, it did not take up the class time. The holidays were fine, they would definitely support it. Also, it was fine to let the delicate students get rid of their squeamishness. Principal Chow, who ended the meeting in less than 10 minutes, did not return to his office. Instead, he rushed to the school gate. After the meeting, Ms. Tong summarized Principal Chow's words and told the class committee. Yi Qian thought that she could not go back to the village to accompany Grandpa Jen on October 1st. She did not think that she could not have fun during the holidays. She only wanted to go back to the village during the holidays. "My dad said he would take me to Mount Huangshan during the 7-day break. Now it's over." After Ms. Tong left, the lifestyle committee member, Wang Rui, complained, "Why are we so unlucky to have a 7-day break to participate in the military training this year?" "Don't complain. Didn't you hear what Teacher Tong said? This will be recorded in the students' records as one of the conditions for graduation." LVXIN did not have any objections. He said happily, "I think it's pretty good. My dad said that if I don't get into university, I will join the army after high school." "That's a good idea. However, I heard that being a soldier is very tough." Another boy laughed and said, "So what? I think it's pretty good to be a soldier. LVXIN, why don't we make an appointment? If we don't get into university, we will both join the army." Wang Rui complained about not having a holiday. LVXIN casually changed the topic. When everyone heard that there was military training during the 7-day break, their depressed mood rose again. This was also the role of the class monitor. Other than the lifestyle committee, literature committee, and vice class monitor who were all girls, the rest of the class committee were all boys. When it came to joining the army after graduation, the boys were quite interested. Yi Qian saw that they were in a heated discussion. When he packed up his textbooks, he said with a smile, "If one's a soldier, the whole family will be glorious. It's worth it to join the army for the glory of your family." This was an indispensable slogan for the annual conscription. When a girl from Yi Qian said it, the boys all burst into laughter. The arts committee member, Ying, snorted in disdain. Graduating from high school and becoming a soldier? Wasn't he just a poor soldier? How unambitious. You guys continue your discussion. I still have a student union meeting to attend, so I'll take my leave first. Ying, who looked down on them but didn't show it on her face, waved at them and left with an elegant smile. Her temperament was not bad, and her footsteps were very light when she left. Wang Rui sighed and said, "Ying is the one in our class who looks like a girl the most. She has quite the temperament." On this point, Yi Qian agreed. "Ah, sorry, I forgot to take a pen." Yi Ying, who had clearly walked out of the classroom, returned. She must have heard Wang Rui's sigh. The smile on her pretty face became more genuine. "If there's anything, you can come and find me at any time." Chapter 410. Temperament was a combination of inner and outer appearance. Ying, who did not say what she thought. Yi Jian smiled and looked at Yi Ying, who had deliberately turned back and said that she had forgotten to take something. Yi Jian had clearly seen through Ying's thoughts. She was afraid that he would say something bad about her, so she turned back. Wang Rui sighed. No wonder she was so proud. Ying thought too highly of herself. She had always been wary of Yifan, who had personally sent her daughter to become the wife of a high school official. This person was the one she was most wary of. She looked at the time. The small meeting had taken half an hour. Xia Jinyuan shouldn't be waiting outside. Yi Qian wasn't sure if he was waiting. After thinking for a few seconds, she finally ran to the school gate. After the last rays of the sun disappeared, the sky was gray. Standing at the school gate, Yi Qian grabbed the railing with both hands and looked around. After confirming that there was no familiar figure, she returned to the dormitory. She left easily. Before leaving, Mr. Xia started the car and looked at the school through the rearview mirror. When he saw the gate slowly closing, he stepped on the gas and left. He returned to the hotel and parked his car. Just as he was about to enter the hotel lobby, he heard the sound of a car horn. After 2 beeps, Xia Jinyuan realized that it was him. He turned to look. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. So it really is Major Xia. Principal Chow got out of a black car that was about to drive out of the hotel. The car door opened but didn't close immediately. In the remaining light of the sky and the hotel's streetlights, Xia Jinyuan saw a clean figure sitting on the other side of the car seat, elegant but with habitual indifference. He had a good memory, especially as a Special Forces soldier. As long as he took a second look at someone or something, he would remember it. Although the person in the car didn't get out, Xia Jinyuan already knew who he was. Qin Xiu, the most talented son of the diplomatic Qin family. Xia Jinyuan met Qin Xiu during a diplomatic meeting between the 2 countries. He was in charge of the security of the country's leaders. Qin Xiu was the leader's interpreter. Including yesterday, they had met twice. Headmaster Chow, hello. Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed casually, nodded slightly and asked with a smile, sorry for troubling you last night, Principal Chow. I didn't expect you to be so busy with Yi Qian until midnight. It wasn't convenient for us to go back to school, so we had to stay in a hotel for the night. Qin Xiu, who was in the car, slightly moved. Qin Xiu narrowed his eyes. It turned out that she had helped the criminal police unit to find the needle in the sea of people last night. It seemed that not only was she stunningly beautiful, she was also quite capable. Qin Xiu's slender, artistic hands gently flicked on his knees. His mind flashed back to yesterday morning when he saw the girl's face through a piece of glass. She seemed to be full of sunshine, stunning him. And this student is quite patient. Thinking about how she accompanied him for more than 40 minutes at noon yesterday, Qin Xiu's thin lips curled up slightly. She was quite an interesting girl. Qin Xiu didn't know Xia Jinyuan. In his impression, he had never met Xia Jinyuan before. He, who didn't get to know people easily, sat in the car leisurely, enjoying the air conditioner and waiting for the greetings to end. I won't be joining you tonight, I still have something to do here. Next time, I'll have dinner with you as a token of my gratitude. Xia Jinyuan didn't have any intention of befriending Qin Xiu. He said a few words politely and watched Headmaster Chow get into the car. Tonight, he would look for his little fox. Other than the mission, he wouldn't talk about anything else. Chapter 411. After returning to the car, Principal Chow, who had come to pick up his nephew for dinner, sighed. Your generation in the capital is really full of talented people. If I'm not wrong, that Major Xia just now is the youngest major in family Xia. It's a pity that you 2 don't know each other. Otherwise, you could have chatted with him tonight. He continued, you 2 are staying in the same hotel, but you didn't bump into each other during the day? The youngest major in family Xia? Oh, so he's Xia Jinyuan. I stayed in my room all day. It's a pity that we didn't bump into each other. Qin Xiu, who was originally indifferent, tilted his head with a hint of interest. Although he said it was a pity, his handsome face did not show any signs of regret. He said calmly, my mother really wants to get to know him. Every time I return to the capital, she wants me to go out and set him up. Unfortunately, I'm in the civil service, and he's in the military. We even have different social circles, so how can we get to know each other? Your mother has ulterior motives. Even your father didn't participate in this kind of thing. You should stay away. Principal Chow laughed and exposed his sister's intentions. We're flying to Germany the day after tomorrow. Uncle is free tonight, so I'll take you to a place farther away to try the real specialties of southern province. Qin Xiu smiled. I'm not very particular about food. You can arrange it. Not long after the car left, Xia Yiwei entered the hotel. Xia Yiwei walked in her high heels, and the hotel staff was about to ask her about it when Xia Yiwei gently raised her hand. She did not say a single word and expressed her intentions clearly, causing the staff to keep quiet. It was the peak hour of the hotel, but even so, Xia Yiwei still saw her cousin, who was often talked about by the noble ladies in the capital. He was only 23 years old, but his temperament was as reserved as her uncle, Commander-in-Chief Xia. His calm and reserved expression was as cold as a sword. He looked gentle and elegant, but in fact, he was also a master who would turn hostile at any moment. As deep as the sea, as tall as the mountain, even his aura was so unfathomable. Who knew what he came to the provincial capital for? Thinking of old Madame's instructions, Xia Yiwei perked up and walked towards Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting on the leather sofa in the lobby. His long legs were crossed, and he was reading the current affairs newspaper with a slight frown. You're the first in our family to be so down to earth. Why don't you stay in a better 5-star hotel with SAP for the holidays? Xia Yiwei, who was wearing a black slim-fit knee-length skirt, sat on the sofa opposite him and said half-jokingly, however, this place is very close to the provincial No. 1 middle school. The few days of leave she had were all spent in the southern province. She didn't even think about going back to the capital. Even the old master and the old madam had some opinions about it. Xia Jinyuan put down the newspaper in his hand and glanced at his cousin, who was always capable and experienced. He raised his slender eyebrows and said half-jokingly, I'm learning from you. Stay away from the capital to avoid being implicated. When you bring brother-in-law back to the capital, the old master and the old madam won't think about me anymore. So, you're here to keep an eye on me so that I can find a man? Xia Yiwei opened a small metal box and took out a thin female cigarette. Her voice was slightly cold as she said, Mind your own business. Don't interfere with my business. When she put down the newspaper, Xia Jinyuan stretched out his long arm and took away the unlit cigarette in her hand. He then broke it in two and threw it into the ashtray. I can't have any strange smell on me. Please forgive me. I know you can't have any strange smell on you. I just took it out to smell. Xia Yiwei glanced at him lightly and said, The old madam gave me her phone number. You should at least go back to the capital and take a look. Chapter 412. After Xia Yiwei finished speaking, the elegant Xia Jinyuan calmly continued, Madame Dowager told me to meet you more often during my stay in the provincial capital and to bring up the topic of marriage and children. She also said that she has yet to marry a granddaughter and is full of regrets. She is counting on you to fulfill her wish. The woman's face gradually turned cold, but he continued speaking unhurriedly. Madame Dowager is the 4th leader of the Ministry of Culture since the founding of the country. Comrade Xia Yiwei, have you forgotten? The Ministry of Culture is a place to promote communication. Madame Dowager is the best at confiding in people. She is an expert in cleansing people's minds, bodies, and souls. I haven't even mentioned Madame Dowager, but you've already brought her up? She meant that both of them had been warned by Madame Dowager, but she also hinted that she was only in contact with one of them. Madame Dowager didn't mention anything about her contacting you in front of me. Xia Yiwei rubbed her forehead. If Madame Dowager wasn't so passionate about art and culture, she could have become the 5th leader of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Sure enough, even though she was old, as long as she was intelligent, the younger generation in the family was still no match for her. Xia Jinyuan glanced at Xia Yiwei, who had been tricked by Madame Dowager and had taken the initiative to listen to him urging her to get married. He calmly repeated what Madame Dowager had said. She's 34 years old. If she doesn't get married soon, her family Xia will have the first unmarried granddaughter. Madame Dowager said that she was too ashamed to retire in the capital and planned to return to her hometown. After listening for 5 minutes, Xia Yiwei felt like her head was about to explode. It was more tiring than working for a week. She was mentally exhausted. She waved her hand. She was so tired that she dragged her legs and stood up. I've never seen you. You've never seen me. What else? Xia Jinyuan also stood up and looked at his cousin who was trying to escape. The smile on his thin lips was somewhat unfathomable. Sister, you must have forgotten to say something. I won't mention that high school student either. Xia Yiwei raised her eyebrows and stretched out her hand. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Xia Jinyuan stretched out his hand. Both of them had secrets that they didn't want their families to find out, so cooperation was the most pleasant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven back to the hotel and would have waited for his little fox at the school gate. I have something to do at 9 o'clock. Miss Xia, don't call me unless it's an emergency. Xia Jinyuan put the newspaper away and said to the successful woman who had reached a consensus, Now, I need to leave. I won't wait for Miss Xia. Goodbye. Burning the bridge after crossing the river was actually referring to him. After taking 2 steps, Xia Jinyuan suddenly turned around and smiled gently at the expressionless Xia Yiwei. A good man is also afraid of a strong woman. Sister, it's okay to lower yourself occasionally. There's no need to be too reserved. Just like me. Tidying up his clothes, the smile on his handsome face had a deep meaning. Sometimes, I have to make the little fox I'm raising feel guilty and occasionally show my maturity so that she can only think that I'm qualified to be her partner. Chasing a little fox was a protracted battle. He had done all the preparations. In the classroom, Yi Qian glanced at his watch countless times as he flipped through the revision materials. Captain Xia said she would look for her tonight. She wouldn't really come, right? Chapter 413. He didn't go back to school last night. Could it be that he won't go back to the dormitory again tonight? No, I can't agree to let him go out. The dormitory teacher will check the dormitory tonight. But since he said he would come, based on my understanding of him, Captain Xia, who was a man of his word, will definitely come. Could it be that he came to school to look for me? That's not likely. The boarding system and management of the dormitory in the province were quite strict. How could the school guard let a strange man in at night? Climb over the wall? When she suddenly thought of this possibility, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, it was also thanks to such a convulsive thought that his drifting thoughts were slightly restrained. That elegant soldier from the special forces, a major had climbed over the wall to look for him? The more Yi Qian thought about it, the more she wanted to laugh. She didn't know that Xia Jinyuan was by the Swan Lake at this time. Not only him, but also Headmaster Chen. She might come back a little late tonight. It's a rare opportunity, so I'll take her to have a look. If Xia Jinyuan wanted to come over, of course he would do it openly. But then again, if it was just to look for Yi Qian, the major did think about climbing over the wall. But even Yu Lao was on his side, giving him the opportunity to take little fox away. How could Principal Chen refuse something that would benefit Yi Qian's training? He smiled and said, I can leave you a back door, but Captain Xia, the girl still has to come for her morning self-study tomorrow morning. She can't get special treatment. Uncle Chen, don't worry. I'll bring her back before 1:30. Xia Jinyuan smiled calmly. Faced with the scrutiny of a world-class sniper, he said calmly, this training is for her replacement and will last for half a year. If it's possible, Uncle Chen, can you see if you can arrange some time for her to practice at night? Headmaster Chen looked at the young major in front of him, who was fighting for opportunities for the little girl, and joked, Captain Xia, you're investing, right? Investments are risky. Be careful that you don't lose everything. In the no man's land, he remembered the young major's words. He said that he wanted the little girl to not easily fall in love during the few years she was studying. He wanted her to reach a standard that only he could meet when it came to choosing a boyfriend. However, love had always been unpredictable. Sometimes, the person you liked was not as good as the person beside you, but you just had to fall in love with him. After a moment of silence, Xia Jinyuan sneered, Uncle Chen, I don't think this is an investment. This is a pursuit. I'm pursuing a good girl in my own way. It's just that she's still young and doesn't like to accept help from others. As for me, I'll point out a clear path appropriately. The rest is up to her to explore and move forward. Don't you think that I've been holding her hand and walking forward? When she needed help, I would not leave her. When she fell, I would be there for her. When she soared into the sky, I would still be by her side. Uncle Chin, do you think this kind of pursuit is not good? Not good? It was so good that he was speechless. He was so affectionate. He was afraid that if the girl knew, would she run away? The girl was used to being independent. Suddenly, there was a man who could walk side by side with her, and he was also his comrade. Principal Chen seemed to see how hard the major's pursuit was.